Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and a warm welcome to you. It's my pleasure and my privilege to welcome you this morning on behalf of all the organizers. We are two institutions who are celebrating our anniversaries together. My name is Shalini Randeria. I am the rector and president of the Central European University. In these troubled times, with one crisis compounding another, it may be a little foolhardy, and I may probably need to apologize for celebrating anniversaries. It reminds me in a way of the apocryphal Jewish telegram, which said, "Don't worry, all the bad news and the details follow." And the bad news is really compounding itself day by day. Yesterday's announcement of the mobilization from Moscow signals, of course, a further escalation. It affects us as a university because we have students there who are unable to cross the border and come to us. Some of our Ukrainian students are also unable to join us at the moment. The recent aggression against Armenia affects us because we have students from there as well. The continued repression and targeting of women, especially in Afghanistan, is a problem for us because we have students coming to us from Afghanistan too. The murderous attacks against civil society activists in Myanmar, just to name a few of the problems and a few of the countries from which the Central European University draws its student body, comprising of students from 102 countries. These are grave situations of insecurity, injustice, inequalities that we face, so that, as I said, I almost feel a need to apologize that we have invited you to a celebration. Yet I think there is something to celebrate, which is the establishment and the continued relevance of two institutions. My colleague Michael Landesman will talk about the WIIW, the Vienna Institute for International and Economic Studies. In German, they are comparing the economies. It's Wirtschaftsvergleich. In English, they've dropped the comparison, and he may want to explain that semantic twist to you. Let me just speak very quickly for the Central European University, which is the younger of the two institutions. And my friend Ivan Krastev is here. Actually, the IWM, the Institute of Human Sciences, at which I was until last year, is celebrating its 40th birthday. So it's 50, 40, and 30. Three institutions in this city, all of which are in very interesting ways bridges between Eastern and Western Europe. For the Central European University, let me just say a couple of words, and that is, in a sense, you could say our university was born of an audacious idea 30 years ago, George Soros's idea to transform our societies through the power of education. We are making a new home, as you know, in Vienna. It's actually our 31st anniversary, to be precise, after in a dramatically transformed regional and global context, and a context which is increasingly inhospitable to the values which characterize the CEU, the values of open society and of democracies. And yet I think that makes our mission ever more relevant and urgent. In 1991, we were established as a trans-regional Central European University, with a bold vision. And the vision was to educate scholars, leaders, civil society activists to further free markets and liberal democracies in this part of the world. The historic importance of a free university, of the institution of the university as a self-governing institution, upholding academic freedom, and thus pivotal to democratization, lies therefore in our very foundation. Freedom of expression and the development of creative critical thinking is something which the CEU has upheld for all these 3 decades and was punished for it by being turned out of Hungary. We fought for those values, we stand for those values, and we've paid a price for those. We've built our reputation on our cosmopolitan international ethos, but our spirit is that of fostering not only intellectual curiosity, but also of trying to build open societies through imparting education, but education with values, affordable education, and education which turns young scholars into concerned and engaged citizens. And to ensure that when they leave the university, they engage with challenges of the world. And that's what we are here today to do, to engage in some of the challenges which my two colleagues, Bela Graskovic and Michael Landesman, who have actually crafted the program together, the challenges of integration, inequality, and insecurity in Europe and beyond, that they have charted out for us in our program today and for tomorrow. A special welcome to Mary Kaldor, who will be giving this evening's keynote address. And with that, I pass on the word to Michael, and thank you very much for joining us in the event.
Good morning. I'm not Michael Landesman. I'm Hannes Howard. Sorry, no problem. It's an honor to be compared with Michael Landesman, so to mix up. So it could be much worse. Thank you very much for coming, and let me say also a few words. First of all, we are very happy that the Central University is coming to, Central European University is coming to Vienna, but we are very sad, of course, that it had to leave Hungary because of the whole development, undemocratic development in Hungary, where we hope at least that the pressure of the European Union will be a bit greater and more thorough than it was in the past, because we cannot be happy just that institutions leave Hungary. We only can be happy if Hungary is forced to change its domestic and international policies. But let me say few words about the Vienna Institute, if I may shorten it. The Vienna Institute had its main purpose to look into the east of Europe when the East was not very much known by the West. And of course, we experienced all together in different positions. When I was still in the European Parliament and had a lot of honorable work to do on the enlargement issue, that Europe grew together. Integration was the big challenge, the big name, and the big success. And therefore, we are very sad when we now have to look into this integration process. And in trying, which is also the subject of tomorrow's event here, trying to overcome that fractured world. And it was just mentioned that the world is even more fractured with the speech of President Putin yesterday. But what is very important, looking into Europe and dealing with Europe, East and West, and this still is our main subject in the Vienna Institute, the integration process, that we also have to look to the outside world. And therefore we started already. Is it China? Is it the Mediterranean? And of course we have our main subjects, but we only can deal with Europe and Europe integration if we look also to the outside world. And it is Ivan Krastev, who just has been mentioned, will be one of the first speakers, who made it very clear, if you want to have a successful European integration process, if you want to have Europe as a global actor, you have to look to the outside world and you have to think about it. May I just mention two events, I may deal a bit more tomorrow in the final discussion. When Queen Elizabeth died, everybody was mourning, we thought. Not everybody. There were people who were mourning perhaps about the person, but thinking about what happened in the past when colonialism, slave trade was part of the British Empire. And as Tennessee Williams said, the past is never history and the past is not even past. So even this past is working. And when we had this vote in the United Nations about the Russian or for Russian aggression against Ukraine, then we were astonished that many leaders and representatives did not vote for condemning the Russian intervention. By chance, they have been about representing the half of the population of this world. So I think it is very good for this seminar, and thank you very much for the organizers, that thinking about integration, especially also European integration, we start with a look to the outside, to the global world. And of course we can and have to say, and this very moment is confirmed day by day, that even if some deglobalization may happen in the economic field, in the political field, there's a strong retreat from global action and global cooperation. And that is one of the main challenges, I think, for the integration process. How maybe to have another form, a more sustainable form of economic globalization, but on the other hand, to retreat from the retreat on the political field, because if we only have this concern about the economic globalization and don't think about the political globalization and cooperation to solve some of the major issues like climate policy, we will utterly fail. So unfortunately, this event is taking place in not the best times. But I know that even Grastev and some others of you have some glimpses of hope sometimes, even if skepticism is prevailing. But again, thank you very much for your organizing. Thank you very much for the cooperation with the Central European University. And I think this is a good example for this kind of cooperation. And in that sense, of course, we are happy that you are here and that you are so active in the city. The city can never have enough intellectual capacity. So having a new one is very good for the city and for my own country. And that is a very good thing. Thank you very much.
Sorry for so many introductory short speeches. Well, first of all, thank you very much for all of you coming. So my name is really Michael Landesmann. I used to be scientific director of the Vienna Institute, and I just want to mention Robert Sterer and Marie Holzner are now the driving force behind running the institute, scientific director and executive director. And I also want to mention Ingrid Gazzari, who is staying here and has been with the Institute since its inception, I guess. So I shouldn't mention the numbers of years in this respect, but very much the life and heart, as my predecessor used to say of the Institute. So I want to clear up one point which Shalini mentioned. Why did we change our name? In fact, it really was true that our institute was called Institute for Comparative Economic Studies, just like the German translation. And when I came in, it was one of my first actions against some resistances in the institute to change it into international economic studies. And I think it was a way of gesturing, a gesture that, well, you have to think about it. I came in 1995, yeah? That at that point, transition was in full swing. And I think that as an academic discipline, comparative economic studies was really about systemic differences. Yeah? In German, it didn't sound so much. It didn't really establish a discipline, yeah? Wirtschaftsvergleiche. Now, of course, with hindsight, if one looks at the world now, systemic differentiation starts to reappear. So I think it has a justification to, of course, keep this tradition of the Institute alive. And in fact, it is alive. And I think you can see that in the program that we are very careful to monitor differentiation across countries, across regions, and so on. So I think our in-depth knowledge about differentiation, which probably differentiates us from many of the international financial institutions, which have a blanket assessment of what is needed across countries, we emphasize that you really have to know what's going on in particular countries, in combinations, in groups of countries, etc. And I think you will see that reflected, especially in the afternoon session here. Now, coming to today's program, which is, and I want to thank very much Bella Greskowitz. We really jointly designed the ideas and the program and invited the speakers for this conference. I think we had very pleasurable and enjoyable interactions in a number of coffee house meetings about that. And I think it really showed the pooling of our resources of the two institutes. I mean, we as an economic research institutes, all the conferences I was involved in was pure economics. I mean, of course, politics always played a role, but we were not experts on that. And so we are very grateful for this cooperation with CEU, who covers the entire gamut of all social science disciplines. And I think it will be reflected in that conference, that to understand the issues and the complexity of the issues, the challenges of the issues we are going to cover in this conference really requires a multidisciplinary approach. And as with all multidisciplinary efforts, it's not an easy thing. People come from their own discipline. So I think it's more the coming together of people who bring their knowledge of their disciplines in, but to get a complete picture is the interaction and the dialogue between them, which is necessary. Now, there are three main themes. Bella might characterize it slightly differently, yeah, which I think will go through that conference, and they are interrelated themes. Yeah, it was already alluded to, integration, and of course, the steps backward from integration, the elements of where we see challenges and tensions in the integration processes is a driving issue of this conference. And of course, we have to understand them. It's not just stating them and observing them. And I think what we try to do is to see, can we understand what's going on, and the sort of very big policy challenges and political challenges which emerge out of these tensions of integration and disintegration. And this is not only happening at the EU level, it's happening at the broader European level, and it's happening at the global level. And I think there are long run issues there, which are probably driving forces of such developments and the challenges. One is unbalanced growth, the rise of some countries, the relative decline of other countries, different policy scenarios, the fall of or decline of multilateralism, which is reflecting also different interest positions of countries, etc. But apart from these more longer run tendencies, we see Europe and the world has been exposed to a succession of shocks. I mean, most in our memories, of course, the financial crisis in the 89-90, the COVID crisis, the Russia-Ukraine war situation. And I think these shocks additionally expose integration process to major appearances of underlying structural differences across countries, across groups of countries, etc. If you think about the financial crisis, it's the first time it really was clearly visible that there was a north-south divide in Europe. We can see now with the Russia-Ukraine crisis, there's somewhat of an east-west divide in positioning on the issue of relationship towards Russia, support of sanctions, etc. Yeah, so there are new combinations of groupings of countries, of interest formations, which appear as a result of these shocks. Yeah. So one element, one theme is integration, disintegration. But then what is behind that? Well, we have to understand the differentiation across countries, across groups of countries, the heterogeneity of trajectories we can see economically, politically, socially in different countries. And I come back to this issue of comparative country and group of country research, which I think will be very important for us. And why are countries moving along heterogeneous paths? I think for that, we brought in this other issue of inequality in the title of the conference. We have to understand to which extent different social groups in countries, in different regions, are unequally exposed to the major structural changes which are speeding up, the shocks which are exerted on societies, on regions, on different groups in employment, different age groups, different educational attainment groups, etc. And I think this is a theme which I think at least political scientists started to take very seriously to understand the politics of nations, of countries, and political processes in countries. What are the underlying structural differentiations in societies in which express themselves? So that's the second theme, inequality, the different impacts. And the third theme is the political expression of all these developments. How do these unequal trajectories across countries, across regions, the unequal impact on different groups in society express themselves politically and shape political processes in different countries? And again, it's very important to observe the rather subtle differentiations which are happening in relation to populist movements, to different party programs, to the rise and fall of different political expressions, platforms, etc. And I think we observe all that. So from a social science point of view, it's a wonderful period for us to understand how this interaction between structural determinants, differentiation in societies, the impact of shocks, the impact of technological structural transformations translates into politics. So I think our third theme, which will go through the conference, is basically the interaction between politics and the underlying themes: integration, disintegration, social differentiation, political differentiation. I hope I mapped out a little bit what the subject of the conference is. Bella might have a completely different way of thinking about it. Thank you for coming.
So I am Bela Grešković. I am university professor at the Central European University, an old piece of furniture at that place. I am one of the founding members of the political science department and then the international relations department. I have basically two fields of interest. One is international and comparative political economy, and the other, which is actually my current focus of research, is the social basis, the civil society background of ascending right-wing populist projects and political leaders. Now, I introduce the second part of the conference. This will also mean a very interesting change of the place. So here we are among the imperial facades of a wonderful, now small country, right? With all the grandeur. Tomorrow, we move to Favoriten, which is a classical working class district, right? We fit there very well, Central European University, if you agree with me, Shalini. So I hope that everybody will follow us there, because there we will face directly some of the issues on which the morning session will focus. And these include basically the transnational movements, not the comparative aspect, but the international political and economic aspects of capital, labor, finance, services, including the care economy, or the non-movement, see energy, and all the problems that these transnational relationships might create. In some sense, the movement or non-movement of these factors of economic, social, and political exchange were against, or were in the hintergrund, the background of all the major crises, or many of them of the past 20 years. The financial crisis, the migration crisis, the crisis of social reproduction, the crisis of energy, as we see now. If you add the pandemics and the war ongoing, then you may even go back to biblical, how to say, analogies. Now, we had some debate with Michael about whether to use this flowery language, and as you all know, economists are very Puritan in their categories and rigorous, but political scientists actually can allow some sort of poetry. So I would say we are in a time, actually, without much exaggeration, where all the four apocalyptic horsemen are on the ride. War, conquest, pestilence, death, and famine is coming. So this first session will also count and discount and criticize some of the illusions that the movement of these factors of production created. Financial stability, that migration can actually solve problems of labor shortage, that problems of social reproduction in the rich countries can actually be solved by importing from peripheral countries people who would do the care economy, and energy. It's a major issue. Energy, when I was first teaching political economy at the Central European University, it was the political economy of energy was basically a political economy of the paradox of plenty. So it tried to explain how countries who were rich in natural resources actually suffer from the natural resources. Nobody ever thought that this can be actually such a tough weapon if weaponized in a situation. So there is a lot to discover, even about traditional political economy topics. Now, the last session basically has lectures that try to problematize and intervene into a big debate about the ascending political and economic leadership under the banner of what is called populist authoritarianism, right-wing authoritarianism. And this big issue is, are we witnessing the rise of rational choice type of cynical leaders who are only interested in power grabbing, namely power without purpose, power for power? Or is there something that these people really want, or their following really want? Power with purpose. So the arguments and the issues that were discussed in the lectures open up questions, because they all point some ideological content of the rising populist power. The first is related to basically majoritarian democracy, illiberal democracy, put it to the extreme. This is sort of an ideological background that might be attractive for some. There is a presentation about the moral economy of authoritarian populism. What are people have in mind when supporting authoritarian populists and engage in economic transactions? Do they attribute moral significance, moral meaning to their economic actions? Related to it, one issue that is going across a variety of populist authoritarian political projects is a war on gender. That is also pretty much taken seriously. People who follow this ideology, this idea, imagine a social situation in which all the emancipation, or much of it, that happened to women, and not only women, is a thing of the past. And finally, there will be a presentation about the kind of political project that relates to the understanding of populist leadership of the people. Now, the traditional idea about populist authoritarianism that they restrict political rights. Now we have a number of authoritarian leaderships that tries to extend on an ethnic basis. How to cope with this? So there is a lot to think about. New stuff is going on. We need to understand if we want to come up with powerful counter ideologies and organize it. So in this spirit, I welcome everybody at the conference and I wish us a big intellectual fiesta.
Start straight away with the first panel. Jeremy is here already. Okay, yeah. Even if you don't mind, Jeremy will come first, but you can all, yeah, okay. And Dorothee, you want to come up and introduce the session? Yeah, shortly. Now, what about the Zoom link with Fiona Tregenna? It works? Okay, perfect. So we will have two presentations which are coming from outer space to us, one from Johannesburg, and that is in this session, and another one in the afternoon, which comes from the US.
Okay, thank you very much. It's a big honor, actually, to be introducing this first panel, outstanding panel, with really exciting speakers. I'm a little bit of a Trojan horse. I used to be at Central European University. My name is Dorothee Bohle, but I have since moved to University of Vienna. And so I'm grateful for the occasion to basically be back to my old institute. Let me briefly introduce the distinguished panelists, although I feel they don't really need an introduction, but I do it anyway. So we already heard, I mean, he was talked to several times, Ivan Krastev, who is the chairman of the Center for Liberal Strategies, and he is a permanent fellow at the Institute for Human Sciences here at the EVM in Vienna, which has its 40th birthday. He was a contributing opinion writer for the New York Times and is currently a Financial Times contributing editor. He has published widely, and the most recent publications, and also I think very provocative publications, is The Light That Failed, A Reckoning with Liberalism, which was co-authored with Stephen Holmes. He has another book, more recent one, Is It Tomorrow Yet? How the Pandemic Changes Europe. And of course, he won numerous prizes, etc. I will not enumerate them all here. Then we have Fiona Tregenna, who is joining us from South Africa, from the University of Johannesburg, where she is professor and holds the South African Research Chair in Industrial Development in the Department of Economics and Econometrics at the University of Johannesburg. Her research focuses on structural change with a particular focus on deindustrialization, as well on inequality, poverty, and unemployment. She has received numerous awards, and she has also, which I think is, I mean, talking about all the crises we have been going through this morning already, she has advised many international organizations, and especially she was involved in the economic policy response to COVID-19 in South Africa, which I think is a crucially important issue. And then we have who arrived just in time. I'm very happy that, you know, we are a bit delayed. So in that sense, it was a perfect match. We have Jeremy Edelman. Again, I think I don't really need to introduce you, but I do it nevertheless. He's the Henry Charles Lee Professor of History and Director of the Global History Lab at Princeton University. His most recent books include Worldly Philosopher, The Odyssey of Albert O. Hirschman, a wonderful book. I mean, whoever has not yet read it, please go ahead and read it. And his next book, and I think you will be talking partly to this, is Global Integration and the Need for Strangers, which will be published next year by Princeton University Press. Now, we are a bit short on time. Okay, thank you very much. So I have a super chair about the chair. So I'm very happy to, to give Jeremy the floor, and I move away. Yes.
Right. Okay. Better a super chair than a super ego, I guess. Well, thanks so much, everybody, for the generous invitation. Make sure I don't poke myself with this. For the generous invitation, it's a pleasure to be among you. I've just arrived from New York about 10 minutes ago. In a way to be part of a restoration of academic discourse after the semi-longue durée of Zooming everything, although we're still Zooming, obviously, and to celebrate such important institutions in a vital global city. I thought what I would do here, a role I might play is to talk about global forces that shape or contour the national and regional ones that we'll spend most of the next few days talking about. Of course, it's a cliche to say, I'm sure it's probably already come up, that we are at a crossroads in our connected instability, at whose core, and it's already alluded to, is the geopolitics of global interdependence. Now, the roads fork in three directions. There are the catastrophists. That is the road that leads to decomposition and backlashing. I think we're all very familiar with it. The whole image of the four horsemen of famine, pestilence, war, and death is in the outline of the description of this event. And of course, there's no shortage of evidence to justify that doom scenario or that road. So, but it's one. There is another, the renewalist road, one might call it. And one might ask, are we seeing the deliverance of a new compact across borders? And you can hear this voice coming, particularly from within the Biden administration in the efforts to revive what some see as the zombie of liberal internationalism. This winter, of course, will be the testing ground for whether we can, whether the renewalists will survive. And then there's a third path, which is the muddling path. Can we keep muddling through as we have? We've managed to avoid a complete breakdown, but struggle to make ground on the challenges that are crying out to be addressed, like the global environmental rift. Now, I think, frankly, that we are most likely to continue muddling through for reasons I'll explain. Not because it's optimal or preferred, it's certainly not glamorous, but we are stuck in a kind of mid-level global equilibrium trap. We are able to contain immediate shocks like financial crises, pandemics, even invasions. We'll come back to that. But the institutions and values that manage the immediate are less well suited for the slower boiling kinds of problems like the energy transition and the global migrant crisis. And the effect of this is a new global cleavage between North and South, for the costs borne especially by the global South and the benefits of the muddling through strategy hoarded by the global North. And one saw this on display in the response of vaccine nationalism on the parts of the vaccine producers of the North. And one can see evidence of the backlash from the South already evident in the response to the invasion of Ukraine, of Bolsonaro's, this is a region I work on, nationalism, as a response to the pressure of international conservation movements to stop burning the Amazon. So the global fault lines do not only run along the liberal versus illiberal schisms. But we have immediate shocks then, or episodic shocks or crises within a larger structural one, or if you want, crises within a crisis. Now, somewhere there was going to be a slide I might allude to. I can keep going, but I sent a PowerPoint beforehand. The clicker here? And if I hit green, will we all blow up? Let's see what happens, shall we? Okay, there we go. There's the slide. Okay, thank you. We survived. That could have been bad. Anyway, I'll come back to this chart. It's based on data from Oxford. But let me start with a distinction. And the distinction is one borrowed from Albert Hirschman between integrative and disintegrative crises. Integrative crises for Hirschman were those that summon fresh ideas and new thinking and coalitions. That is, faced with shared threats and challenges, integrative crises are those that yield to collective responses. Disintegrative crises, on the other hand, trap actors into a sense of intractable tensions and hostility. The governance of zero-summism, where shared threats produce sauve qui peut disintegrative responses. So one can imagine a fire in a lecture hall, and instead of teaming up to put it out, everybody runs for the exits. And the question now is whether we are integrating or fracturing or disintegrating. In fact, we are always doing both, which makes the current crisis hard to characterize. But it therefore has the possibility of veering in one direction or the other. 10 years ago, there was a sense that the world might have been summoning these integrative responses to the challenges. One example was the culmination with the 2015 Iran nuclear deal, which is a kind of shadow to the story I'm going to talk about, which has to do with energy and nuclear threats, and the curbs on the nuclear program in return for relief on sanctions. 5 years ago, the feeling was decidedly the opposite. The turning point, in fact, may have been the invasion of Crimea and the Syrian exodus. Certainly by 2018, when Donald Trump tore up the Iran nuclear deal, it felt like we were in for a very, very bleak period in world history. Now, of course, it's less clear, and we face a decisive winter. What I want to do now is pull back and look at this chart, unpack it, and look at two crises, one disintegrative and the other integrative, the 1930s and the 1970s, and the way the global system responded to those crises. The 30s, as the chart practically speaks for itself, was a disintegrative crisis. The financial blows of 1929, rising unemployment, the liberal capitalist system, which had already been stressed by the First World War, folded up. But it was not just the break up or breakdown of an economic system. We need more than an economic explanation for the shifts in the global imaginaries to explain what happened with the breakdown. It was a rift also in what Raymond Williams calls a structure of feeling. For the anxieties in particular, and I'll draw attention to the human nature relationship, which is why the energy question is a through line here. And the rise of the narrative or dominant narrative of doom, panic, and neo-Malthusianism. And Shalini and I have had this long-going conversation about doing something global on the relationship between demography and democracy. One expression of this was ecological panic about access to oil, to resources, in particular oil and to fertile land. Japan, Germany, in fact, Anglo-American geographers were all fretting about the end of the open land cycle that had opened up with the conquest of the Americas after 1492. So the sense of scarcity of access to resources. The second was that overlapped with the first, was with the rise of a brand of nationalism, and it was only one brand, which identified self-determination, democracy, and modernity with the conditions of national homogeneity and healthy bodies. And so that's why the gender issue is central to how we might think about the current crisis. This fusion of the two, the sense of scarcity and the identification of democracy with homogeneous nation states, fueled greater suspicion about strangers. What was called the minority problem at home and immigration restrictions everywhere began to proliferate and culminated in a style of geostrategy or geopolitik, of hoarding and competing. This is what trade wars are. Remember, free trade is a form of entrustment to strangers. So the world became a menacing place. Depending on strangers, or what we now call globalization, I would rather we set that term aside and talk about interdependence, was an existential threat. And the response was detachment and dehumanization of the threat. The result was horror, set off by a Japanese invasion of Manchuria, the Italian invasion of Ethiopia, and culminated, of course, with Lebensraum Geopolitik. Now, there were, as I said earlier, there are always combined systems of integration and disintegration functioning at the same time. And there were efforts to cooperate and resolve collective action problems, even efforts to deepen the disarmament movement well into 1930s, and sanctions against invaders. And that's why the whole debate around the Italian invasion of Abyssinia was, one might say, a real turning point. And they were pushed to rally coalitions to think about public health globally. There's a lot of literature now on this. But the guardrails collapsed. Competing states turned predatory. Look at the curves. This was also a decade of democratic reversal. And we might think about what the relationship is between these global transformations and rifts and national or regional ones. This was a moment where the global breakdown undermined democracy, and autocracy tilted countries to compete over cooperation. And the spiral went downwards and carried the curves to their bottom. Let's flip to the 1970s. This was also a shock, of course. Make sure this works. There we go. It was a shock with similar features to it: a financial crisis, the US balance of payments out of control. In 1971, Richard Nixon takes the dollar off the gold standard, a global paralysis in the international payment system. We forget now that one of the responses to 1971, from 1971 all the way to 1974, was to impose more capital controls and currency exchange restrictions in Germany, France, and elsewhere, not less. People who think that the process of the drive towards neoliberalism was beginning by the late 1960s forget these countervailing forces. And we often forget that the end of the gold standard and the end of the Bretton Woods system was only part of Richard Nixon's shock. In August 1971, Nixon blindsided American trading partners with a 10% surcharge on imports. He embargoed essential foodstuffs on Japan. Protection was a response to perceived threats coming from strangers. And there was, of course, also a world historical war in 1973 that produced an oil shock and intensified the urge to hoard and externalize the blame. These multiplying shocks, as we're saying, revealed a new pattern of dependency on the part of the United States itself, something we might come back to in the discussion. What that means when the global superpower is itself becoming more aware of its vulnerability. What about the Williams structure of feeling at the time? And here, I think, is why we need to have not economic causes for how economic or political economic crises unfold. Here too, catastrophists rode in on their horses. Neo-Malthusian came back to life. The return of declinist narratives and predictions of Armageddon abounded. In 1968, the Population Bomb book, I don't know if any of you have read Paul Ehrlich's book, but it's remarkable to reread many decades later. The spread of the metaphor of the tragedy of the commons. And of course, the 1972 report from the Club of Rome on the limits to growth. And of course, the original Mad Max movie and the rage for post-apocalypsis. The symbol for this mood was not the uplifting 1968 photograph of Earthrise, but the more precarious image of a planet, the blue marble shot of 1972, that solitary orb floating alone in a black universe. This was a mood ripe for panic, hoarding, and dehumanizing strangers. Depending on strangers was a threat. No longer the image, no stronger image of this was there, in a sense, than the ways in which Arab wealth got portrayed in the Western media. So there was a structure of feeling that legitimated the turn to zero-summism. But there were other, as I said, warring propensities in the structure of feeling. And a peace movement and nuclear disarmament, human rights movements, cross-border environmental cooperations over things like acid rain, water management, control and curbs on CFCs and the Montreal Protocol, there was a counterweight to the narrative of the strangers as existential threats. So that deepening interdependence with integration was a way to diminish the threat. So there was a counter narrative to the neo-Malthusian sense of threat. And the shift in global norms and narratives that restrained powerful states from defecting from the rules that they had designed. And so movements and institutions attached to these norms pushed back, and they functioned on a new scale even, a scale of transnational politics. And to some extent, these transnational affiliations of movements and norms reflected itself a disenchantment with nationalist politics. And the issue now about what nationalism means in reaction to transnationalism is something we might talk about. And these movements were effective in resetting interdependence and gave the world a new integrative impulse. And if we were to go back to those curves, you would see the slope coming upwards in the wake of the 1970s. There were, of course, just qualifiers, two forces, material forces that enabled this change in the structure of feeling. One, of course, was the rise of new forms of credit and financialization and the turn towards debt-led growth, especially for the developing world, but now for the so-called developed world as well. And the second was carbonization. Remember, more carbon was burned from 1980 to 2008 than all of human history before then. So ironically, at the time, it was enabled by the decline of the Middle East as in its command over a share of the world's petroleum supplies, which reached its peak at about 50% of world petroleum supply in 1973. So this was a condition for this new model of deepening interdependence and transnational politics. Okay, so that's it for the two contrasts. Yep, I'm almost done. I would just want to add two notes to this stylized narrative. The first is that disintegration is not anti-global. That is a mistake. It was a mistaken reading of Donald Trump and Brexit and so on. Disintegrationists are not isolationists. Not even autarks want autarky. They wanted to rebuild interdependence in more hierarchical and predatory ways. And this is important for understanding the geopolitics of Trump, Putin, and others. While they railed against globalism, what they really aimed to do is to do away with the horizontal pattern of interdependence between strangers, or the kind of cosmopolitan imaginary for the world, who's dominated by concerns and curiosities about strangers. Hoarding the returns for interdependence and externalizing the costs onto strangers. The threat then isn't a return to isolationism, but to predation and the weaponization of dependency. That's one quality. The second is that disintegration and integration don't obey mechanical laws. They are latent in any crisis. And the question is, which forces prevail in the struggle? And that's why I signaled the autonomy and the importance of the structure of feeling, especially in the narratives and norms that govern the emotional ties to strangers and the spectrum of love to loathing. Where does that leave us now? So this will end in the shadow of the pandemic and invasion and the extreme febrility in the Persian Gulf. We tend to think in doomsday-ish framings. Even the summons for this symposium echoes it for totally understandable reasons. But it's worth saying that since 2008 financial shock, we have faced not a breakdown, but a slowdown. The institutions managed to prevent a complete meltdown of the financial system, just as the institutions more or less prevented the pandemic from being much worse than it could have been, which included the mobilization of international scientific networks. And one might say that the same alliances are at work in responding to the act of predation and invasion coming from Putin's government. And we are even seeing the return to talks between Washington and Tehran on restoring the nuclear pact. We may look back at Trump's decision in 2018 to tear up the Iran nuclear deal as the 21st century's Cuban Missile Crisis, the bullet that we dodged. we go into details about what happened in the American elections in the fall of 2020 and how much Trump was egging the Iranians on to do something so that he could justify going to war. There is now evidence to show that there was, I'm going to lose control of this presentation if I go down that rabbit hole. I have to say, though, this is, of course, very uneven and extremely precarious. That's, of course, why we are at a crossroads. For the propensity to disintegrate and to integrate coexist. The difference now is that compared to 1970s, is that the institutions and ideas that proved important for global thinking and transnational politics are now tired and exhausted. They prevent calamities, but don't have restorative powers. And it's in this mid-level equilibrium trap that fuels the narrative wars because incumbent ideas seem so exhausted and their legitimacy drained. Even more, the trap obstructs the progress on global collective action problems when faced with different, more structural threats, like inequalities of the global migrant crisis and the energy transition. So we are in a paradoxical bind. Our institutions help us muddle through. They prevent calamities like nuclear war so far, or more menacing pandemics like Ebola, and maybe even signal to predators that they can become pariahs. But they also prevent the crisis from breaking up the obstacles to deeper change. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and really very much happy being on this conference hosted by two organizations that I know and which I admire. And I'll start my presentation basically looking at them, because at some point they took a different trajectories of where to go. And I do believe both of them now are facing kind of questioning of the decisions that they had. In a certain way, this is why they were born in a different time. Of course, the Economic Institute was born in the moment in which the Berlin Wall was there, but Europe as an economic region starts to emerge. In a certain way, this was the moment in which pipelines started to be built on which there is no gas coming from Russia anymore. Suddenly, you not simply compare economies, but interaction between the East and West have been changing. And one of the reasons of the change was, of course, the crisis of the 1970s. When suddenly some of the Western governments decided that probably Soviets are more reliable than the Middle East countries. So you have this kind of a region that basically has appeared before the real kind of a region was born after 1989. And you have an institution that was not simply focusing on the economy and comparisons, but basically decided that regionalism and region is what it is at the center of integration. And you have the Central European University that was born out of the 1989. It was the emergence not of economics so much then, but as a political region. And Tony Judd has this beautiful scene in the beginning of his post-war history book in which he's staying in 1989 in December in the central station of Vienna and seeing all these people start coming. So this was kind of a movement that was born out of the end of a war. You can stay on the central station in Vienna, you again are going to see a movement of people. But in a certain way, this is much more movement at the end of peace. And I'm saying this because Central European University was born as a regional institution and much more redefined itself as a global institution. And here is where my first question is, when we talk about this crisis and level of not breaking down, but slowing down, and I very much agree, what is this balance between regional and global? And American scholar Shannon O'Neill recently published a paper in which he's making kind of several statements which are not kind of revolutionary, but I do believe are very well summarized. If you compare with the 1980s, you're going to see the trade between countries have increased 10 times. The flow of capital has increased 8 times. the number of the travelers and people who are crossing border 5 times. But the story is that people, but also companies and supply chains don't travel too far away. So suddenly, if you see where they're moving, you're going to see that under the major kind of a cover of globalization, this was much more developing regional networks than the genuinely global networks. Very few were the companies that really became a global companies. Most of them were doing, and she basically is also arguing that paradoxically, the companies and the states that were much more coming with the regional strategies that have been the biggest winners of the last 30 years. One of them being countries, by the way, like Austria or Poland, where the world was the region. But there is one area in which people were traveling far away than their regions, and this was the students traveling much more far away than the tourists. It appears that basically, if you see the movement of students, they were ready to go much far away. And from this point of view, if there is one market which was much more globalized, it was the market of ideas. Also very much, of course, dominated by English language, the American discourse. Why I'm saying this, because now we have the crisis of globalization. There was 2 major paradigms that became very popular. One very much born out of the COVID crisis, and this the idea of the onshoring. Come closer to your basically market, come closer to your production center. And the other came from the American Secretary of Treasury after the war in Russia, and this was friendshoring. Be sure that your production is based in a country that in a moment of a geopolitical basically confrontation is going to stay on your side. I'm saying this because, and this is the first interesting paradox, if this is the case, Europe is the biggest winner. For Europe, always regionalization was the game much more than globalization. And because of the level of political integration, European Union was also very much about onshoring and friendshoring. Unlike many other countries, basically, this is where Europe is. But if this is the case, why Europe, in a certain way, feels quite insecure? While basically, if you're looking to the figures and basically the nature of deglobalization, you're going to see, but Europeans should do it fine. And I have also particular interest in demography. I'm going to skip you this because in my view, the interesting story, particularly for Europe, is the politics of depopulation. And this is the major difference. This is not the population bomb. This is the population implosion, which is making Europe very different, basically, and in general, the developing world than many others. But the interesting story is that the war in Ukraine, Russia's invasion in Ukraine, in my view, had 3 important points to which I want to go, and I'll try to make one argument that I'm very much interested to discuss. First, while basically Europe should have benefited from the fact that first, deglobalization basically means regionalization, and you have the most politically sound regional framework. But then suddenly, the war challenged 4 of the major assumptions on which the European integration project has been built. And one very much is about that economic interdependence is a source of security by its own. And there is quite a lot of historical studies showing that economic interdependence is a source of security where both sides have a positive trade expectations. But economic interdependence can become a major source of insecurity and basically can increase the risk of war when basically it is going to be weaponized. And you are seeing this kind of assumptions basically exploding with the German energy policies. In a certain way, the decision of Germany to increase its energy dependence on Russia was based on the fact that they're increasing their security with Russia. And suddenly, basically, they ended up totally increasing their vulnerability to Russia. So this is not that the Germans made a wrong decision. The Germans made a decision that was based very much on universalizing the experience of European integration from the previous periods. And now suddenly what worked yesterday and produced security is becoming a major source of insecurity. And this is creating a kind of intellectual crisis, not simply a political and economic crisis. The second thing that basically for Europe was dramatic was that Europe managed to convince itself that military power doesn't matter. And by the way, Europeans have good reasons to believe this, because the major argument was America was so military powerful. Did they achieve much with this military power in the last 20 years? But then with the war in Ukraine, suddenly you realize that military power doesn't matter when you don't have it. And the major crisis, even part of the problem that people are not making very clear, is that the crisis of Europe transferring weapons to Ukraine is based on the fact that we do not have weapons. In the first 2 months, Italians have been giving to the Ukrainians weapons that have been produced in 1942. So suddenly rethinking military power is a major issue, because it is not simply relocating money. As you know, that Germany basically decided to come with this 100 billion defense capabilities budget. But what the military always used to say is that Excel tables do not fight and budgets do not fight. In a certain way, for Europe, moving from this kind of a post-war structure feeling to a pre-war is a cultural change. And this cultural change is particularly strong in places like Germany, where basically making society a post-sacrifice society was the very definition of success. So while in many other places, deglobalization is very much economic or political issue, for Europe, it became kind of an identity issue. In a certain way, this is a challenge, particularly for some of these European countries, West European countries, and I'm going to say why this is much more for them. And then when you go on the level of the companies, you have the other shift from efficiency to resilience. Before, the idea was that you should have as least possible articles in your store, because this is how basically you're cutting the costs. And now the problem was why you don't have face masks, why basically you don't have anything stored. The logic of resilience and the logic of efficiency are totally different logics. And this is also basically the time it's going to take and so on. So I'm saying this because paradoxically, the Russia war in Ukraine means the return of the 3 crises that Europe experienced for the last 15 years, but suddenly they're coming first with totally different intensity, and our responses are different. This is slightly because there was a biblical tone, which was here put. It was the second coming of the global financial crisis, the second coming of the migration crisis, and also the second coming in kind of a East-West crisis that we basically were seeing before. If you go on the global financial crisis, you're going to see that again, the euro is under question, but the policy response is totally different. If before the idea was keep the rules, go with austerity, basically don't change the rules, now the idea is we should overspend this crisis. It's totally different. And if before the kind of keeping inflation under control was the major kind of priority, suddenly nobody fears inflation. By the way, this is critically interesting because you're going to see that historically, the historians here like me, but all of the societies has a certain type of traumas that have been so much embedded in them, that have been so much talked about, that they're experiencing them differently. For the Germans, the rise of inflation basically automatically means crisis of democracy, basically something going wrong because you have the Weimar memory very much there. There are other societies in which it's not inflation, this is unemployment. The rise of unemployment that they basically see as the kind of a crisis of the system. I'm saying this because these kind of historical different experiences are going to matter when Europe is going to renegotiate what we're doing and not doing. When you go on the migration crisis, the number of migrants that came from Ukraine is twice higher than the migrants that came from Syria. But also you're going to see a totally different response, and particularly totally different response from the countries that basically have been the major kind of a source of resentment during the migration crisis. At the moment, 8% of the people living on the territory of Poland are Ukrainians. We're not talking only about people who came from, with these refugees, there was quite a lot of labor migrants from before. 7% of the Polish families, households today, have a Ukrainian living with them. And by the way, imagine what we're talking about, keeping in mind the cost of living crisis that is coming. And this is also very much going to the direction that the previous speaker put. Ethnic homogeneity is a critically important to understand part of the East-West divide. If you look at the two maps of Europe, one from the year 1900 and the other for the year 1990, you're going to see, in both cases, two Europes, but slightly replaced. In 1900, there was one Europe which was ethnically quite homogeneous, and it was Western Europe, Germany, France, and the other that was extremely ethnically and culturally diverse, and this was the Habsburg Europe. 100 years later, after revolution, 2 world wars, and major movement of people, you're going to see the same map totally replaced. East European countries ethnically homogeneous, and West European countries much more ethnically diverse. So when people are saying that, oh, in 20th century, also people have been moving, the truth is that 20th century, particularly the second half, people have been moving in order to produce more ethnic homogeneous states, while now the people are moving to produce much more ethnically diverse states. Probably the number of the people who have been moving, the logic of the movement was very different. I'm saying this just to give you one example. In the year 1939, 1/3 of the population of Poland have been not an ethnic Poles. You have Jews, Germans, Ukrainians. In 1989, around 97% have been ethnic Poles. So this is a major changes when we talk about this migration crisis, and also this told the idea that when we talk about solidarity and about strangers, there is not a kind of universal strangers. Some others are stranger to us than others. And solidarity is a very selective. Just to go to the, because I have 5 minutes. So as a result of it, when we're talking about integration within the European region and how this crisis is going to change it, and Bill Grashkovich touched on this, every of this crisis was producing a different division in Europe. And paradoxically, exactly the fact that it was producing a different division of Europe, we managed to muddle through and to rebalance. In a certain way, European Union slightly was as a drunken man, which basically all the time can find the wall to go through. Because the financial crisis, it was North versus South, and East was not there to a great extent because it was not part of the Euro, but to the extent it was there, it was on the side of the North. And then you have the migration crisis, which was very much West versus East, but particularly a major division within the countries, urban metropolitan areas versus the rural parts of the countries everywhere. Now what we are seeing is that the difference between East and West is not simply one of the results, but there are two others. First, East is becoming much more important. And secondly, East is also divided. Mr. Orban and Mr. Kaczynski can share many things. What they don't share is a Russia policy. Why I'm saying this, and I'll really go, because there are 3 things in my view in this East-West divide that we're going to see, and which in my view are going to be interesting both for the CEU and for the Economic Institute when they gain from these 2 different perspectives, much more challenging their global choice and challenging their regional choice. One is that European Union was created by the former empires. All of the founding members were either former or acting empires. Suddenly, with the enlargement of the East, for the first time, you have nation states being born out of the disintegration of the empires that took the central stage. And the Ukrainian crisis is bringing back something that has totally disappeared before, the idea of a liberal nationalism. Totally different idea of sovereignty. When President Zelensky was asked who is his model, he didn't say Germany or Belgium. He said Israel. So from this point of view, this clash about the meaning of sovereignty, where the kind of a nation states and foreign empires are going to rebalance is going to be of critical importance. Second is the identity politics. And here it's interesting to see that identity politics works both on the national level, but also on the level of the states. You should try to imagine how strange it is that in a moment in which Poland is almost in a war with Russia, the major argument of the Polish government is about reparations from Germany to the World War II. So suddenly, future is simply correcting the past. And this idea of a future as correcting the past, you can see on different levels. Strangely enough, as you know, Polish government is very critical to identity politics American style. But if I want to be ironic, they very much sounds like an African-American leaders, which are basically insisting that reparation is the only thing that matters. And this is the only way to talk about the future is basically readjusting and to remaking the past. If this is the case, and this is my last point, this crisis is going to end up with a major rebalancing of power between Central Europe and Germany. And Germany is not ready for this. Because in all previous crises, Germany was playing from two positions that are not here there. Position of moral authority and position of economic and political strengths. And now basically both of them are under crisis. So let me stop here and we can discuss it. Thank you.
Shall I go ahead? Okay. I can't quite hear, but let me go ahead. Greetings from Johannesburg. Thank you to the organizers for the invitation to be part of this eminent panel at this auspicious event. Apologies not to be able to be with you in person in what looks like a beautiful room there, but to be connecting from what Michael referred to as from outer space. It looks like a really rich program with fascinating discussions and a true intellectual fiesta. In my talk, I'm going to be bringing a perspective from Africa. I think it's quite different from the previous two presentations in this panel. Of course, the context is very different in many ways. And I want to avoid perhaps drawing false parallels just for the sake of relevance to the conference. But of course, there are important opportunities, I think, for sharing and for learning. So I'm going to be speaking broadly around regional integration and industrialization in Africa in the current period. So as I've said, the context in Africa is very different. And I just wanted to highlight perhaps a couple of things which are salient to regional integration. Here we're talking about 54 countries with a combined population, which is large, 1.2 billion, but of course smaller than, for example, India with one country. And estimated, at least 2,000 languages. So a very diverse continent, also in terms of religion, ethnicity, and so on. In the opening panel, or the opening of this conference, one of the speakers referred to that history is never quite in the past. And I think in the case of Africa, the enduring impact of colonial history is directly relevant to the prospects and the possibilities and the challenges of integration in the current period, in a couple of different respects. One in terms of borders that cut across what would have been more natural political boundaries between countries, in persistence of conflict of various forms, and perhaps more in the economic realm, in production structures and transport infrastructure that were very much sort of geared around colonial structures. And here, I think it's important also to think through how recent some of this history is. Sometimes we think about colonialism as the grabs of the 19th century, But many adults in Africa today have lived through the tail end of colonialism and independence struggles. So we're not talking about ancient history here, we're talking about post-World War II history. And I think given sort of path dependency in economic structures, we can really observe today the enduring legacy of that, which I think has direct implications for regional integration in the current period. Also of relevance to regional integration in Africa is many dimensions of heterogeneity. I referred earlier to language, to culture, ethnicity, and so on. But in terms of levels of economic development, there's quite a wide variation across the continent. I think similarly as there would have been in Europe at the different stages of integration in Europe. So heterogeneity in terms of income per capita, in terms of levels of socioeconomic development, in terms of composition of economies, levels of technological advancement, also in terms of political economy and so on. Yet, notwithstanding these heterogeneities, there are also some similarities in production structures and in comparative advantage that to some extent complicate, let's say, the possibilities of increasing intra-regional trade. I wanted to talk a bit about, I think, the relevant current development, which is the African Continental Free Trade Agreement and Area, AFCFTA. And perhaps, just firstly, just to briefly reflect on, I think, the long-standing sort of aspirational nature of this. And I think, interestingly, if we look internationally at what have often been quite ambitious projects of trade and regional integration, these often tend to be most successful when they're animated by something beyond just the immediate issues of tariffs and of trade integration and so on, but are animated by something a bit bigger, a broader vision. And I think even if we look back to the European experience from decades ago, there might be something different, but something aspirational, which is reflected there. And I think in the case of Africa, even though all of these agreements often will inevitably have many technical elements and conflicts and negotiations and so on, but they're also part of giving effect to some of these early dreams, post-independence dreams of a united Africa, of Pan-Africanism, of integration, of industrialization, not just for the sake of it, but as part of standing on their own feet as the continent, of strengthening trade within Africa to reduce reliance on the West and so on. And although things have changed, obviously, in many ways since that period and since the founding of the AU, I think some of these aspirations still animate the moves towards regional integration in Africa in the current period. So the AFCFTA is the largest free trade area in the world by a number of countries, aims at a single market for goods and services, and also to contribute to the movement of capital and persons, and to lay a foundation for a later continental customs union. And has broader goals of sustainable and inclusive development, including poverty reduction, and quite explicitly within the goals of structural transformation and industrialization and competitiveness. And just to dwell a bit on this, and which I think relates to why I've framed the talk around industrialization and integration, is that part of the thinking behind the AFCFTA actually puts structural change and industrialization at the centerpiece of it. And these are not seen as sort of two things that need to be moving in parallel, industrialization on the one hand and trade integration on the other hand, but as really intertwined in the logic of the agreement and the way that the free trade area is being built up. And the rationale behind this is that if there's just trade liberalization without strengthening of productive capabilities of industrialization and so on, it's not going to bring about a thoroughgoing growth and development in African countries, let alone in a more equitable way. So the policies around the AFCFTA are really placing very strong emphasis on industrialization, of building up industrial capacities and capabilities, so that as trade is liberalized, there is actually that productive capacity to produce and to trade what has previously been produced outside of the continent. So while, as I mentioned earlier, it's emanates, I think, from a long-standing vision, even from post-colonial times. Once things actually got going, they've actually moved very quickly, much more quickly than maybe in the early stages of EU integration. So the intention was, it was adopted at the AU in 2012, negotiations began in 2015, the agreement was entered into force in 2019, and trading under the AFCFTA began on the beginning of 2021. And while there's still a long way to go, I think it's actually quite rapid progress. So the integration is in terms of phase one, trade in goods, trade in services, and dispute settlement mechanisms. Phase two, more cross-cutting issues, investment, intellectual property rights, competition policy, digital trade, issues around women and youth in trade. And I just check whether the slides are still visible, because I see a message in the chat about a loss of camera feed. Okay, I don't
can't see you very well, so I don't know what happens to the.
Okay, great.
Sorry.
No
so
problem.
The people in the room can see you and hear you very well.
Okay, well, that's what matters. Thank you. So in terms of some of the challenges to regional integration in Africa, because of course, this broad aspirational vision is always more difficult in practice, as we've seen in regional integration in all parts of the world. One of these is that at the introduction of the AFCFTA, Africa was already divided into 8 separate free trade areas or customs unions, each with different regulations. And in addition to these 8, more regional economic cooperation bodies on top of those. A second broad area of challenge is that the formal regional integration through trade liberalization is, of course, just one part. And some other important aspects which I think can in practice hamper trade integration if not addressed. One is non-tariff barriers, and secondly, infrastructure, which is really crucial in the African case. So sometimes to move goods from one country to a neighboring country, or to a country maybe one along, can take days. Or even weeks just to move across the border. So there have been studies showing just to move, for example, within West Africa from one to a non-adjacent country, it can take more than a month just to get through a short distance. In terms of goods being held up sometimes for weeks at a time at customs borders and so on. So even if there's absolutely no tariffs or no formal trade barriers, of course, these infrastructural and institutional issues will definitely undermine the practice of growing trade integration within the continent. I think also issues of conflict, of xenophobia. I think some of these, although the context is completely different, but echo some of the points which have been raised in a different context by the previous speakers. And then broadly to reflect on who will be the winners and losers. I think would be widely acknowledged now, and also if we look at the European experience, that not every trade and regional integration will benefit from equally. There will be winners and losers both within and between countries, and I think this is motivated in some quarters some of the concerns around regional integration in Africa from some groups within some countries. So some of this unevenness will be by country, by sector, spatially, by skills levels, by occupation, by gender, and so on, which obviously brings political economy aspects of managing this integration. And one particular aspect which I wanted to refer to is some of the risks, or let's say challenges, to nascent industrializers. As I mentioned at the outset, there's a lot of heterogeneity among the countries of Africa in many respects, but one of them being in terms of levels of industrialization. So we have everything from countries which have barely any industry whatsoever, and overwhelmingly agrarian with some low-level services countries and very little industry. With, on the other hand, upper middle income and even a few high-income countries which have industrialized over many decades or deindustrialized as well. So when these are brought together in a regional integration, the risk, of course, is that for those nascent industrializers, what will be the impact on the industrialization prospects, where they haven't yet built up those capabilities and competitiveness in manufacturing. And one of the key issues to manage is to ensure that there really is that thoroughgoing industrialization across the continent, and those opportunities are maximized rather than the less developed countries simply being swamped by South Africa, Mauritius, Egypt, and so on. And linked to that is, I think, the political economy and the practicalities of the adjustment process, where there are winners and losers. In the case of Africa, there are not deep pockets, and there are limited finance to compensate in this adjustment process, or not only to compensate losers, but to build up actively those capabilities. So I think this is one of the challenges. Linking this a bit with industrialization in Africa, which, as we know, is the least industrialized region. In a number of countries, there was, in fact, early promising industrialization in the post-independence period, which was, in many cases, aborted by structural adjustment programs in the early 1980s. And if we look at those paths, there was never really a recovery. It was a real structural break in terms of industrialization pathways that many African countries never actually recovered from. And even in the more recent period, in many cases, we can see what I've referred to as pre-industrial deindustrialization, where without having even reached maybe 5% of GDP or employment being in manufacturing, countries are already declining. So it's not the same kind of deindustrialization as would be witnessed in advanced European countries. This also, of course, hampers the prospects of African countries moving to advanced services, which might also have some sort of growth pulling possibilities, where they're deindustrializing at such low levels of income per capita and of industrialization. In many cases, we can observe weak productive capabilities, low technology intensity, and weak growth pulling properties of manufacturing. But of course, there have been success stories as well in different periods. Mauritius in the earlier period, Ethiopia more recently, and so on, where there's a significant buildup of industrialization, job creation, upgrading, and so on. And I think in Africa, there's also been a comeback of industrial policy. This has been talked about internationally, but I think even before that in Africa, because over the last decade or so, a greater emphasis on industrial policy than there's been over several decades. So there's almost a generational gap, even in the research field, in terms of people working on industrial policy and so on. But if we look over the last sort of decade, it's featuring much more strongly in terms of industrial policies within individual countries, as well as within regional bodies, not only at the continental level, but, for example, Southern Africa, West Africa, and so on. May I just ask how much time I have? So I might skip some slides.
So it's 4 minutes. I didn't want to interrupt because it's so rude. You cannot do it differently but 4 minutes, please.
Thank you. I'm glad I asked in that case. So I'm going to skip a few slides, but I'll just give a bit of a taster here. So I wanted just to, I suppose, briefly reflect on this concept which we've been developing of transformative industrialization for Africa. So as I've said, the failure to industrialize over a long period in Africa, I think, has manifested not only in terms of economic effects, lack of diversification, low growth, and so on, but also in terms of wider political economy effects. There's something where countries undergo a thoroughgoing industrialization process, which can happen over centuries or even over decades. It changes the class structure of societies, builds up a mass industrial working class, in developing countries, if we look, for example, in Asia and even in Latin America, a sort of independent national capitalist class with a range of political and political economy consequences. If we look at trade unionization and modernization, effects on electoral patterns and so on, it's a concept of industrialization that's not just about shares of GDP or about manufacturing exports and so on. But when a country undergoes that process of industrialization, it affects education systems, gender relations, classes, and so on. And I think this is sort of part of what Africa has never undergone. So industrialization is about much more than economic growth. And this is part of why we call industrial revolutions revolutionary. Going back to the first, second, third industrial revolutions, it's not only about the revolutionary technologies, but about the revolutionary impact, for better and for worse, but really the transformative impact on societies. So I'm going to go very quickly through this, but I think we're trying to develop this concept of transformative industrialization for Africa that is not just about manufacturing production, but that is transformative of societies in the sense that it's systemic, it's catalytic, it's disruptive of current political economy, of social relations and so on, and is long-lasting in the way that stop-start industrialization cannot be. So of course, this needs to take account of the diversity and the specific conditions of African countries, of the changing nature of industry and so on for industrial policy, but can be part of a new growth and development pathways for African countries. I think I'm going to skip this because of time and just go to my concluding slide. So I think it goes without saying that African regional integration in the present is at a much earlier stage, of course, than in other parts of the world. But it's not just like integration that happened in other regions, but happening at a later stage, both because the world has changed so much and because it's a different continent with such fundamental differences. Yet having said that, I think there are important commonalities that in regional integration in different contexts that can be learned from in terms of, for example, winners and losers and how to manage equity within integration and so on. In some ways, I think the regional integration in Africa is actually more ambitious, at least in terms of the speed and the aspirations of speed than in the earlier periods in Europe, but of course at a much earlier stage. It's a vision that really intertwines regional integration with trade, with structural change and industrialization, as I've said, not just as kind of important things that move in parallel, but actually conceptually and policy-wise really integrating these. I think also one of the important things, which maybe I haven't mentioned on the slide here, is a very purposive approach towards building regional value chains in Africa. So the idea here is that rather than just waiting for regional value chains to kind of strengthen of their own accord, at the policy level, there's been an identification of priority of VCs in pharma, in auto, and so on, and active steps being taken to actually cultivate those linkages and actually build up those regional value chains rather than just waiting for it to happen organically. So of course we need to not ask too much of regional integration and of the AfCFTA. The expectations are high. I think it goes without saying that there's no magic bullet that can solve the problems. But to recognize that it can make an impact. There will be winners, there will be losers, and there's a political economy of managing that, and to keep this updated with the current developments. So even trade and industrialization now are not the same as what they were even 10, 20 years ago. So to integrate the implications of 4R and evolving technologies of the green transition and so on for this vision. Let me leave it there. Thank you for listening.
Okay. Thank you very much for a very thought-provoking panel. We started a bit late. At the same time, I guess after 2 hours, there is some tiredness. So I suggest we have one round of questions and have a final round of the panelists. So we can go about 10 minutes into the coffee break, but not much more. I think I have to walk around with this micro. So who would like to raise a, okay. And if you could shortly introduce yourself.
Franz Nauschnick, formerly Austrian Central Bank, now European Task Force Carbon Pricing. One question to Mr. Krastev. Isn't it that Germany, you said Germany was acting on a strength in the former crisis, but Germany made stupid policies in this crisis. For example, they didn't invest in their infrastructure. They even invited me to a German government expert group on infrastructure financing. And when the Germans invited Austria, and we are deeply distressed, we made a very bad policy in the euro area crisis, increasing the spreads, never introducing the so-called Vienna Initiative, which was quite successful in Central and Eastern Europe. So it didn't invest in the military, and you already mentioned their energy policies. So we have these consequences of these bad policies now. So it's clear. There was even in a German newspaper, the chancellor now is the Trümmermann, who has to reorganize or rebuild this stuff. And the second question, a bit relating to Africa. I was invited in a conference in Paris in July, comparing what we did in Eastern Europe to what was in the Mediterranean and the MENA region. So Europe didn't invest much in the MENA region, whereas it invested a lot in Central and Eastern Europe. Even only the Austrian banks invested more than the whole of Europe in the MENA region. So it's not comparable, but it would make sense that Europe cooperates more with the MENA region. For example, the MENA region, where you usually have most of electricity from gas and oil, which is very inefficient. So if Europe invests and finances their solar and wind power, they could export their gas and oil to Europe and replace Russian oil and gas.
Okay, thank you very much. We have a number of more questions, and I would suggest, if possible, keep the questions short with an interrogative question mark at the end. Thank you very much. So we have on the right, Vera, and then we have in the middle after you, Vera.
Thank you very much. My name is Vera Stepanovic from Leiden University. I have two questions each from Professor Arman and Professor Dragana. I will try to keep them short. So the questions are as follows. They're really clarification questions. The first one has to do with your description of the sort of the one world movement and the vision that was there in the 70s, but not in the 1930s, that you like the way you describe it. And the two things I didn't quite understand from the presentation, I would appreciate if you could say a bit more about it, is I do remember that there were sort of one world visions in the before the First World War in particular, the Socialist International, the workers' movements, which were often violently suppressed and possibly weren't there in the 1930s. But it's not that they weren't there. So there is something about how these ideas gain traction. And the second one is that, if I understood well from your presentation, this sort of one world vision came very much from the environmental movement, but then succeeded because of carbonization. So there is something there that I missed the transition, and I would like to hear more about it. And to Professor Dragana about the African integration, I hope very much that this succeeds very well. It's an amazing project. And I'm just curious about two aspects of it. One is to do with external trade. So the way you describe it, of course, industrialization. So the fact that perhaps unlike in Europe, the continental integration is supposed to create a larger domestic market and encourage industrialization. But this depends a little bit on what is allowed in world trade. Up until now, even large domestic markets weren't really successful because often they were constrained by their commitments to the outside. So whether you see this changing at the continental level. And the second is a bit more asking about the horizon, so the industrialization as the ultimate developmental horizon. You know, coming from Eastern Europe, where this has come and went several times and wasn't always very successful and didn't always bring as much employment as we hoped for and has brought environmental degradation. Is there a debate around this, or this is really sort of a continental consensus and sort of that is the vision, or is there some kind of dissenting voices and different types of visions? Thank you very much. Sorry.
Okay, so it's if you could just pass it on to.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much to this distinguished panel. Really insightful talks. My name is Angelo Kruger. I'm a graduate student at the International Relations Department at CEU. And I have a question to Mr. Krastev. It's also a bit more clarifying. You said economic interdependence can also increase the risk of war. I really find this a little bit counterintuitive, thinking of the spirit of the European Union and the community on coal and steel, and maybe you can give a bit more examples on that. Thank you very much.
Okay, we have a question here.
I'm Rakesh Patabyal. I teach history at Jawaharlal Nehru University in New Delhi. Taking cue from Professor Kastev's comment, I want to just flag off an idea or query to Professor Adelman, whether in this integration and disintegration movements, colonialism evaporates as a concept, because that has other complications and implications that press the colonialism.
So thank you all for the fascinating talk. And my name is Marina Wu. I'm assistant professor of sociology at CEU. And I would just have two very brief questions to say for the time for sake of time. So the first one is related to the one thing that I talk about, deglobalization. It's not only about economic and political issue for Europe, but also an issue for identity. So I'd like to hear more about that, maybe some concrete example about this, because I'm super interested about this. And the second one is about the immigration issue that, unlike the great migration crisis earlier in Europe, but for the recent Ukrainian refugee is a lot friendly. A lot of actually countries to embrace their refugees there, but as the war actually is still running on, so it's also unlikely to end very soon. So will be some of the reactions for the European countries and what they would like to do with those refugees, to continue living in their countries. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't see any hands raised. I have one hand.
Thank you. Robert Sterder from Vienna Institute for International Economic Studies. A very quick question to all three panelists with very insightful talks. I think there was one missing elephant in the room, which is the role of China, which is particularly important now in the war crisis, which has been, as we've seen by Professor Adelman, and the CO2 emissions has a big chunk. And of course, it has a lot of impact also on African integration, and so a lot of investments in Africa. So I missed a bit this big elephant in this millennial transformations of China. Thanks.
Okay, I will abuse my role as chair and also ask one question. It's a quick one. Thinking about integration typically means political, moral, and economic leadership. It doesn't go without it. And in a way, Vera has already asked it a little bit. I would like to know, starting with Ivan's point, Germany and Europe has lost political, moral leadership. Now, what we see is the fight for political, moral, economic leadership on parts of Eastern Europe, which is a very illiberal, let's call it this way, project, or anti-liberal. Do you see any other project which could take this? Because without this, I guess, like we had in the neoliberalism, let's put it in the 1970s, without that, if we don't have an alternative to that one, where do we end up there? Okay, so with these questions, should we do in the reverse order? Let Fiona first answer or address the questions and points you want to make, and then go through Ivan and Jeremy. Okay, Fiona, the floor is yours.
Thanks very much for the interesting comments and questions. But maybe just very briefly on the last one from yourself. I think in the African context is really a developmental project. Obviously, it's a different context, but I think that's sort of the animating force. In terms of Vera's two questions, first in terms of external trade, I think it's a spot-on observation from you in terms of the restrictions which they are there, and it's one of the differences in a project of regional integration today as compared to decades ago. There are those restrictions, but I think there's still a lot that can be done even within those. I think the logic here is that there could be a lot more trade within the continent than there currently is, even just by removing obstacles. In terms of trade barriers, non-trade barriers, improving infrastructure, and so on, all of which is nobody can stop that. So that just through those alone, we would expect the balance of trade within the continent and between the continent and the rest of the world to change. And in terms of your quite interesting second question, industrialization as the ultimate development horizon, I think it is an important part of Africa's development pathway. In the sense that for African countries that have never industrialized, it will be difficult to leapfrog to kind of services that could be alternative engines of growth. So for an agrarian economy, and when we're talking about agrarian, we're not talking about like high-tech agriculture, very basic subsistence agriculture, and a few factories, very basic here and there. What would be the kind of services that those kinds of economies could leapfrog to without going through some sort of an industrialization? So I think it remains part of an important pathway, but of course it can't be the same as industrialization a half century ago in other countries. One of those, of course, is the green nature of that. So what is a sustainable green industrialization pathway for African countries? And of course, that brings in issues of financing from those countries that have warmed the planet up already. So let me leave it there.
Thank you very much. I'll try to be relatively brief because this was a very interesting question, an important question. And I'll start with the ones that first is for a shorter period, and I'll leave Germany for the dessert. On the problem of interdependency, and there is quite a lot of literature saying that in interdependent economies, what you're really fighting for is asymmetrical interdependence. We want to be connected, but to be honest, I want you to be more dependent on me than I'm going to be on you. And from this point of view, this was an argument very well known before the World War I, which was the argument that basically the empires have been trading too much with each other. So when you're going basically to attack the other one, you're also going to hurt your own economic interests. And this is very much reducing this to economic interdependency. The idea was that with European Union, you have a much more normative interdependency. Basically, we're sharing a common norms and so on. But these two periods does not need to go easily together in a time dimension. It is easy to start trading than sharing values. And in a certain way on the value issues, and on this is something that they have been much more working around, all this transition period of Eastern Europe can be perceived as two forms of migration. On one level, some people like me migrated individually to Vienna, but then others migrated to Western European institutions with all of our countries. And then what you're seeing in many of these countries is a classical problem of the second generation of migrants. The first was very happy of being integrated and basically go with the institutions, but the second starts to have an identity crisis, seeing the sailing glasses and trying to ask for different type of recognition. So from this point of view, this is what I mean. If you have two players that have a totally different expectations about the future, the one with a pessimistic expectations about the future will be incentivized to weaponize interdependence. And to be honest, this is what we see in the Russia-West relations, in my view, to a great extent. On the refugee issues, it's a great question. And in a certain way, Turkey can be a great model, what I expect is going to happen in Poland. As you know, in the beginning, Turkey really managed to host around 2-3 million of Syrian refugees. And public was very, very supportive for this. And President Erdogan was the major advocate of this. But if this is going to coincide with an economic crisis, with the passing of time, you're going to have a level of resentment. And this resentment can go so strong that now basically the number of people who are with a very strong anti-refugee sentiment in Turkey is around 87%. What is the difference? And this is an important difference, is the demographic structure of the two societies. In a long term economically, Poland is going to benefit incredibly from this war. Because you're going to have a lot of young people, because most of the people who emigrated is women with children and so on. When these kids go to school, they're going to be socialized, and for them, living and working in Poland is going to be an option. The biggest risk for Ukraine of a prolonged conflict, and this is the risk that not many people are talking about, is a depopulation of the country. And this is a major development obstacle. And coming from where I'm coming, I have the feeling that I know what we're talking about. And this could be big. There are already certain areas of Ukraine that are so depopulated that talking about any type of a meaningful recovery does not make sense. For example, part of the Donbas region, which basically the infrastructure is destroyed, but also there are not people there. And then this is this, in my view, extremely interesting question about, which came also when Dr. Svoboda was talking, why the countries, particularly the post-colonial world, were quite indifferent to what is happening in Ukraine. This is the other interesting story about post-colonialism. It is not universal. Your empire is not my empire. So when many kind of African states see what is happening in Ukraine, they much more see who are the Ukrainian allies, the former European imperial states, then they basically can identify it with the Ukrainians. And this is one of the interesting story, because not simply economic behavior, but even the foreign behavior of the states tends to be very regional. Countries like India are a great example of this. India is very willing to ally and to side with the United States in the context of the Indo-Pacific when China is the issue, and India is very reluctant to side with the West and the United States during the Russia-Ukrainian conflict, because for them, Russia is a balancing power towards China in their own region. So paradoxically, while we like to talk about kind of a new Cold War with a very kind of a global geopolitical divisions between democracy and autocracies, my major argument is that during the Cold War, ideological divide managed to discipline post-colonial differences. For many reasons I don't want. Now this is not the case. Now this regional post-colonial, basically, we're going to have a fragmented polarization. And the last, let's go to the German issue, which is really important and coming from several things. Listen, the fact that you are strong does not mean that you're right. But in both cases, for different reasons, Germany was outside of the crisis. In the Eurozone, basically, they have been the economic and political power that could have underwritten the Greeks or the Italians, but it was not a German crisis. German economy was not in crisis. And part of the problem for Germany during a long period of time was that they didn't understand the crisis of others because their own economic and political experience was very different. They didn't have a populist parties before the refugee crisis. They didn't basically have a major economic issues. So the German response to this crisis was, do what we do and you'll be fine. And interestingly enough, only after the refugee crisis and the political turbulences in Germany, they discover that they were not the normal, they were the abnormal in Europe. With the refugee crisis, of course, there is a lot of attack. And by the way, part of East European criticism was not so kind of illegitimate as it looks like. It was about the decision making. Germany decided to decide on its own, but Germany had a high moral ground. And this was true. They took the people, they did it, they have a moral argument. So now they have the Poles problem, because you can like or dislike what the Poles or the Balts are saying, but when it comes to the weapons and others, they have a point. And the point is that basically these countries perceive this as existential threat, and they don't have the feeling that Germany is delivering as much as expected. And also Germany is not giving the explanation why they're doing this. For Germany, this is a major issue. We talk about regions. Decoupling from Russia is a reality, regardless of how the war is going to develop, regardless when it's going to stop. This is a different region. And this is where also I very much agree with, strangely enough, we're so much focused on the conflict and we became so regional. In the moment, in order to survive, you need to look out because you should replace Russia as a major source. And by the way, this course is going to be interesting because when you say we do not have authoritarian gas anymore, Saudi gas or Saudi oil is not particularly more democratic. So in a certain way, even on the level of the narrative, our narrative is self-defeating. And this is my really last point. Where is the alternative which is coming from Eastern Europe? The alternative is geopolitical Europe. And basically Poland, much more than Hungary, Hungary for different reasons is playing an island game. But Poland is saying the following: if in order to have a geopolitical Europe, you should consolidate. It's not about transforming us. This is about renegotiating and rebalancing because we should act together. And European Union is really facing a choice. On one level is the constitutional integrity of the legal space because of the rule of law. The other is basically the possibility of a geopolitical Europe because without Poland, it cannot function. It is. And this is a choice that Europe has not been seeing before because Europe was conceptualizing it as a post-war. And this is not the case anymore. So sorry.
Okay. That's, okay, so I will be very brief because I need coffee badly. So I'll just kind of run through them then. On one worldism, yes, Vera, right? Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, it's a through line, one might say, even from the middle of the 18th century, when the question of commercial interdependence really begins to, from the Scottish Enlightenment onwards. So I don't mean to say that it disappears, it only gets invented in the 1970s. And in fact, has a lot of utopian properties. The 1893 World Congress of Religions in Chicago, for instance, was a fascinating event. And it comes back to life. Crises, in fact, can invigorate it. So World War I had the effect on cooperativists, and there was a lot of thinking about, very radical thinking about disarmament, for instance, and treaties that banned aggressive wars of aggression. It may well be that it's that very treaty that is the one that gets used. I don't know. You guys will know much more than I against Putin himself, which is a treaty that came out of the 1920s. So that banned wars against aggression. We often forget that part of the logic of Nuremberg was governed by that as well. So it wasn't invented in the 1970s, but what it had in the 1970s that gave it some ballast, though, was in a sense the disenchantment with national politics and this emergent transnational solidarity, affiliation, languages that gave it some strength. On the relationship with carbon, all I mean there is the structure of feeling doesn't on its own determine whether, let's say, the one worldist view might prevail or forms of solidarity, but that there are material conditions as well. And there are, it's very clear that the discovery of new carbon reserves, the globalization of our carbon dependency unintentionally had the effect of being supercharging a neoliberalism and growth from the 1970s onwards, as did financialization. So there's always this uncomfortable correlation. Some people would say it's causal between, let's say, carbon dependency and financialization on the one hand, and a neoliberal economic model, and a humanitarian liberal internationalist model on the other. I could put that as a hypothesis about what, and the exhaustion now of that model now, that those two could run in parallel and connected tracks, but both are fatigued. What about colonialism? Well, yes, I mean, all forms of integration are exclusive in some way. they're all hierarchical in some fashion. And in fact, the first long durée moment of interdependence from the 19th century was born out of empire. And in some senses, and it comes to Ivan's point, that in some senses, the long 20th century was governed by the effort to try to decolonize interdependence very, very fitfully, I might say. And the question then is how to construct post-imperial forms of hierarchy and asymmetry. And of course, there are lots of ways in which that works. Is that neo-colonial? Is a question we might explore. And the last on China, yes, I think one of the, and it goes with carbon and credit, one of the byproducts of the 70s and 80s, of course, was the increasing decentralization and pluralization of the world, including the rise of China. And I think there are two ways to look at it. There are two variables to push this through. One is, and in a sense, in the tensions that we're groping with in this increasing decentralization of the world economy and the pluralization of its members, is on capital, right? That China has emerged as the world's greatest lender of capital, the United States as the world's greatest borrower, with the Federal Reserve Board governing the world's reserve currency. So if you're looking for a structural source of crisis that's much larger than anything we get really touched yet here, I would point to that. So I'm glad you raised the China question. The other is, of course, on energy geopolitics, is that the other flip side of the paradox of carbonization is that the United States was made into a non-Eurasian Eurasian power, right? While this was happening on the one hand, and then went from being an energy importer to becoming an energy exporter, China at the same time was turning away from the model of Pacific American orientation through export-led growth towards becoming more Eurasian itself. So in a funny way, you have a conversion, and that's where, back to Ivan's point, Europe was right in the middle of that kind of crosshair. So yes, I think if we were really to model that out, you could not talk about China.
Okay, so here you see a practical example of Germany losing leadership. As a German, I was supposed to keep the time. It's completely out of control. But this is for good reason. I think this was a super thought-provoking panel. Thank you very much to all three speakers. Thank you really very much. I think this was a great start of the conference. And Michael, you will tell us how long our coffee break is now. That I think our speakers deserve for sure. 20 minutes. So we reconvene basically at 20 to 12, a quarter to 12. Okay, thank you very much once again. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I think you can. It's me again, so you know what you have to have signed up for. We will have another interesting and maybe long panel, but let's see. So I'm very happy to introduce the speakers of the second panel. We have basically two contributions to two papers. The one is co-authored by Ivano Cardinale and Michael Landesmann. I will only introduce Ivano now because you have already had the chance to meet Michael Landesmann. So Ivano Cardinale is a reader in economics at Goldsmiths, University of London, where he co-initiated and directs the economics programs. He teaches history of economic thought at the economics faculty of the University of Cambridge also. His research can be described as structural political economy, which draws on a lot of things, which I will not announce here, but it's basically broader than normal economic work. And he is editor-in-chief of Structural Change and Economic Dynamics. He was also awarded the Feltrinelli Giovanni Prize of 2022. This is for social sciences, actually, which is a leading prize for Italian nationals under the age of 40. So let's welcome a generational change, and let's also welcome an economist thinking out of economics. And then we have for the second contribution, which is there a social convergence of Central Eastern Europe to the core? We have István György Tóth, who is the director of Tarki, a social research institute in Budapest, which is an institution which has been around for a very long time. He was lead researcher in a number of comparative research projects on social structure and inequalities in Europe. He's also a member of the advisory board to the Luxembourg Income Study, which is the biggest study, basically, or the biggest data and study collection if you study inequalities, and of the Transatlantic Expert Group of the Future of Works by Bruegel, Brussels. And he published, I mean, he has published on a number of topics on economic and social well-being, income inequality, and in a large number of basically handbooks and compendiums. He also authors and co-edits the biannual Hungarian Social Reports series. So with this, I give the floor. I understand that Ivano will present the co-authored paper. So I give the floor to you.
Thank you very much. I'm delighted to be here and to provide a point of view of a political economy kind as economists tend to think about it in a way. It's a joint work with Michael. So our purpose is to explore some of the both centrifugal and centripetal forces that are at play as we see them in European integration. And we are going to give what we call structurally political economy perspective on it. What do we mean by it? Now, the basic intellectual tradition and analytical tradition what we build is that of classical political economy, from Smith to Ricardo and partly Marx, that had from our purposes two key ideas, two key analytical ideas. One is to look at production structures and how they evolve over time and how in the evolution they change the position both of industries and on social groups who receive income. So it's a way of looking at the interaction between changes in the material structure and changes in the social position of different groups. And the other one is that such productive structures would make at any moment some collective objectives possible and other not. For example, for a given economic structure, you can have a certain level of economic growth, for example, you can have a certain level of employment, but you cannot just obtain everything you want. You are constrained by what is in place. Now, these two ideas are central to what we do, and we think are still particularly relevant for what we want to understand today, because we live in times of deep industrial, economic, and productive transformation, which has important consequences for societies more broadly. However, if we want to try to understand what's going on now, we need to generalize the classical approach. We need to go beyond. And our fundamental generalizations are these. First of all, instead of assuming ex ante what the relevant social aggregates and therefore what the relevant social political groups are, we want to find them from the analysis. So in every single context, we will look at what the most relevant groups could be and take it from there. So instead of assuming that classes in the classical sense or particular industry are the groups that matter, we look at what they might be in the specific context. Then we also look at feedback effects. So how the groups that are relevant and the choices that they will make, they will have an effect on the economic structures. Once the economic structure change, now there might be different groups or different aggregates or different countries that are more important than others. So we try to trace it over time. And out of this, what we obtain is what we would call an endogenous dynamics. So meaning continuous changes in various dimensions of the interdependencies between industries of the input-output type that we've discussed so far, what that means for social groups and for macroeconomic trajectories. Now, what we do is that we look at basically some building blocks, some levels of analysis, which are industries, their economic actions and attempt at political influence, the influence they have on the economic interdependencies and on the macro trajectory, what this means in terms of income distribution, both by class, but also geographically, for example, and how this expresses in election, in other forms of politics, the state decisions, and the international component. Now, this sounds like a lot. I will not go into the mechanism now. It's just to show what we look at in every situation that we analyze. So we try to look at these different levels and how they interact with each other. This is how we go about it. One thing that I want to say, as a disclaimer almost, is that ours is not model building in the traditional economic sense. It's not an axiomatic or deductive approach. We're not trying to find predictions. It's an explorative approach. It's a heuristic approach. In each situation, we try to see which elements are more relevant, which conflicts might arise, what decisions and what trajectories could emerge. We've already applied this approach to the key issues of the EU integration since the financial crisis. So we did it in depth for the financial crisis and especially the emergence of the North-South cleavage within the EU, and then also with the COVID crisis. The reason we mention this is also because these crises have an important legacy effect, especially on the fiscal space, for example. So the differentiated ability to use fiscal policy that European countries have now is to a great extent a legacy of this crisis, as well as of longer term developments. What we want to do now, what we want to explore with you, is how this approach applies to current challenges, where obviously there are some longer term trends, such as climate change and the need to react to it, the shift towards a different kind of world, probably a more multipolar world, although the jury is out on that. And also newer developments that have catalyzed and accelerated those dynamics, such as the war in Ukraine and the energy inflation crisis that ensued. So we will focus on these three issues. And in each of them, we will look at the internal developments of an endogenous kind, but also the external shocks that hit them and how the two interact. We'll look again at legacy of past crises and past structures and how they affect current developments. And we will try to trace centrifugal and centripetal forces for each to try to come to some sort of big picture about what's going on with EU integration. Now, let's start from the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Now, when the invasion happened, the state apparatuses obviously had to, and the states had to position themselves rather quickly, given also how quickly this happened. And we can imagine that they had a fairly good idea of where they were positioned, although even with internal dialectics within the state themselves. However, what position they expressed also was constrained, in some cases seriously, in some cases also creating serious ambiguities by the attitudes of different segments of the population. So in many different countries, we have different segments that have different attitudes, for example, towards Russia, towards sanctions. And then cleavages were also present at the industry level. So industry was not a monolith in any of the countries. First of all, because of differentiated linkages. some sectors, some parts of industry have bigger linkages, for example, with Russia, not only in energy, but also in other sectors. And so when it came to formulating energy policy, not only the immediate reactions, but especially when it will come to formulating longer term energy policy, where it requires also a lot of technical input and negotiation, all of these internal conflicts will have to be taken into account and will surely show up in what countries do. And in turn, this kind of energy decisions about energy, as well as also military and industrial policy decisions, will also have, again, an impact on social groups of different kinds and a differentiated social impacts depending on income, depending on regions, depending on employment patterns. So further divisions within the social groups. And in turn, there will be a very important element, a very big dilemma, if we want, for national governments in terms of the long-term versus short-term aspect of the transition towards a lower dependence on hydrocarbons, and especially on Russian hydrocarbons, because the longer-term trajectory was more or less clear. But then the new developments, including the effects that these new developments are having on the population, might slow it down. In some cases, are even looking to reverse it. Hopefully, that will not be the case. But here we see how these directions are not straightforward, because these differentiated impacts can change the trajectory even substantially. And all these differences will come into play with the new fiscal challenges that states are facing, fiscal challenges of countering the energy crisis, for example, and also to responding in a longer term. In terms of system dynamics, so of economic interdependencies and longer term trajectories, so what we can expect, what we're already seeing, is further jumps in debt to GDP ratios just about when it was time for recovery. So we were expecting recovery post-COVID, whereas things are getting worse again. And what is very interesting is that the legacy is of different fiscal spaces. So not all countries are equally equipped to use fiscal policy to counteract the energy crisis. They also have different priorities in terms of climate change and other policies. So all this very complex picture across countries and within each country is likely to then play an important role, and partly also explains why it is being so difficult to coordinate on some actions at EU level. Actually, in some aspects, it's been probably more straightforward than some would expect, but in other cases, it's been difficult and probably will be even more difficult in pushing for further energy policy agreements, for example, and on a big problem that is starting to come at the horizon, to agreeing on the Ukraine reconstruction package. Because everyone agrees in principle, but what the contribution shares will be, what the details will be, it's very much a matter of conflict that will be state conflict, but also industry conflicts, because different industries will want to be part of it in different ways, not to speak of the accession of Ukraine to the EU. And if we look at the broader world context beyond the EU itself, the East-West cleavage that we are seeing within the EU will also have an impact on how the EU bloc as a whole will position itself, because some countries want a stronger contraposition towards Russia or even China. Others would want a softer one, but the China issue is becoming, because of the contraposition with the US, will become more and more important in the long run. So all of these issues are serious problems of coordination that need to be addressed. Now, if we move to the energy and inflation crisis that I slightly mentioned earlier. Now, for what concern, here we can start from the industry aspect, okay? Why? Because there is a very strong, obviously, productive dimension of energy crisis. And here, differentiations within the industrial structure of countries are very profound. First of all, within the energy sectors, because depending on the energy source they use, they will have different linkages and different prospects, even in the transition, but also among the users. Also, the users of energy will have a different possibility to switch from one source to another, for example. And this obviously, all this differentiated industry, interest in industry will play a role when it comes to formulating energy policies, as I mentioned equally, and a very strong role, certainly in the short run, but probably a medium and even longer run, will come from the impact that the crisis will have on different segments of the population. And the impact is very diversified. And in many countries, we're seeing how different parts of the population are asking for very different things from the government. I live in the UK. It's outside the EU, but there it's very apparent how different segments are really pushing in different directions for work when it comes to that. And also the impact of inflation is not only on citizens, as we read on newspapers every day, it's also on industry, and it can be important. And again, it's a matter of further differentiation across countries, but also within countries. First of all, because of market power. Different segments of industries have different possibility to shift the increasing cost to the customers. And also it's a matter of export orientation, because inflation will hit competitiveness. And so we can imagine very differentiated effects in different sectors, segments of industry, and in different EU countries. And we know how important the issue of competitiveness is for dynamics within the EU. The fiscal response of states will have to take into account of this. And we can expect that because of the different legacies of fiscal space and of energy linkages, there will be, again, probably differentiated trajectories, at least in principle, across EU countries. Against this background, we will have wage negotiations, we're already having them, which have not only an importance for the segments of population itself and for industry, but also for the overall macro trajectory. Because we can imagine that the various outcomes that such wage negotiations can have will have an important impact on the macroeconomic trajectory of different countries, again, probably in a differentiated way within the EU. And so these impose further constraints on economic policy and could also influence the position that different countries have on EU sanctions, especially when the winter comes. And so, again, when we move at the EU level, we can expect that all the initiatives around coordinated energy policy will reflect all these differences and dilemmas that national governments will have in trying to balance the different interests within, but also the constraints without, in terms of clear Western positioning and so on. So we might see interesting developments this winter. Also big important issues about coordinating monetary policies and fiscal policies. And what one can envision is that Europe will probably take the biggest macroeconomic hit as a region because of the situation that was also discussed in previous panel. If one wants a note of optimism, perhaps it's also in a position that it will do the transition to different energy forms and all the structural changes in the industry that come from it quicker than others, hopefully. Now, for what concerns the broader set, I have the last slide before the conclusion. So we've discussed the emerging East-West cleavage in the EU and about the positioning with other blocs. We see that the issue of the relationship with China will be even bigger prospectively because of the profound linkages that there are. And what could be the effect on economic dynamics? Well, in the short run, probably there will be a macroeconomic cost for all as a combination of the energy crisis, of the restructuring of production network, and of the formation of bloc, although, again, different across country, and across blocks, although a cost for all. In the longer run, what we can envision, and we think will be interesting to see, is that there could be quite differentiated impacts on different countries, in the sense that if we think that the world we're going into is one of incipient multipolarity, this could be that there could be competition between countries for where to invest, for example, in order to create an economic influence in some countries or in some regions, for example. And so there could be countries that try to pursue the benefits that could come from that in terms of receiving more investment or more infrastructure, or being beneficial or benefiting from nearshoring or even friendshoring, as was said today. Okay, but other countries instead could suffer. So we can imagine a more conflictual dynamics about positioning oneself, not only in terms of higher value added, but of being friends of those who will make this kind of investment in terms of countries. And so industrial sectors of various kinds will have to position themselves within this increasingly complex picture that will be based not just on cost consideration, but also on geopolitical consideration. And there will be, again, winners or losers, not only from this, but also from the changing linkages to Russia, to China, and to other regions. At the level of various segments of the population, surely there will be a further longer-term inflation coming from the fact that now production networks will be restructured not only on lowest cost basis, but also on political and geopolitical basis. So we can expect bigger inflationary pushes for the longer run, and there will be obviously effects on employment structure. And so we think that something important that the states, national governments will have to think about is how to develop analytical frameworks and also capabilities for action and for policy to position themselves into this kind of world where economic policy is not just done in terms of economic objectives, but of different objectives. Now, some countries already did that, but some countries in Europe were not so used to that. And so they will have to think about it in that way. And this is a task we think also for the EU, that we'll have to reconcile all these differences and these views, and also develop analytical frameworks and capabilities to position itself within this kind of world that seems to be emerging. And so to conclude, on the centrifugal and centripetal forces, we think that each of these issues that we've discussed has both aspects. So on the ongoing war, obviously there are highly differentiated positions on the relationship towards Russia, but also towards other blocs between countries and also within countries, something we've discussed, and the issue of whether defense should be only NATO-based or there should be whether, EU-based capability as well. But on the other hand, on the centripetal side, there is the joint energy policy initiatives, some of which are already being put in place, and potentially also issues about reviving enlargement policies and so on. On the inflation and energy crisis, obviously the centrifugal aspect is about the different fiscal spaces, the uneven social impact that this is having. And with the winter coming, we might even witness some substantial switches of position, who knows. On the centripetal kind, we've started seeing the discussion and action about sharing energy supply, creating buffer stocks, but even, and this would be something important for the EU, joint fiscal measures that might even extend to social supports. And finally, on the incipient multipolarity, again, the legacy of linkages is quite differentiated across European countries. It's strong in most of them in many ways, especially if you consider the indirect effect of the production networks. And but these could be forces that pull various parts of the EU apart, together with this kind of search for new influence in different neighborhoods, which are in some ways we're already starting to see of different parts of the European neighborhood. But on the centripetal force, there could be the potential strengthening of joint security and foreign policy if the EU manages to compose these divergent forces into a more unitary direction. And the EU industrial policy that one way or the other is coming, because even the increasing military spending or changing energy has a very strong industrial components, and the implication there could be on the EU budget and the fact that it might expand for the social supports reasoning we said. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I give the...
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. How it works? Shall I push the green? Okay, hopefully it will work. So thanks very much. Let me start with congratulating both institutes for the birthday. I was in Dubrovnik in 1991 when the whole idea of CEU came up. And I should say that there is a reason for celebration, so no apologies for that. So congratulations and happy birthday for both institutes. I'm an empirical guy, so I collect and analyze empirical data. So when I received the request from the organizers, then I collected a hell of a lot of data, and I apologize for I didn't prepare for such small screens, so perhaps you will not see most of my presentation, so perhaps I will skip 1/3 of it so that I will not need to spend much time with the explanations. My ambition is to investigate and present how far the social convergence process between the Central and Eastern European countries and the core of the EU has gone during the past 3 decades. And I have 2 specificities in my presentation. One is that I focus on the social indicators. So most of the convergence studies are focusing on the economic indicators and deliberately choose a broader set of social indicators. The second specificity is the choice of comparison benchmarks. So I would like to somehow break down the notion of convergence. I'll turn back to it in 1 minute. So I'm not fully convinced about the usefulness of convergence concepts as, comparing a certain set of items and identifying the, the standard deviation or the tail measure or the whatever the variance of that. So I would suggest, in this presentation, I would use a little bit different method. So when we speak about convergence, there are 3 different elements what we can speak. This is the economic, the institutional, and the social. Now I speak about the social element. When we speak about the social convergence, again, there are 2 different definitions of that. One is when we understand the whole European Union as a social space. So we measure integration via interactions between people. And the other one is when we want to understand the convergence of various indicators, mostly measured by labor market or income indicators. Now I would deal with the other one, and I will speak a little bit more about similarization or catch up in various respects of the social life, and less speak about the integration. So if one wants to understand the indicators of social convergence, I'm going to divide it into 3 different parts. One is about demography and health. The second is about economic prosperity and the way how we share it among the citizens. And the third is about skills and knowledge. I'm gonna speak the third one, I think, due to time constraints. So when we speak about, our ultimate questions is how, what is the longevity and quality of life, what we achieved after, 3 decades of transition. After the transition, 3 decades, in terms of population, demography, behavior, and health. And for that, I will present data on population, fertility, life expectancy, these things. And about economic prosperity, about labor market and incomes, activity rates, and GDP. Okay, the second specificity, what I wanted to mention is the choice of benchmarks. So I start from the excellent book by Dorothy Ball and Bela Grashkovic, who differentiated between 4 types of capitalisms in Central and Eastern Europe, differentiating between the Baltic states, Slovenia, then the Central and European countries, and Bulgaria and Romania as a non-regime thing. So I will by and large follow that, with the one exception that I treat together Slovenia with the Central and Eastern European countries, and I include Croatia in my comparisons. So the choice of benchmarks relates to that. So when I'm speaking about catch up or convergence, I don't compare the long-term trends to generally the European averages, but the Baltics to the Scandinavians, the Central and Eastern European countries to Germany and Austria, and Romania and Bulgaria to the southern tier. So in each and every of my presentation, of my slides, these comparisons will be made. Let's start with the population. So if you take a look at the long-term trend of population trends in Central and Eastern Europe, okay, in each and every presentation, I
On the upper left is the north, the bottom left is the center, and the bottom right is for the south of Europe. And this is the same in each and every part of my presentation. So if you take a look at the population, you will see strong divergence across countries. So if you take the 1990 population sizes as 100, then you see a huge divergence between the East and the West. The most growing countries in Europe are Cyprus, Norway, Spain, Sweden, and Austria. I mean, currently the populations in these countries are 20 to 60% more than in 1990, while in some of the Eastern European countries, the current population size is something like 70% of the 1990 population size. The most declining countries are Latvia, which is at 70% of the population at 1990, Lithuania 74, Bulgaria 79, Romania and Estonia around 85. So there is a significant population shrinkage in these countries. So if you make some sort of comparisons, let's say Norway was 4.2 million and Latvia was 2.7, and now Norway is 5.3 and Latvia is 1.8. So if you compare them, then in 1990, Latvia made up something like 64% of Norway in terms of population, and now it gives up 34% of Norway. So there are huge differences. I mean, and it has all sorts of geopolitical consequences for the understanding of the dynamics in Europe, I think. The longest decline period was experienced in Hungary. We started shrinking in 1981, but still the shrinkage is lower than what was experienced in the Baltic countries or in Southern Europe. Now, in terms of fertility rates, there is a convergence, but a convergence to the bottom. So in each and every European countries, the total fertility rate is below the reproduction level. And most recently, there has been some improvements in most of the countries, South, Central, and the north, but none is enough for natural reproduction without migration and without the increase of life expectancy. So the population dynamics is mostly caused by the latter two, and not by sorry, I think, yes, this is the direction. Now, as far as the similarization, what I mentioned, of social structures, one might try to find indicators of the everyday life, indicators of household formation. I chose one which is available for a long time, and this is childbearing age, when the households start taking their first child, or the women have their first child, and it has a very special pattern, a U pattern on a long run. These figures are coming from 1950 to 2021, and you see that for each and every group there is a U shape, but in certain countries it started earlier, like in the Scandinavian countries it started sometime in the 70s. Then in other groups of Europe it started like a central group, and in the core of the southern tier it started in the 80s, and in the southern tier in Romania and Bulgaria and in the Baltics it started in the 90s, but the pattern is the same, and each and every countries now it's increasing, which has a tremendous effect on the organization of the social life and of the economy. And also we could have seen the age when the youngsters leave the parental household, but due to shortage of time, I'm not dealing with that. Okay, as far as life expectancy is concerned, then we see that the mortality crisis in the Baltics at the beginning of the 90s was really serious. So you see on the north, there is a huge decline in 92 between 91 and 94. And also there was a mortality decline in Romania sometime like 10 years later. And there were large drops in Croatia, mostly due to the war, I guess. Anyway, what I want to say is that there has been some fast convergence in life expectancy in certain countries, but it's not specific to regions. It was very fast in, for example, Estonia after 1994, after the mortality crisis. And also it was very fast catching up in Slovenia and in Cyprus. But there was a divergence in the south. Bulgaria and Romania is lagging behind with this kind of improvement. And in this respect, you can't see real convergence, even in those countries where there is improvement of the life expectancy, but it's going parallel between the East and the core. Okay, now we move further. I don't speak much about the infant mortality rate. This is less related to the systemic change. It relates to the operation of the health system, but this is a general modernization trend. You can see a fast convergence in each and every regions. Obviously, they started from different levels, but who started from very high level of infant mortality, there was a very fast catch up, especially in the southern tier and in the north. But still, Romania and Bulgaria, it's still above 5, which which should be changed, but it goes down. Okay. As far as the activity rates are concerned, there are many times in such analyses comparisons of employment and unemployment rates. I prefer, on the long run, not using these indicators for the convergence. I think the activity rate, which is a really important thing, because it's not that much cyclical than the employment and unemployment. And in many of the Central and Eastern European countries, the employment equilibrium was at a much lower level after the systemic change, like in Hungary, for example. So there was a very huge segment of the society out of the labor market, and there was a much smaller segment of the society who were in the labor market. And the question was whether these countries can overcome this problem. And in some of these regions, there was a fast adjustment. For example, in my country, the activity rate was 58% in 1996, and it became 76% in 2019, which is a tremendous increase. So now we have a different employment equilibrium at a higher level. But in that sense, again, convergence has to be understood. Has to be analyzed very carefully, because within the core, there has been divergence in that sense. So if you take at the Norwegian, you compare the Norwegian and the Swedish activity rates, then you see that in Sweden there is a monotonous increase of activity rates, while in Norway there is a stagnation or decline at certain periods. I'm not going to go into details why this can be. So the rise in activity rates in Central and Eastern European countries in general was there. In most countries, there was a hectic and slow increase in Croatia, but in the other countries, in some countries, it was spectacular. The South is a different story. Because in certain parts of Europe, there was a stagnation and a reversal almost everywhere, except in Romania and in Cyprus, when there has been an increase. Okay, the next is GDP. I'm not going to deal with much of that, because many of the analyses are dealing with that. I just wanted to say that in the north, there is a clear catch-up of Estonia and Lithuania to Finland and Sweden, but Norway is again a different story for the quite hectic move of employment activity rates. In the south, there is a divergence among the peers. So Greece stands in the last 10 years, while there is an upward convergence by Romania and Bulgaria in that respect. Okay, just very short. No, I skip this. I'm not going to speak about the inequalities. It will go too far. So I immediately jump to the micro perspective of the GDP increase. So if you observe material deprivation, this is the micro perspective on the wealth of the nation. I'm finishing 5 minutes. Okay, the poverty can be measured differently, can be measured relatively or in absolute terms. So the relative poverty, it's never that responsive to economic development because it depends on many other things of the, the inequality developments in a certain country. When you take a look at the material deprivation figures, then it by and large, it's not simply an inequality measure, but it also reflects the assets and the capabilities of the households, and it's more linked to the GDP development, whether it's shared evenly or unevenly between the various segments. So what we see that in terms of severe material deprivation, which is a Eurostat measure of deprivation, there has been some convergence in all 3 regions after the aftermath of the great financial crisis of the 2008-9. In certain countries, it took longer. And there are steady improvements in some of the CEE countries, like Hungary or Latvia, from a relatively high plateau in 2013. And there has been a deterioration in some of the reference countries, like in Greece, for example, for the continued crisis. Okay. As promised, I think I will not speak much about the education things. I think convergence can be also measured by the share of the higher educated, the share of the lower educated. There is some sort of convergence in that respect, but I have to tell you that there are serious problems with the statistics in that sense. So if you take a look at that, you will see huge jumps here and there, and this is I think we should have more time to analyze that. But in general, what we see is that there is a decline of the low educated rate, but it's not universal. For example, in Germany, it's not declining that much as in many of the core countries. Currently, the lowest rates of the population who have primary and lower secondary education levels, which is 0 to 2 in ESCAT categorization, it's Latvia, Lithuania, Czech Republic, Slovakia, Poland, and Slovenia. Okay, and what is also important is the language skills of the societies, which is an important precondition for convergence at societal levels. What we see is that the lack of foreign languages is still at its highest rate in Romania, Hungary, and Bulgaria. And it's very important. It's quite difficult to understand why these countries do not invest more in language education of their populations. And it's the lack of knowing foreign languages in general is the lowest in North. I mean, this is not surprising. What would be interesting to know, but I don't know any statistics about that, how big is the proportion of that part of this population who does not speak the language of the country where they are, because that also increasing in certain countries, and that can be a sort of a measure of or an indication of convergence. Okay, now I summarize. What I say is that on social convergence, I summarize 5 points. One is that there has been a strong divergence in population sizes between the East and the West. There is an overall convergence in fertility rates, infant mortality, which is a general modernization trend. Sometimes it relates to macroeconomic changes, sometimes not. there is a fast catch-up of the Baltics in most measures, except in terms of population. So they are living better and more prosperous, but they are less. Okay, so that's in short. Central European countries, the fastest catch-up could have been seen in Slovenia and in Czech Republic by most dimensions, and for the others, it's more mixed. So it's sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad. No clear story emerges. And in the south, there has been an increased within group heterogeneity, especially if we compare, let's say, Greece as declining in some of the, okay, sorry, that tells me to finish. I set my timer for 20 minutes, okay. Okay. No, I think we had the same. Okay. Okay. So the very last sentence is about the methods. I think it's a use. I mean, I find this exercise with extending the convergence indicators. It's an interesting thing, and I think it could be continued. The second is that it's important to carefully select the convergence benchmarks. I think it's also an interesting thing to compare the geographic regions to within themselves, comparing the East and the West. And one should be, I mean, we could think about whether it's, how would I say, there has been a heterogeneity of the region ever. So there was a 40-year period when the Russian troops were there in this part of Europe, but it did not change the 1,000 years history before, and it was just a short period in time. So one can expect that the Baltics will look like the Scandinavians, not in 2 years' time, but on a long run. And the Central and Eastern European countries will somehow be similar to if they will be lucky and don't make it wrong, like my country. But I think it's a useful thing to think about this region as a heterogeneous region and not a homogeneous region. And finally, I think it would be interesting to include new indicators for this kind of study, because when we compare national averages, this is one thing. And if you compare, at certain points of the distribution or certain classes, then that's a different thing. And that's really a different thing in case of many of these Central and Eastern European countries. Okay, to sum it up, happy birthday to both of you.
Okay, thank you very much. So we had now two papers that one was entirely theoretical, the other entirely empirical. And I think what is now, no, I mean, this is good. What might be an interesting way is there a way, to bring theory into empirics? Can you beef up your theory with empirics and the other way around? I would say we have again one round of collecting questions. Michael, do you want also to come to the table, because you might want to address them? And then I give the panel the possibility to answer. So.
Yeah, thank you very much. Fascinating presentations. I had the same idea, not by chance, that we see here actually two aspects of a potential book in the making. And then the kind of book that I had in mind is the masterpiece of Peter Gurevich, Politics in Hard Times, Comparative Responses to International Crises. Now that is a similarly complex book. What do you expect from the son-in-law of Albert Hirschman, right? But then, of course, with every complex book, you have the basic question, and this is my question to you: if that would be a book, which variables would do the explanatory job? Would it be production profiles? Would it be the crises themselves, economic and political institutions, international economic context? Which one? How would you argue that this is basically a comparison of crises in which we see over time different reactions in different countries in total splits, the social economic variables in your piece, the economic variables. So how would you go about it? Sorry if this is too much looking forward to.
Okay.
Thank you very much for the two very interesting papers. To the first one, to Cardinale Landesmann, I didn't see perhaps it well enough. Did the climate policy, not only energy, but the climate policy, was it enough dealt with? And of course, also the short and the longer run effects. Because, for example, energy policy, again, in the short run, we are deviating from the course we had before, because we go more for coal, gas, oil, but in the long run, what would be the effect? So to put that clearer into the paper. The second, Mr. Todd, perhaps a bit continuing, of course, I did want to ask what's the difference, or what are the reasons of the difference between Romania and Bulgaria, for example. But maybe that is too much to ask, but perhaps you could a bit say, are there longer structural events? Did you expect that Romania would be in some way better than Bulgaria? Was it expectable, or was it surprising? Because the comparison between the region is very well, but inside the region, the same could be asked, of course, for the Baltic countries, because not all the Baltic countries did take the same course of development. So did you look a bit into the reasons or into the factors who would determine the differences inside these very small regions? Thank you.
Birgitta Aulenbacher, Johannes Kepler University in Linz. I have a short question with a clear question mark to Michael Landesmann, Ivano Cardinale. Thank you very much for both most impressive presentations. My short question goes to you to the analysis of the situation in face of the war of aggression against the Ukraine and the changing relations in the European countries as well as beyond. And my question is, how does your analysis and all the results you could present relate to other projects of development? We have witnessing such projects like a Green New Deal, like ecological transformation, sustainable development, and many more. Are we witnessing a kind of new pitting of ecological, social, and political belongings, or is this a backlash? What's your analysis of the current situation? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's not actually a question, it's an answer to Mr. Svoboda. Thank you. There will be a special presentation in the afternoon devoted to the similarities and differences between Bulgaria and Romania. So I don't want to dissuade the speakers to answer, but just for information.
Okay.
Hi, Branimir Ivanovic from the Vienna Institute of International Economic Studies. I have a very short question for Ivano. Maybe you mentioned it, but I didn't hear it. What's your take? Would the centrifugal or centripetal forces prevail?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So Miranda again. I have a question to the second speaker. As a partially a demographer, I'm kind of interested about the population size as it include, fertility and also mortality, but also another part about population growth is migration. So I wonder if there are any data for like percentage of foreign-born population in those countries. I think it will be very fascinating to include that among your figures. Thank you.
Thank you. I move now to the other side of the room. Okay.
Thank you. My name is Thomas Novotny. I have a question, basically to the second speaker. The last line was new indicators, and I have a suggestion. Rather central to me seems to be the attitude towards democracy, towards liberalism. I think this is decisive this is not just, values influence reality, reality influence values, but for instance, whether you think that countries should be led from the World Value Survey, whether country should be led by a strong leader, or whether you think there's too much leeway for sexual diversity and so on. I think those added this dimension would seem to be very important. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I have a question for Ivana and Michael. I was very struck. I mean, this structural approach that you've introduced seems to me, at least how you presented it, to be more methodological than theoretical. It's really interesting methodologically because it's a new form of disaggregation. But is there some theory about how these different sectors or different bits relate to each other, which might help you analyze the question that was asked over there? Is it centripetal or centrifugal?
Okay, last chance. If not, I give the floor back, and I think we do it again in the different order. So Istvan, if you would start.
Thank you for the very difficult questions, and thank you for letting me skipping one of the most difficult ones. Let me start first with your question. If I understand, what we are searching for is the right-hand variable. So what explains? Well, that would be a big research. I think I can say a general answer, and perhaps the most difficult thing would be to specify this. The general answer is obviously the first thing is history and past dependence. I think that's a very important thing. The second variable is perhaps institutional change. So these countries went through institutional change, but very much depends on how much these institutions fit, the cultural heritage and the social structure of those countries. Sometimes it's a perfect match, sometimes it's a failure. I'm always wondering what do people think when they suggest that, I don't know, the Scandinavian welfare state should be introduced in Greece or on the other way around. I mean, this is ridiculous. You can't export this. And the question is how well the institutional improvements and the institutional fine-tuning fits the social and cultural heritage. And the third thing is obviously culture and cultural difference. And that's sometimes it's underestimated, but I think it's important. Maybe I'm going too far if I compare Eastern Christianity and Western Christianity, but that definitely is a borderline between, between Europe, but also, and I now go to the last question, whether we should use attitudes in these convergence things. Frankly, when I collected all these data, then I went for that also. So that would have been my fourth line in my first table about the indicators. The problem is that there are two problems. The first is that there are no long-term series on that. So it's the ESS, the European Social Survey, is very short for that and not available for the whole Europe. So it's very random, and you can't put time series out of that. The second is that the questions are not always the best. So let me give you an example. So I did a long-term series about trust in institutions and trust in democracy. And one would think that this is a good indicator. It's not. So what you would see, for example, in my country, that the trust in institutions and trust in democracy was lower prior to the Orban regime. It's much higher. It has nothing to do with the quality of the democracy. So people believe in and trust in institutions that belong to them, that belong to their political community or whatever, and not in general in institutions. And that was really a shocking experience when we first measured it in 2013. I thought that there will be a change in that, and No, this is what happened. So trust in democracy increased, but trust in that democracy increased. So that's for a long term, it's very tricky to compare, let's say, changes in the Baltic countries to Romania or to Hungary, because the meaning of these variables is very much different. So, and that brings me back to the, yeah, okay, sorry, one more thing. It's, you can go to different attitude questions, and I think for Hungary, there is an explanation. But not in this, not in democracy things, but it's about how people think about the good organization of the social life, and in the Hungarian society is very much paternalistic. I mean, it's been shown by János Kornai, you know, back in the Kádár regime, and after that, we had together with Kornai, we had a study on the attitudes towards paternalism, and we found that the same thing already back in the 90s. And if somebody emerges who promises protection about all sorts of risks, then he will be popular. And somebody who promises to the people all sorts of uncertainties and all sorts of you know, so not protection, then he's doomed to fail. So I'm sorry. So I think that if one wants to explain the cultural backing of the changes in democracy, then one have to go further, not simply asking about how do you feel about democracy, but more about what exactly would you expect from democracy to deliver to you, and in that sense. The attitudes are different, but for that, to measure that, the current surveys that are available are not the best, I would say. So that's the reason why I skipped this from my presentation. And okay, what is inside the regions? Thank you for answering the Bulgarian and the Romanian, but let me give another example. I did a study on inequalities in for a long time in a long time series of I observed the development of the Gini coefficient and many other inequality measures in Europe. And when I found that among the Baltics there are different pathways, then I wanted to understand that. And when I edited a book on that, there were 30 different case studies explaining why exactly in Latvia, in Lithuania, in, I don't know, 30 European countries, the inequalities changed. Then they identified different reasons for, I can't exactly recall which country was for what, but in one country there was a very heavy industry. The industrial structure was different from the other two, and this had a serious consequence on, you know, mass layoffs after the systemic change, and this required a different strategy than in another country where the explanatory factor was during the socialist time, the wage premia for education was very low. At certain of the Baltic countries, and when it was lifted, then huge inequalities emerged because of the wage premium for the higher education increased. So I think each and every country has a different explanatory factor behind these things. And finally, the demography question. I'm not a demographer. I took all these figures from the UN demography publications. What I know as somebody is coming from a country which exposed itself in this migration thing. I mean, Hungary, you know about that. Actually, I think nobody wants to stay in Hungary. So it's most of those who wanted to enter, they used Hungary as an entry for the European Union, and they didn't want to stay there. I think most of the Ukrainians already gone. So something like 1 million Ukrainians came to Hungary, but they didn't want to settle down. They want to go further. Maybe that it will be the case in Poland also, but in Poland, Poland will absorb much more. In the previous migration waves, for example, in Hungary, after the systemic change, mostly ethnic Hungarians came. And it's very difficult to identify and that's not from Romania, and that's not that's not that kind of migration as migration from Africa. But I think that it's very very heterogeneous in the region. I mean, obviously in the Baltics, the Russian minority, it's a different issue than Ukrainians in Poland or ethnic Hungarians in Hungary. Sorry, I finish. Okay. You. Thank you for warning me.
I would. So we are already out of time. So think who wants to.
I have one thing to say. We can say one each, maybe. Oh, so I wanted to respond, since we're sharing it, maybe to the. I think it's almost a joint question between Belga Rexkovitz and Mary Calder about whether there is a theory there or whether there is a book, whether there is an explanatory variable, and I think it's a great question, which Michael and I discuss continuously in one way or another. My immediate take on this will be this. What we presented was the heuristic part. So we look at what's happening, and through our framework, we try to make sense of it. And so it looks very open-ended, a methodology, as you, I think, very aptly described it. But there is another layer, which I think is a theory, but it's not a theory in the sense of this is the explanatory variable and these are the others, because our theory, since we come from economics, is about what the production structures make possible or impossible. Now, within what they make possible, a lot of different things can happen. And so there is open-endedness about who the actors are, where the agency lies in the system. And in this, we're very different from the classics. The classical political economists had a clear view that each part of society did one specific thing, and therefore you can find out a dynamic out of it. What we try to do is to see how do these actors within it interpret the system in which they're acting? What are their objectives? What do they think is possible? Because we show theoretically that given structures allows a multiplicity of actors, but also a multiplicity of action possibilities. And so there is an inherent open-endedness in how the various actors will see the possibilities for action, how they'll go about it, whether they will coordinate or not. And this is why it can look very open-ended. It's meant to be, but it is theoretical in showing what is possible, what isn't, what the possibilities are, but doesn't mean to close it like the classics did into one dynamics that will necessarily take place.
Well, I think it's really positive political economy in a sense, because in the end, you can feed the whole thing into an economic model. I mean, like in the classics, you can say what comes out in the end in terms of growth paths, in terms of distributional implications on different social groups, on the composition of industry. Yeah, but the outcome, the type of path which the economy takes, yeah, and the income positions of and employment positions is obviously a function of political interventions, yeah, and policy formation, yeah. So I think the framework in that sense goes, I mean, it's not that different from what Koenig did or something like that, yeah, except we don't want it to approach it in a normative sense, yeah. We want to see to which extent does the articulation of lobbying groups, industrial groups, social constituencies, feeding into state policy making, yeah, and the state policy making feeding into European policy making, yeah, generate a particular outcome, yeah, in terms of growth paths, in terms of macroeconomic imbalances, if you want, yeah, across countries and across employment patterns. So I think in that sense, the model can be fed into a traditional theoretical model with a lot of structural features, yeah. But the addition is, of course, a positive analytical approach to policymaking and political expression. Yeah.
So I use now my capacity as chair to, Ivan alerted me to the fact he hasn't addressed all the questions. There is the lunch break where those who feel that they haven't gotten an answer can attack him or ask him further. I also have the organizer who wants to make a small announcement. And with this, I thank everyone for their fantastic contributions and everybody in the audience for their patience and their questions. And I hope you will enjoy the lunch break. But before you go,
thank you very much. My name is Andreas Knapp from the organizers. Just a small but important organizational update. In order to make life easier for you, we move the wardrobe upstairs to the end of the hallway at this floor. So all your jackets, coats, and personal belongings can be found there just at the hallway to the right before you walk down the stairs. Enjoy your lunch. Thank you very much.
So, gentlemen, welcome after lunch. We'll try to keep you awake with an interesting session. Well, as was mentioned before, in the afternoon, we want to make sure that we capture all the differentiation of country developments and country experiences, but within the broad framework of studying economics, politics, international relations, public social developments within the countries. And I think it will be interesting to see how this manifests itself, these relationships across different. Obviously, we chose countries not by randomness, but because we thought they are of particular relevance for the current conjecture of European developments. Yeah. And we start, well, we have a slight change of program in a sense that Jyoti Ghosh, who will talk about India, she will come on Zoom with us, but she's involved, I think, in the UN at the moment, and will join us after our coffee break. Yeah. So we are having 3 country studies, starting with Gunay and then with Anna Maria and Wojciech last. So Turkey, Italy, Poland. Quite diverse and interesting. Well, I will not take much time to introduce people because you have the biographies. Cengiz Günay is currently director of the Austrian Institute of International Affairs. Altogether, I think both the CEU and WIIW is very happy that sister institutes are present here. And one of them was, of course, IWM, which Ivan Krastev represented and probably will be represented further tomorrow at the panel, and another institute with whom we cooperated over many years, and I'm sure CEU as well, is the International Institute for International Relations, the Austrian Institute for International Relations, of which Cengiz is the director. So without further ado, I think I'll let you talk first, and then I introduce Anna Maria.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the invitation and happy anniversary to both institutions. It's always challenging to be the first after lunch for myself and for you too. I'll try my best, and unfortunately, I do not have a PowerPoint presentation, so I'll try to keep you awake with my voice only. I think Turkey is a really interesting example for the rise of populism, its consolidation, and also its obvious decline, which we can observe currently. I'll be talking about the different phases of the AKP government or Erdoganism, and try to define if there is such a thing as Erdoganism, and if it's also posing an example from which other countries that are apparently going also through authoritarian populist rule can learn, or if there are lessons to be taken. Recep Tayyip Erdogan has been Turkey's longest continuously serving political leader since the founding of the Republic in 1923. First between 2002 and 2014 as Prime Minister, since 2014 as President of the Republic, and from 2018 on, also entrusted with overall powers with a new presidential system with hardly any checks and balances in his way. Let me start with explaining a bit the circumstances and putting it also into a broader picture, how the AKP under Tayyip Erdogan got into power and what were the structural conditions on the international and national scale. Turkey had gone through a severe financial crisis in 2001. This is one of the important factors that contributed to the rise of this new political movement formed by Tayyip Erdogan. But on a larger international scale, the end of history entailed also the end of ideology and the beginning of the hegemony of neoliberalism. Many movements ranging from conservatives to social democrats tried to adapt themselves to the new neoliberal paradigms of globalization. And so did the Islamist movement in Turkey. the Justice and Development Party emerged from the Milli Görüş movement, the National Outlook movement, which is a Islamist movement, moderate though, always integrated into the political system, but with a clear Islamist ideological orientation. The AKP distanced itself openly from ideology as such and adopted neoliberal economic program and a discourse which emphasized liberal values such as democracy, democratization, human rights, and political liberties. It advocated instead of Islamism something called conservative democracy, a vague concept which was modeled on Christian Democrat parties in Western Europe. Somehow one can say that the AKP symbolized the Tony Blairification of political Islam. And it became also something that became quite attractive for other Islamist movements in other parts of the Middle East, so to say. The Muslim Brotherhood took an example, or parts of the Muslim Brotherhood took an example in the Justice and Development Party, the party that was formed in Egypt after the Arab Spring by the Muslim Brotherhood was called Justice and Freedom Party. So you see also some references in the names, or Ennahda in Tunisia also followed the model of the AKP. What the AKP successfully did in Turkey was to unite the broad Islamist spectrum and unite it also with the broad conservative spectrum. These were usually two different political movements, and form a broad electoral coalition around a reform agenda. Only established in 2001, the party won a landslide victory in 2002, just 1 year after its formation. The reform agenda the AKP followed was not its own creation, so to say. They just continued the EU accession process and all the political reforms that it entailed, the Copenhagen criteria on the one hand, and on the other hand, it was the implementation of the economic reform program that was prescribed by the IMF and the World Bank. So to say, it was, in terms of economic policy, a regulatory neoliberal program that was implemented, which included large-scale privatization and the attraction of foreign direct investment into Turkey. Turkish economy could grow until 2011 continuously. In the year 2011, even at a rate of 11.2%. This economic growth was, on the one hand, also instigated and supported, and on the other hand, accompanied by continuous also political reforms, such as constitutional amendments, making Turkey more civic, removing the powers of the almighty Turkish military and the security establishment, and also removing representatives of the security establishment from independent institutions such as the Commission for Higher Education or the Radio and Television Supreme Council, for instance. So the AKP under Tayyip Erdogan was celebrated by liberal circles within Turkey and in the international sphere as a reformist movement that would change Turkey and also free it from military tutelage. Turkey, as I mentioned, attracted a lot of foreign direct investment, and which even led the and large economic growth rates, which led the economists to call in 2013 Turkey as Europe's China. We can see that actually the observation of Turkey was rather uncritical, because under the umbrella of reforms, actually a serious reshuffling of the political and economic order and establishment was taking place, on the one hand. And on the other hand, foreign direct investment inflows were hardly invested in productive economy, but foreign national companies, multinational companies bought publicly owned companies through privatization programs. And Turkey became, even due to this rapid growth, even further dependent on imports. The trade deficit grew significantly. Capital flows also fueled a consumer credit boom among low-income households and decreased saving rates. Huge state-owned companies such as Turkish Airlines were partially privatized, but also steel mills, paper mills, tobacco industries, hydroelectric energy production, oil refineries, and so on and so forth. As I already mentioned, it seemed to be regulated neoliberalism, but when you dive more into it, the ways how privatization took place was rather unregulated. The neoliberal reforms enabled a restructuring, as I mentioned, and reshuffling and populist redistribution. The redistribution of public goods took place through informal mechanisms and patterns. Redistribution through clientelistic networks has helped create pro-party media, which has become later extremely important in safeguarding the majority for the ruling party, and also in building interest blocks and dependent clients at different levels of society and state. Infrastructure and construction projects have played an important role in the informal redirection of state resources from old to the new government elites. Besides reformism in line with global liberal paradigms, the promise to redistribute wealth from the center, the old Kemalist and cosmopolitan urban elites, to the Anatolian periphery, represented by an emergent pious bourgeoisie, but also an emergent conservative middle class, has been an important element in understanding the AKP's appeal. Also, the claim of redistribution has the taste of social redistribution from the rich to the poor. The AKP's policies diversified the beneficiaries of public goods, but did not reverse or alter the social disparity, also because the redistribution of public resources has been mainly taking place through informal mechanisms. The second phase I would define as beginning in 2011 and lasting up until today is characterized by rapid autocratization, the centralization of power, the personalization of power, and a move or shift from inclusive regulatory neoliberal policies to authoritarian neoliberalism, the re-emergence of the national security state, and the development towards crony capitalism and state capitalism. The shifts in Turkey, again, as Turkish society and economy is highly integrated with global economies and markets, again, this shift also reflected the major shifts on the international scale. Some international factors to be mentioned are financial crisis of 2008 and its effects on Western and particularly European societies. We shouldn't forget that Europe, the EU, is the major trading partner for Turkey, and Turkish economy was seriously affected, which led also to a slight reorientation of some companies towards the Middle East, a long neglected larger market. Another international factor was the decline of the liberal world order and the rise of new international actors. And on the regional level, the withdrawal of the US from the Middle East and the events of the Arab Spring. The shifting global context created new alternative avenues of economic expansion and finance, which render countries like Turkey less dependent on traditional Western institutions like the IMF, the World Bank, and the EU. Similarly, also the rise of a personalized authoritarian system, even though it is in a more extreme way than in other parts of the world, also represents a trend we can observe elsewhere. We can see in most democracies that programs and political parties have been, for instance, in political campaigns, increasingly replaced by the faces of leaders and a focus on the personality of the leader. Domestic developments which supported autocratization and the shift to developmentalist economic policies was a slowdown in economic growth from 2011 on. and that all opponents were replaced within the state apparatus, hardly any resistance from within the state apparatus. Erdogan expands his popularity beyond Turkey to the Arab Spring, to the Arab Street, sorry. And one of the key events which supported his popularity in many Arab countries was his fallout with Shimon Peres at the Davos summit in 2009, where he presented himself as the spokesperson of marginalized Muslim societies in the world. After the Arab Spring, the AKP also came to see itself as the true representative of a transnational Muslim nation. And an important example for this is his balcony victory speech in 2011, where he addressed the crowd waiting for in front of the building of the AKP headquarters, that today, as much as Istanbul, Sarajevo has won, as much as Izmir, Beirut has won, as much as Ankara, Damascus has won these elections. He started presenting the AKP and himself as a model for moderate Islamist parties and movements in the region. We know that there were several contacts between the AKP representatives and representatives of the Muslim Brothers or the Ennahda in Tunisia with the AKP, where the AKP tried to present itself as kind of a sister party that has lots of experience which it can share with these newcomers, so to say. In the post-2008 crisis environment, it became increasingly difficult to garner consent domestically and consensus through inclusive consensual policies. The financial stabilizers within the government, such as Babacan or Şimşek, economy ministers of the first phase, lost against the developmentalists represented by Tayyip Erdogan himself and his son-in-law, who would then become Minister of Economy in Turkey. What could be also, or can be also observed, is a growing reference to a concept that is called local and national. President Erdogan speaks of, for instance, the development of a national Turkish car industry or a national Turkish defense industry, with not so bad success when it comes to the defense industry, if you just think of the drones that were now exported to Ukraine. But the reference to local and national, which really comes often in his speeches, also served for the distinction of pro-government businesses with Anatolian conservative business groups represented by them, from the old capital, the more cosmopolitan Istanbul-based pro-Western industrial families. The aim has been to revive national industrialization through the true local Turks, so to say. The construction of infrastructure also stands for, and the major beneficiaries, sorry, was the construction sector. Also from the low interest rates the president has demanded, and also by changing the governor of several governors of the central bank. The main beneficiary has been the construction sector, and also the driver of economic growth from 2011 up until now. The construction of infrastructure also stands for the reconstruction of the Turkish state symbolically and society, and which was then, so to say, realized, or an important step in that regard was seen the shift to the presidential system in 2018. Tayyip Erdogan, and I would like to quote one of his speeches in the run-up to the presidential elections in 2018, is a quite famous statement. He says, "I want to lead Turkey like a stock company. We need to build the most qualified teams. Otherwise, you fall into the hands of bureaucrats and technocrats, and you cannot lead the country. We are determined, and we need to make speedy decisions to keep up with the developed world. Ever since the founding of the Republic, only 2 bridges were built across the Bosporus. In the 16 years we have been in power, we have built 2 tunnels under the Bosporus, 1 bridge and another bridge over the Marmara Sea. In the whole history of the Republic, only 25 airports were built. We added another 29 in only 16 years." This focus on construction and reconstructing Turkey and a new and strong Turkey is a ever-repeating theme in his public speeches. And he presented also, or he advertised the shift to a presidential system as a necessity of a volatile and insecure environment. It was justified that the environment in which Turkey, or the neighborhood of Turkey, is very insecure and volatile, and it needs to, what Turkey needs is speedy decision making, which can be only guaranteed if you kind of remove obstacles within the bureaucracy, but also parliament, so to say. The presidential system, and this is also an interesting example that counts also for other examples, autocratization has come with the approval of the large majority of the electorate. The presidential system was approved in a referendum by approximately a bit more than 50% majority. Another aspect which can be used for comparison is this divide between rural and urban societies, and the growing polarization within Turkey, which is always around 50% pro and against the government. The presidential system has united and concentrated almost all executive powers in the hands of the president and in the palace at the expense of parliament and the ministries. Most checks and balances have been removed. The president can rule with executive orders. Within the first weeks after the system was adopted, Erdogan signed executive orders that enabled him to design and change the structure of some of the most important institutions, such as the National Intelligence Agency, the Turkish Armed Forces, without seeking any approval from the parliament. Many other economic institutions too have encountered were redefined, their roles were redefined, and powers changed overnight. State agencies and ministries have lost most of their prerogatives and are subordinate to the presidency. The checks and balance mechanisms such as independent judiciary, media, and civil society have been systematically undermined and weakened. Regulatory institutions such as Bank Regulation and Supervision Authority and the Central Bank have gradually lost their independence. The president can appoint and dismiss ministers, but also hire a bureaucrat at his will. They do not need to be members of parliament, in referring to ministers. In recent years, President Erdogan has increasingly tended to appoint crony business people into ministerial posts, which is quite reminiscent of the late Mubarak era in Egypt. For instance, the Minister for Tourism is the owner of the largest tourism company in Turkey, or the Health Minister owns the largest chain of private hospitals in Turkey. So these are quite good examples for the vertical redistribution in the era of Erdoganism. Due to this strong focus on construction infrastructure projects, it's been mainly large construction companies. There is a talk of a gang of 5 that usually benefit from call to tenders of the government. One of them is Cengiz Holding. I have nothing to do with this. And the other one is Limak Holding, and there are several others. These companies also were crucial in building up the pro-government media sector. They financed this. On the lower, so to say, horizontal level, it is loyalty to the ruling party that has been rewarded with access to public jobs, financial and material aid, such as heating, fuel, coal, and other basic goods like the provision of health services. This has created among large segments of the electorate a feeling of being dependent on the informal channels of redistribution. And many have feared that once the AKP would lose elections, they would also lose these benefits, which has kind of secured re-election. Housing is another striking example of how these vertical and horizontal dimensions come together in a way that helps to bolster one another. The housing sector is also an example for state capitalism implemented through state institutions such as Mass Housing Authority, which makes land available for construction and organizes mega housing projects that constitute lucrative businesses for major construction firms. Just one to briefly mention, another important development was the creation of something called New Sovereign Wealth Fund, which unites Turkey's largest companies under the presidency, and of course renders the government and the president with large amounts of money, resources to be redistributed. Since the Gezi protest in 2013 and then the failed coup attempt in 2016, we can see the securitization of political dissent and the public space. So can we talk of Erdoganism, or is this just something we can see elsewhere too? What would characterize Erdoganism, in my view, is weak ideological underpinnings, populism, majoritarianism, authoritarian practices, and the hostility towards established institutions and structures, social conservatism, and the high centralization of personalization of power. This is nothing particular to Erdoganism, but as a political project, it has pursued 4 objectives: to rebuild Turkey lastingly, also society, and this open immigration policy is also part of this, to reconcile, and second objective is to reconcile the Muslim conservative segment with the Republic. Third, to restore the historical legacy of the Ottoman Empire and reposition Turkey as a key regional and international actor. Neoliberal policies, state capitalism, Islamic conservative, or from time to time, liberal or nationalist rhetoric have been employed when necessary to achieve the major objectives. What is the outlook? We are facing in 2023 presidential and parliamentary election, and the picture is not very bleak for the government. Turkey is a competitive authoritarian regime, which means that the logic of ruling is authoritarian, but you would have elements such as elections, or democratic elements such as elections that are crucial for this system. It's all about being legitimized by a large majority. However, the field of political competition is uneven, whereas the government makes use of all state resources, and is also highly represented in media. Opposition politicians hardly have any access to media, but even not to the public space. Economic growth and horizontal redistribution have stalled, while top ranks of the pro-government bloc, those with personal ties to the president and his family, get richer and richer. Large parts of the middle class have increasingly impoverished. Meanwhile, the lira has been constantly losing value, and interventions of the central bank and the introduction of a scheme to protect lira savings against exchange rate volatility have been costly undertakings with heavy burdens on the state budget. It's for the first time that the opposition bloc seems to have a majority in the surveys. And what is even worse from the perspective of the president is that in surveys, his party only is approved by 21% of young people who will vote for the first time, which is still surprising that at least 21% are still willing to vote. At the same time, we see also the emergence of local environmental movements that are increasingly challenging the privatization program in hydroelectric sector. And we see a ever stronger women's movement in urban areas openly protesting. And I think the events recently in Iran have even further kind of supported this movement. Thank you.
Thank you for a very substantial presentation of a country we know too little about. Anna Maria on Italy. Anna Maria was professor of economics in Sapienza University in Rome, still very active in policy debates in Italy. also in the Fondazione Giacomo Brodolini, which is an institute particularly interested in labor market issues. So labor market and macroeconomist.
Thank you, Michael, and thank you to the two institutions for inviting me. Italy is a bit eccentric within the group of countries, Central, Eastern, and Southeast Europe. Although it is not eccentric about the problems of the European Union, in fact, the future of Italy is intertwined with that of Europe, just as the development of the monetary union, it will be influenced by the vicissitudes of the Italian economy. The war in Ukraine, sorry, I can't read down there. The war in Ukraine exacerbated the problems caused by the 2008 financial crisis, the subsequent austerity, and the pandemic. Two related problems, economic restructuring and macroeconomic governance, have been made more urgent by the energy crisis. Moreover, the evolution of the global geopolitical context forces the European Union to rethink the growth model, since export-led growth is no longer a valid engine for growth. Italy, within this context, is going through a long period of stagnation and financial instability, and shares with the rest of Europe the problem of catching up with the United States and China in frontier technologies in the digital and green sectors. So, moreover, the energy crisis and related inflation have exacerbated the issue of income distribution, low wages, job insecurity, persistent and growing gaps between and within the countries of Europe, which undermine social peace and jeopardize the cohesion of the Union. How to ensure the compatibility of fair wages and higher and safer employment with competitiveness is an issue at the center of the debate on productivity and economic and social sustainability in Italy, in the Southern Europe, and in Europe as a whole. So, yes, that's an overview, since I don't know if I will reach the end by the... So, ending austerity and boosting domestic demand in the short term will not be enough. An industrial policy needs to be developed to integrate the European Union technological competitiveness and bridge the structural divergence within the EU. So we have two problems. One is a short-term one to sustain demand, sustain incomes, and try to contain the income gaps within and between countries. And we have a long-term object, which should not conflict with the short-term one. And the long-term one is to rebuild the industrial productive structure, to transit towards the green economy, the digital economy, without leaving behind those countries that have been left behind in the whole period of the construction of the European Monetary Union. So my talk will be very short on the first point, because I think it is important to understand how we reached the war crisis. So before the storm, the pandemic, the war, and how the Maastricht rules and the German model of growth have affected the Southern European countries and Italy in particular. I will talk about Southern European countries and Italy. The two are not the same. I mean, there are differences within the Southern European countries, and but they share also common problems. I will talk about Italy because it is the country that I know better. So after this very, very brief summary of how we reached the point of stagnation for Italy, I would like to look at the problems that the pandemic and the Ukrainian war are implying, and the asymmetric effect of the war, looking at industrial restructuring, green and digital transition, and the risks that these entail of further divergence between north and south of Italy, and then the implication for the European Union policies. So, before the storm, the process of European integration has implied a process of divergence within the Eurozone. And this process of divergence took place within a disappointing growth performance of the monetary union as a whole. So we had the southern countries on the whole growing much less than the northern countries, and the European Union as a whole growing much less than, for instance, the United States. If you look at the last point, at the last, right, which is the rate of growth of Italy, the European Union, and the United States, you can see that Italy actually lost 2 decades in terms of growth of GDP per capita. And this last decade has been, there is a sort of growing consensus that after 1992, Italy did more than most other countries to satisfy the European Monetary Union conditions by adhering to the European Monetary Union rule book. And this is part of its problem, because Italy had continuous fiscal austerity. Only in 1 year, there was a primary deficit. And all the other years were years in which Italy had a primary surplus. Which you can see, this is only 2008, the year of crisis. So for all this period, Italy had primary surpluses, which means austerity. Let me see if I can go back. We had structural reforms, privatization, flexibilization of the labor market, which affected the competitiveness of the industry, because firms were sort of encouraged to go towards the low road of low wages instead of trying to keep the high road of increasing productivity with investment and all that. And we had permanent real wage restraint. The wages in Italy are now the lowest in the European Monetary Union. And this was coupled with increasing competition inside and outside the European Union. You can see Germany didn't help the convergence, because for a long period of time, there has been a wage, let's say, stagnation. And the result of the loss of competitiveness of Italy was, and for some Southern European countries, was the decrease in the share of manufacturing. All this refers to the construction of the European Monetary Union. We were reminded this morning that Germany was the leading in the 2 previous crises, but it was also the leading country setting the rules of the European Monetary Union. And these rules were not particularly advantageous for those countries who were trying to catch up with the development level of the other countries. together with this, there were some external conditions referring to the German model of growth. And we have two shocks that once again hit the Southern European countries in a perverse way. I mean, there are two, let's call symmetric shock with the asymmetric consequences. These two shocks are the entry of China into the World Trade Organization. China meant an enlarging market for Germany, but it was a competitor for the products of the Southern European countries. So once again, this meant a loss of competitiveness for the Southern European countries. And the second shock was the eastward enlargement. The redirection of German foreign direct investment and trade to the Eastern European countries caused by wage differentials, exchange rates, cultural and historical ties was sort of diverting trade and affecting the competitiveness in Southern European countries. So we have this emergence of a Central European manufacturing network and the emergence of two different peripheries, the southern one and the eastern one. And here again, it is important to look at the factor of interdependence. It is very wrong to look at what happens to one country without looking at what are the relations that these countries has with other countries and which are the effects of the policies of the other countries to its own economy. And here again, we have an increasing interdependence whereby the core is dependent for its growth on the pattern of specialization within the European Union, because the southern markets are important in providing the outlet for its increasing surplus of manufacturers, while the eastern countries are important in supplying cheap inputs for its industries. So it is this combination of structural divergence and economic interdependence which underlies, on the one hand, the fragility of the European Union, but also the improbability of its disintegration, given the high costs it would entail for both the core and the peripheries. And you can see the effect of this process, this growth model, let's say, this divergence, which was increasing up to the crisis between the south, the east and the center, east and the south, west. Here we have the evolution of the gross domestic product per inhabitant, and the bluest is the highest growth rate, and the pinkish, red, is indicating low or even negative rate of growth. So this is the picture that we have up to the moment in which the pandemic and the Ukraine war comes into action. And in the storm, we may have new asymmetries because the European countries, it has already been said this morning and also by several presenters, the European countries are affected differently by the Ukrainian war, but in ways that transcend the traditional core, periphery, north-south division. The impact varies with the energy dependence from Russia, the degree of economic and financial integration with the Russian economy, and the structure of the economy and the weight of the energy sector, the energy intensive sector. And here the German manufacturing core, made by Germany and the Visegrad countries, and Italy, the peculiar Southern European country, are the most affected. You can see here, well, it's the dependence on gas, oil, and coal. And you can see that now the divide goes east-west. It was already been mentioned. And the second point to be seen is that these are the share of energy intensive industries. And once again, you can see east, central, and south. Southern countries that are the most affected. And it is not only fuel that we have to look at, because there are also important dependencies from for raw materials and intermediate goods, iron, cereal, fertilizers, metals, and rare earths. So, a new asymmetry, not necessarily, because there are all the symmetries that come out when we look at the more indirect effects of the crisis. And while the direct effect passes through lines other than core periphery, Germany with Italy, the indirect impact risks reviving the old division. And this is because the resilience to the secondary effects deriving from the European Union policy response to stagflation. Let's think to the European Central Bank response to inflation and the different level of the public debt. There are different costs of the restructuring and different economic and fiscal capacity to assuage the costs of sanctions and of the industrial restructuring, both for households and for business. So we have the different resilience may make appear new financial risks, because inflation and recession, if the energy prices continue to be high or persist to increase, the anti-inflationary policy of the European Central Bank will mean recession, falling GDP, and increasing interest rate will further increase the debt to GDP ratio. The reduction in household purchasing power, the concern for future energy costs, and uncertainty about the future lead to a reduction in consumption, contributing to the recession. Policies to contain the energy costs to household and business will entail higher taxes or, once again, increasing debts. So higher public debts collide with less permissive monetary policy and fiscal rules that have only been suspended, thus creating well-known credibility problems for the most indebted countries. And we can see that the sovereign debt crisis in the Eurozone is looming, because Italian bonds spreads are already widening, despite the transmission protection instrument made by the European Central Bank. So there is the time, it is time for new institutions and policies. And it is said that crises are times when old relationships crumble and new ones have to be constructed. And the question is whether this crisis will favor the foundation of new institutions. And the response will call for a macroeconomic policy agenda for economic and social sustainability, a new industrial policy, and above all, a coordination by governments, firms, and labor on a European scale to counter the internal and external disrupting forces. So for the macroeconomic agenda, how much do I have still? 4 minutes. The macroeconomic agenda for sustainability can be skipped. It's the whole thing that we need to agree on a sustainability policy to deal with the public debt. We need a coordination between European monetary and fiscal policies, and contingent funds to face the crisis, and a commitment by the European Central Bank to support to contain spreads. One thing that is not very often mentioned is that if there is a firm commitment to save, to, let's say, contain the spreads, let's say, whatever it takes, well, this could help by itself to finance the public debt. For instance, for a country like Italy, the saving rate in Italy is very high. Financial wealth is pretty high. People don't invest in Italian bonds, preferring the bonds or the treasury bills now, because of confidence. So it's a self-distracting policy, the ones that does not go towards a more unified, more reliable common monetary policy. Then the second point will be the industrial restructuring. The EU fell behind in the race for digital against the US and green against the China technologies. Structural change in the European Union economies cannot be postponed any longer. And this may be one fault of the German economy. Perhaps it was inebriated by its economic success and actually forgave to invest in these new technologies. The Volkswagen episode is only one of the many instances. So, but turning the existing brown firms into green firms will call for deep restructuring of industrial ecosystems, demanding coordinated changes within firms and across value chains. Once again, disruptions and opportunities will not be evenly distributed across sectors, across regions, across countries. So once again, the industrial policy that we need must take into account both the need to upgrade the productive structure towards a greener, a more advanced, a more digital economy, catching up, but also not leaving countries behind. So it needs to be an industrial policy which puts together firms in the south and in the north, taking into account that those firms that are in the north are the more prepared to take advantage of any kind of project that the battery alliance, the semiconductors. So there must be a peculiar interest, attention by the European Union and the different countries not to leave anybody behind. Oh, so much for the European and the German and the Nordic countries. What about the southern countries? I mean, is Italy up to the task? I'm afraid that the Italian politicians and the economists have been and still are in a large part prisoners of the market ideology that the free trade, free move, free firms and free markets can do the job. And I think that this is also a problem with the new recovery plan. It is more demand activation than intervention, aiming to structurally influence the supply capacities. There are few measures targeted at influencing the development of the Italian production structure of advanced goods and services. The intervention is still too much of a horizontal nature, delegated to incentives and devoid of any conditionality. And this contributes very little to an expansion of the spectrum of its manufacturing capability. And besides this, there are the political risks, the new elections in which perhaps the party which will win might shift the political orientation towards a more confrontational stance with the European Union. this will make things a bit more difficult. So, and I will move to the conclusion. The European long-term sustainability requires integration of fiscal and industrial policy, jointly tackling macroeconomic imbalances within the European Union over a longer term horizon. So not only macroeconomic intending governance of fiscal and monetary policy, but also a long-term vision. What do we want the European Union to be in 10, 15 years? And when I say European Union, I mean Germany, Italy, Poland, and Greece. Are the necessary reforms likely to be implemented, these reforms that are needed? Well, we have to admit that the European Union has changed significantly since 2010. However, it is difficult to find a unified approach capable of lasting beyond the emergency. And I think that the energy crisis is an example. And every country for itself mentality still seems to prevail. Yes, I will close. So, the war marks an epochal turning point for the global geopolitical order. Globalization already affected by the United States-China trade conflict and the disruption following the pandemic could be in retreat, who knows? And we may see the formation of international economic blocs. Germany's export-led model was linked to Russia for fuel and to China for markets. But its political and financial links are with the Atlantic Alliance. So Germany is in a conflict. Moreover, we have the risks of moving from the dependence on Russian fuels to dependence on Chinese rare metals for batteries and for the electric transition. So, and this is my very last point, if Germany is in conflictual mode for objectives, the American stance is equally conflicting because they need a strong Germany to lead a unified European front, but not too strong to jeopardize its foreign policy, especially with China. So it is doubtful that Germany is willing to permanently subordinate its industry, its technology, its trade to Washington. However, Germany cannot go alone in the international arena. It has been weak, not only within the European Union, but more on the external front. But Germany can go in the international arena together with the member countries, with the other member countries, that is taking care of the development of the whole European arena, or as in the past, as the leader of a weakened economic empire. And the past experience demonstrated the short-sightedness of the latter option. So if the engine of growth falters, distributional conflicts within and between societies will intensify, fueling a global trend towards populism and protectionism. In such a world, Germany and its fellows will have to rethink their export-oriented economic model. And so we can only think that changed international circumstances could favor the long-desired reforms of the European governance. Thank you. Sorry for being too long.
Thank you, Anna Maria. And last is in this pre-tea place is Wojciech Przybylski. president of an organization which he will explain what it does, Respublika, and also editor-in-chief of Visegrad Insight, a prominent magazine in Poland, and the prominent commentator on Polish affairs in Poland, I guess.
I think that's more than enough. Thank you very much, and happy birthday. It's a real an honor for me to share a couple of my insights on the Polish topic. So yet another perspective on the today's and the prospects that link politics and economy. I was asked to explain first what we are and who I represent. So Visegrad Insight is part of Respublika Foundation. Visegrad Insight is doing two things. Primarily, it is linking the expert community across Central Eastern Europe on the topics of democratic security. And secondly, it is doing so not only for research or foresight purpose, this is an outcome of it, one example we just released last week, but it's animating the public debate in national languages in the big or the mainstream media, the leading opinion leading media across Central Eastern Europe, to build the discussion and awareness in the general public on the topics and trends related to Central Europe, and to counter what is often taken by, the discussion about the region. I'm not sure if you follow, if you're aware, is often taken by the geopolitical wizards, people who speak geopolitics in every second sentence, often inclined in not so much of a democratic security perspective, but more of a hard power, big power game, and quite often actually authoritarian friendly. So what we are trying to do within Visegrad Insight is to counter this with narratives, with an explanation of the processes related to democratic security and the region. And we've been doing that so for the last 10 years, quite successfully, I think. And that builds on a 40 years tradition, if we're having different anniversaries, that Respublika has had, Respublika Foundation, that was closely also linked and by the founders and the key intellectuals with the IWM, Institute of Human Sciences, and that is always very high on our agenda. So now to the point and the question of trying to explain in just about 12 minutes, Polish politics and political economy under PIS government in the new global context. Obviously, you will expect from me to be now highly critical and explain all the moments of how PIS is doing exactly the things we just heard in the first presentation that is becoming more of a pattern in Turkey, in Hungary. Some link it closely to Russia, but also to the Benjamin Netanyahu Israel, the types of political, but also in the United States as well under Donald Trump, the type of political culture, but also political strategy, and that we believe is strongly undermining the democratic security. So I will not do that, at least at first. I'll go in that, I'll leave it for conclusions and comments. And I'm using this opportunity to try to put myself in the lens of PIS logic, to try to understand where this logic of the past 8 years or even earlier PIS government, ruling government in Poland, how is it related to their strategy, their thinking, if for a moment we assume that they are not intending to destroy the democracy, which I don't believe this is really happening, but there should be a benefit of doubt. And I will try to also mention at the very end how important it is and what these trends represent, what we are also discussing in the context of all Europe or global context, how important it is for Polish politics and elections next year. And finally, if there is time, perhaps in the discussion, I'll flash out these 4 scenarios that we just prepared, where Poland is obviously important. So in the popular discourse, but both academic and in the press, in public, it is often recalled that PIS government has launched an attack on the past 30 years of transition. And I do believe it's correct. I mean, and they did it without hesitation, calling the transition a failed project. In fact, they call it a crime of economic transformation, and they refer to the reforms by Leszek Balcerowicz in the beginning of the transition in Poland. Now, it's hard to reconcile if you look just at the economic data, with the facts and their approach, because Poland, despite all expectations, also is not slowing down in the industrial production. Industrial production actually for August was up again 10%, which is undermining even claims that Poland is so strongly linked to Germany, which is today in the same period a bit failing. There is a bit of an economic miracle that's I leave to economists to explain, but the facts are there, the economy is rolling. And the results and the performance of Poland throughout the 30 years, but also during PIS government, are impressive. That's I wouldn't attribute to the political leadership. As we all know, politicians do not produce wealth themselves, but the productivity and the agility of the Polish society and Polish entrepreneurship overall. There is also a great boom in terms of currently the wages. You see a major increase of wages. That is part of what was expected and was feared also in the beginnings of the PIS government. I'll explain why this was considered to be a fear. But let me first put you back in 2015 or even 2008 to put Poland in the context and the perspective, and put PIS logic in the context and the perspective. PIS government has been always critical of the transformation. They've been always positioning the economic transformation in particular. They were always pointing to the disappointed population of the transformation process. They've been hinting at imagined or real left behind people, building up the political narrative on the victimhood. Victimhood in all senses. I mean, we are victims of all the historical processes. The sensitive electorate has been victims of the the economic transformation of the German elites, of the European Brussels, and whatnot. I mean, victimization has been strongly there. The PIS government, therefore, when Poland was achieving this quite remarkable success in 2008, during the 2008 crisis, during which the government, the liberal government in Poland, or liberal conservative government in Poland, to be more precise, had Poland on the map of Europe as a green island. That was a branding Poland achieved, and perhaps then the attention was brought to indeed an economic success of Poland that has been working on for so long. And that recognition of Poland as economic power and a success story drove also the then leader of the government, Donald Tusk, Prime Minister, to the position of the President of the European Union. But that was at a cost. The cost in 2008 for Poland was the appropriation of the private pension funds, part of the World Bank advocated reforms of the pension system, in which the government took, just like in the case of Hungary, without a major consultation, deliberative process or democratic process overall, a decision about what people perceived overall as their security guarantees for pension, to save the economy overall. So the numbers added up and the performance was correct, but that was a sense of a broken social contract with the government that was then in power. And in 2015, we were still performing as a country quite well, but the fears, of course, were rising with many uncertainties. Just to let you remember that in 2000, the war in Ukraine didn't start this year, right? And especially for Poland, the sense of the war was started in 2014 annexation of Crimea. And it was a major increase of fears of Russian invasion with basically no opposition, no visible pushback from the Ukrainian side at that time. There was also major uncertainty rising with the elections across the pond in the US. There was a sense of losing certain stability in the world order, as we all remember happened. And there were also migration patterns that quickly were visible across Europe, and that led to the rise of the narrative of Viktor Orban, essentially, but also to the reversal of the policies adopted first by the European Union on the relocation schemes. So all these things converged. And it's important to mention, I think, especially the topic of migration, because Poland rising up, continuously building up its economic potential with very low wages. The economic investment in Poland was predominantly driven by low cost of labor and outputs, actually needed more and more migrants. We needed more migrants to sustain the economic model that we have had so far. And at the same time, we were clearly demonstrating that we're afraid of migration and migrant wave. And at the same time, so this is the moment when PIS came to power. At the same time, this was the moment in which we have seen an influx of Ukrainian migration. Not so much because of the war, and even in the last year, not so much because of the war, but primarily because of economic incentive. Eurostat data clearly shows that for the last 5 years, Poland is at the first place of countries with first residence registrations among EU countries from people coming from abroad. In 2021, so before the actual hot war that happened this year, we reached the number of nearly 1 million people registering in the country, and 75% of them were Ukrainians. So referring to what Ivan Krastev said, that is really a major development in a 38 million country. This was also the moment in which the country started to ask itself questions, but not only Poland, but that was a discussion among social democrats in Czech Republic, in more liberal-minded setups in Slovakia, about the so-called middle income trap. Again, whether it's a hoax or a theory or a model, you tell me, but in the political narratives and the political strategies of the country, that played a major role, because the PIS government wanted to move away from open free market economy, let's say deregulation, but wanted to regulate and scale up the production potential of Poland for the future by dealing with this threat or perception of the threat of getting stuck in between, not being able to catch up. And probably the last point to mention that for this very beginning of PIS government, there was a strong there was a strong sentiment of so-called relative deprivation. So Poland have been and is continuously growing in terms of wages, in terms of GDP and the prospects. But for whatever reason, people started to believe that they are worse off than they should. And it was a long effect. It was not an immediate effect, like the effect perhaps that led to the election of Viktor Orban, when people felt in their wallets that they had a certain problem and they didn't see so many prospects, or in Turkey, as you mentioned before, Erdogan. In the Polish context, Poland weren't objectively worse off, but the relative deprivation, in a sense that they saw that someone else, specifically political elites, they considered would be better off, again, false perception, but a fact in terms of sociology, led to a strong motive of PIS saying that they are going to, bring in a real distributive, so a real distributive mechanism, and will deal with this problem. This led in the very first year of the government to initiating something we know also from Germany, the basically subsidies for children, which in the narrative were supposed to deal with the demographic fear. Poland is fearful of depopulating, but in reality it led basically to direct benefits across the board without any major demographic impact on fertility rates in the society, and a large increase in internal consumption. I mean, essentially that still is about 10 billion euro a year in basically subsidizing consumption in Poland and contributing to this economic performance that we also see in the general numbers. It didn't solve poverty or inequality problem, because the money was thrown across the board to everyone who had kids. But it contributed to what we started to call, perhaps not academically, but in many comments, it was referred to as privatization of social benefits or social policy. So instead of building nurseries and kindergartens, schools and hospitals, government was basically throwing smaller money at the general population, so to buy votes. And the votes have been bought. In the next elections, we could have clearly see the results, with PIS consolidating power based on these social benefits. It is, of course, at a large to a large extent, it produces debt. PIS government is also known for a lot of, how do you call it, creative accountancy of sorts. So it doesn't escape the European or European Union methodology in terms of calculating the debt, but in the Polish constitutional terms, they invented a way to externalize debt and to finance much of the policy, including the recent responses to the pandemic, through external agencies like the bank, the National Economic Bank, or agencies for promotion of entrepreneurship and so on. The agencies which would get money that wouldn't, in the Polish accounting and the Polish legal framework, it would not account to the public debt, therefore not worrying the internal legal system so much. There are other worries about Polish internal legal system, but of course, getting Poland more indebted. But we're not indebted under PIS government so much more. If it comes to the rate of being indebted towards GDP, Poland is 57%. If it comes to comparisons with the EU, we have it actually one of the lowest in the EU, and we actually are going, in proportion lower even than that. But interestingly, among the countries which do not have euro, we have one of the highest public debt, which is probably, again, a point to discuss, just throwing a fact at you, not knowing really economically what it means. Third, and I'll be concluding also shortly, the government sought to invest in big national projects. Part of the logic has been explained. I would not go into details. It's very similar like in Turkey. Much of this, and perhaps that's also a comparative element, much of this logic was driven by the feeling of insecurity, of the need to invest much more in security. And these were investments related to continuous investments into interdependency, energy interdependency, to build connectors, to build connections with other countries, to be able to provide LNG, to provide gas from other sources than Russia. There were, and still are on the table, 10 billion or 8 billion euro worth new airports, European Solidarity Transport Hub. I think this is the proper English name for it, which hasn't been fulfilled yet, but is being continuously promised and money is being thrown at it. Their so-called 3Cs initiative also was heavily invested in as means to amplify and to build on undoubted success of receiving record high allocation of EU funds from the multi-annual financial budget, along with the Recovery Resilience Fund. So all these mega projects or big projects were to a large extent incomplete, but they continue to use a lot of the budget. It's another thing, what is the byproduct of it involving nepotism or corruption? But the overall, these projects are serving to boost the sense of national sovereignty, national security, and so on. The other and now very recent and major investment that we are seeing is a radical jump into expenses in military and in defense. Poland is buying American tanks, South Korean tanks, jets, everything. Now, not even caring so much about development of its own internal industry, defense industry, which would naturally build up the potential of the country, but spending currently aiming to spend over 2.4% of GDP next year for military spending, which is on one hand meeting the NATO criteria we all agreed to. I mean, as NATO countries, sorry, speaking about that in Austria, but that's what NATO countries agreed to. And at the same time, putting us in the forefront in terms of percentage of GDP among all NATO countries. So in Europe, there is no other country which will spend so big percentage of GDP next year on the arms. Now, the trouble and the perspective, and I probably should be aiming at conclusions. The trouble starts with drop with FDI overall, which is not a Polish phenomenon overall, but the logic of our economic logic, the driving logic of our economic success have been to a large extent for many years FDIs, and development investments are dropping also in Poland. But yet Poland is among the top economies in Europe to receive major investments of all EU, including Germany and others. We have now an increased risk in which, and I explained that in an article and analysis 2 weeks ago, probably not seeing the EU funds being distributed in Poland until 2024 because of the internal infight between the parties that constitute the governing coalition. I'm not expecting that the government will deliver on the necessary steps to meet the rule of law criteria, which will block effectively the EU money, and the government knows it. That's part of the logic where they divert attention to this whatever 1.3 trillion claim from Germany, because they do that also because the government knows that the Polish opinion, public opinion, is very sensitive to the topic of EU funds and effectiveness of the government. This is being mentioned as one of the key uncertainties, key threats in the Polish population, where Polish public opinion indicates that lack of EU funds is really a threat. That's over 60% of people perceive that this way. In comparison to the Russian aggression and the military conflict, the EU funds are less important, but still they continue to be pivotal for the electoral results next year. And my last points about the electoral dynamics and potential scenarios in the future. We have to closely observe to see whether the EU funds are distributed or not, but the government is doing also a lot and will throw a lot more money on the Polish economy by, again, externalizing debt to to buy votes, essentially, in a massive scale, especially targeting the pensioners, with additional subsidies, with additional increase of the, making instead of 12 payments, 13 and 14th, and discussing even the 15th, throwing special help regarding the post-pandemic and energy problem, addressing people's uncertainties with throwing money at them. But they're throwing money at the burning fire in a way, because inflation is nowhere near the expected peak yet, which is to be at potentially 18% by the beginning of next year, with expectations and projections by banking sector to be dropping then radically back to 4-6% in the electoral year, actually in the months when the elections will take place. Inflation, next to the Russian aggression, is one of the, it's actually the highest, is the most feared among the Polish public opinion. But money and economy in that respect, I don't believe will play such a decisive role. What will play a more decisive role is coal supplies. So not the money, not the cash with which you can buy many things, but you cannot buy coal. And for the heating and for this winter, this will be decisive, with government already showing either masterfully downplaying expectations or indeed not being able to deliver supplies to smaller settlements and households which are dependent on that kind of fuel, and with stocks being emptied and not being able to be supplemented for the heating for the period of time. And of course, these are the same vulnerable groups of society to which PIS has been addressing most of its economic policy before, and this is where the opportunity also for a change in Poland comes. The second point is, which is, and I have just two more. The second point is that in comparison to Hungarian elections, because we are, the elephant in the room, of course, is the masterfulness of Mr. Orban in how he deals with the economic policy for the political gains, is that Poles overall react differently to the war in Ukraine than Hungarians. And in the Hungarian case, elections this year changed dramatically perception of Hungary also in Poland. And it's not just political elites, this is public opinion that believes that it is a no-go zone for further collaboration between the two regimes, no matter if they are PIS supporters or the opposition supporters. And therefore, the logic of the campaign in Hungary, which was resonating, if you ever were following, it's interesting, where was resonating this East-West divide, this was the opposition message, vis-a-vis subsidies and support from the government, played to the advantage of Viktor Orban in a nutshell. And this presentation is not about Hungary, but it's an important backdrop for Poland, for explaining Polish dynamics, in which as you know, the concerns about Russian aggression and how this conflict plays out is very important to the sense of security of Polish population, to the sense of also being able to invest, to develop and to move on and make plans, including economic plans in the country. And the opposition in Poland is actually amplifying that theme, clearly saying that this war is not just Ukrainian war. It's very much the war about the future of the world order setup, or institutional or liberal world order, from which Poland has been greatly benefiting at least for the past 30 years. So regardless of the efforts of the government, it may turn out at the end of the day that the things that are out of control for this government, PIS government in Poland, may turn out to be decisive in the elections. The other question is whether the opposition will be able to benefit from it enough to form a ruling coalition or simple majority government. And the current opinion polls indicate a slight advantage for the opposition if counted not by percentage points, but the outcomes of MPs in the parliament. But whether that is going to stay until elections second part of next year, well, that remains to be seen. Thank you.
We are overrunning terribly in time, so I'll just take some comments and be really short or questions. Otherwise, if you don't have them now, we can enlarge the discussion after the next session. Is there anything you would like to ask each other or comment on each other? Endlessly, yeah. It's very complex areas, of course. Yep.
What is the role of religion in Turkey and the attitude of women? And also in Poland, perhaps, abortion and all this. So is this an important factor or not?
Also add questions to each of you. Well, one question which we probably all are quite keen to know is to which extent a trend towards autocratic majority or autocratic regime change, yeah? What is likelihood it can be reversed, yeah? In fact, it does look as if the economic destinies of Poland and Turkey were very different, actually. Yeah, I mean, Turkey went through ups and downs. Poland had a rather continuous growth, but the cementation of the autocratic rule was rather going in one direction. So, what is the chance, and what are the dynamics of reversal? And to you, okay, well, you spoke about the economic dilemma, the stagnation, the long-lasting. You probably, being an economist, didn't talk necessarily about the political change. I think obviously we all know there will be elections on Friday. In which direction would economic policy go under the potential, very likely new right-wing government?
Yeah, just one question I would like to add to all this fascinating just what's the role of protest in all three countries?
Okay, so back to you, but very shortly. Can I start? Yeah.
Well, religion certainly plays an important role. The AKP has presented from the onset itself as the representative of a silent, conservative Muslim majority in the country, and has mobilized against the undemocratic, secular system that had become also in conflict, had come also in conflict with democracy at the end of the 1990s. One good example that is probably answering your question is the headscarf ban that was really ridiculous and which banned women wearing a headscarf from Turkish universities and from public service, for instance. And the AKP celebrates itself as the movement which has removed this undemocratic ban and has opened the way for religious women, conservative women, also into public service and into universities. And therefore it has a stronghold within conservative elements of society. And this reference to Muslim conservatism is also part of the anti-establishment rhetoric it has, because the Turkish traditional Kemalist establishment was outspokenly secular and pro-Western. So the kind of propagation of religious freedom in public space has also a connotation of anti-establishment logic. Sorry, what was how to be reversed, the autocratization over the last years? The oppositional coalition or alliance is promising to reverse the presidential system. This would be their first act, so to say, if they win elections, that they would return to the parliamentary system. But we shouldn't forget this government has been in power, even though there have been different phases of authoritarianism for almost 20 years now, or exactly 20 years, sorry, they came into power in 2002. So you have an entirely new and loyal bureaucracy in place and in a highly centralized state. And this will cause certainly a problem for any new government. They will need to work with a bureaucracy that is genuinely hostile against this new government. And so I think whatever happens, if Tayyip Erdogan wins the next elections, it's going to be a difficult time. If he loses the elections, it's going to be a tough time. Turkey has entered a very difficult period. It's the end of an era. We don't know if it's going to end in 2023, but it's certainly the end. He has also reached the age of 70 almost. So there is also the question of succession, who is going to succeed within the movement or outside. There's also big problem of these populist authoritarian movements. They're so personalized and so focusing on the person that the political party behind it has really lost ideological underpinnings and also any traction. They have become machine parties that are functioning as kind of a service for careers, so to say. So, and one sign that is also highlighting how difficult already the situation is that many entrepreneurs complain that banks don't give away credits because there's a fear that most of these, particularly construction projects, might be reversed by a new government or annulled or reversed. And so this is kind of even further deepening the economic crisis Turkey is facing. And last point is the protests. There is a lot of potential for protest. I mentioned the local environmental movements that are really openly protesting, and despite police crackdown against projects such as nuclear power stations, hydroelectric stations, and so on and so forth. And in urban areas, it's mainly women movement that has become really a driving force. They protest despite securitization and police crackdown.
Okay. Role of religion. Taking it from the economic perspective, church in Poland is nearly bankrupt without state subsidies. That links the church institution so closely to the budget financing with many forms: direct subsidies, restitution claims, financing religion in schools. That was basically a bribe to the church to support EU accession in the referendum in 2004 by the post-communist government. That uses 250 million euro a year. So these links are strong, and the church sees that the current government is the only party that will clearly continue with this policy, with other parties having a reformist program and approach to that. So there is a strong link that gets reinforced. And in the second element of that, I think it's important to mention that the global agenda on anti-abortion, which builds up the radical or the far right and the extreme right, using Kasmuda terminology, is gaining speed. And we could have seen the initiatives of the Republicans perfectly timed with what Viktor Orban also did, surprisingly, in rather liberal in that respect, Hungary, by spinning the narrative around that. And because of that spin, the abortion law will continue to be a hot issue that will mobilize both the opposition and probably in a greater number right now also in Poland, but will definitely continue to mobilize the hardcore electorate of PIS. Can this be reversed? Can we imagine a situation in a different government takes over and all of a sudden polarization disappears? No. Can we imagine that the processes that were initiated, including long-term investment, will be reversed or changed? To some extent, perhaps. Big advantage nearly for sure would be that the EU funds, for instance, in Polish case, would be coming, and probably there will be lifting of Article 7 procedure, which would leave Hungary in a soft spot, and it would leave Orban would expose his soft spot there, and will also need to reverse some of his policies. But the real challenge is, how do we depolarize? And for that, the only remedy, I mean, me and my colleagues have been working on in Poland, is decentralization, the change of logic of governance to, as much as possible, decentralizing the structure of power, assuming that this means that part of the opponents will be in control of some of the sectors in Poland and some of the regions where they continuously win anyway, which is predominantly South and East Poland. So that's a larger theme to be discussed, but in very short, as an opposition to centralization, which is the driving logic of sovereignists and illiberal trend, the answer is decentralization. Yeah, and the role of protest in Poland, vibrant, in other countries various, and in some instances very important. Where I would like to highlight one point is that in politics, and when it comes to protest, it also is all about timing. And I don't mean just the timing of particular protests when they happen, and the ability of the society to respond. Extremely important it's extremely important for vibrant democracy. But it's important how long people basically live with the protest and believe that being active in politics is through the protest. And what we are missing in some of the countries that go in the democratic backsliding for just too long is that there are whole generations of people who do protest, are active citizens, and they're completely out of the governance experience, which is essential for any successful takeover and winning the country. So this is where I would also see a major investment needed in terms of education also, but also giving any practical tools and experiences, because this protest is important, is vibrant, is there, but we need to think beyond just protest.
Well, very, very briefly, I think that in Italy, the protest has been hijacked by the center-right Lega, the Fratelli d'Italia, while the left-wing parties have been more close to the main European project, which is austerity, abiding by the rules. So they are seen as a sort of more neoliberal. And those who are unhappy about the economic situation are rightly or wrongly, because also I think tax evaders are perhaps voting on the right. But I think that the protest, apart from a very extreme left fringe, has been actually taken up by the right. Young people do not participate very much to the political arena. And as far as what the new elections will entail, well, I don't know if the right-wing coalition will win. I don't think that they can do very much in terms of economic policy, because they are very, very tightly conditioned by the public debt and what the European Commission will do. What they can do, however, is keeping within the fiscal conditionality to use the social expenditure in ways that are more let's say populistic, for instance, family and the kind of privatization of welfare that you are mentioning. So, and another possibility is on social rights, in broadly intended against or vis-a-vis the gay, vis-a-vis other rights that we thought were conquered by forever, and that can be always put into question. So I think that it will be on this part that they are more worrisome.
Thank you very much. I think I apologize for terrible overrun. Let's have a 15-minute break and then move on to the last remaining presentations.
Hello? Hello, I'm Attila. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. And can you hear me and see me?
Yes, very well. Thank
Okay,
you.
good.
Do you have a presentation?
Yes. No, I don't have a presentation. It's only 15
Okay.
minutes, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
So,
Thank you.
okay. So
Thank you. See you soon.
Yeah. Okay. So it's 15 minutes and then is it a panel?
Yes, yes. And you will, supposedly you will start. Yes.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Supposedly you will start. Yes. Michael will announce you at the start of the panel.
No, I just want to clarify. After I speak, are there more speakers and then a discussion, or is it just me and questions?
There are more speakers. There are two more speakers.
And who are the other speakers?
And
What
you
other
start.
topics are they?
Dobrinska does go thinking about prosperity on your system prepare and Branimir Milanovic.
No, could I, you see, the thing is that I thought this would be a 1-hour program, and so I kept trying till 10:30. I can stretch it to I can stretch it for another 15 minutes, but not much longer. So maybe you can request Michael, if there are any questions to me, to take it immediately after I speak.
I will tell him right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you can ask him, because I would have to leave. This is gone, I have another meeting.
Sure.
So, yeah.
I will run now. Okay.
Okay. Okay. Right. So I'm
Thank
turning
you.
off the audio and video now. And when
Great.
you tell me, I'll put it back on. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So she will be online, there will be immediately questions for her. But yeah, sure, it's nothing.
deeply apologize for overrunning the time. I'll try very much to put the Germanic hat on in this session to make sure we stay in time. Now, the program now is first to listen to Jyoti Ghosh, who is in New York at the moment, if I'm right. She asked if it's possible after her presentation to make comments and questions immediately after she gives the presentation. And then we have the other two presentations. We can actually upload her face so people, Attila, you can bring her up on the screen. Oh, here she is, yeah. Hi, Jyoti, and thanks for being with us. Just not a long introduction. Jyoti was for many years at JNU, same university as one of our people in the audience in Delhi, and is now professor at the University of Massachusetts Amherst, highly active in policy debates in many commissions, a very prominent also economic critic actually, and political critic, I think, of the current situation in India. I think you'll speak about 15 minutes and we will take questions and comments straight after that. So on India, Jyoti.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Michael, and it's a great pleasure to be with all of you, even if only virtually. I think this is going to be a bit of a shift from the discussion that we heard. I got the tail bit of the last session, but perhaps not entirely, because many of the strategies being adopted by the Modi government are not dissimilar to some of the things that we were hearing about in Hungary and Poland. I'm going to talk in a way about the impact of the pandemic, but really as an indication of some wider problems, which are definitely evident in India and probably also evident in several other countries across the world. Although I would argue that India is perhaps an extreme example of this. If I can do a little bit of self-promotion, a lot of this is based on a book that I have recently published. It's The Making of a Catastrophe, COVID-19 and the Indian Economy. I don't know if you can see it at all, but essentially the argument is that the pandemic was a catastrophe in India, not so much because of the disease itself. The disease obviously was the largest health calamity that we've had in a very, very long time, as it was in many other countries. But the real catastrophe was in fact in the way that the economy suffered and the way the government dealt with the pandemic, and in a sense also utilized the pandemic for its own ends in certain ways. And what do I mean by this? Because this is I can see that this is an extreme argument. And certainly you can argue that no government really was ideal in handling the pandemic. We have many countries that were seen to be relatively more resilient before the pandemic who ended up being not resilient at all. The country I'm in right now, the United States, is a prime example of that. But what happened in India is in a sense really quite an outlier, although it's not presented as such, certainly in the mainstream Indian media, which is heavily influenced and controlled by the government, or in a lot of the international media. We have probably the largest number of excess deaths. The World Health Organization has estimated it at 4.75 million, but other independent estimates vary between 3 and 6 million. The government's own estimate is about 500,000. It's about 500,000 is the official catalogue of COVID-19 deaths. But it's really not the deaths alone that matter. It was the complete collapse of livelihoods and of employment, which continues, which persists to this day, and the impact on therefore poverty and hunger, and the very, very dramatic increase in inequality. Once again, this is a global phenomenon. We're seeing inequality increase everywhere, but perhaps nowhere as sharply as it is in India. We have had, in India, we now have the second richest man in the world. He's just overtaken Bill Gates, Mr. Gautam Adani, who is well known as a crony, if you like, of the current government, whose net wealth has increased, I think, 27 times in the last few years, and who's during the pandemic is when he dramatically improved his fortunes to jump several, maybe a dozen places in the global wealth list to be ranked number 2 currently. And we also have a very sharp increase in hunger from all, again, independent surveys. And I will explain why we can only use independent surveys in a minute. So what exactly happened? Why was it such a disaster in economic and social terms? First of all, of course, there was the nature of the lockdown. We had a very draconian and extreme lockdown imposed quite early in the pandemic, when there were only about 500 COVID-19 deaths across the whole country, and they were concentrated in certain areas, in certain cities only. Yet we had a national lockdown, which was really treated like a military curfew. You could get arrested, you could get beaten up if you ventured out of your house. And this was done in a country where 90% of the workers are informal. That is, they have no legal or social protection when they are not working. And half, at least, of the country is self-employed, including half of non-agriculture is self-employed. So it really meant that for about 6 weeks, you were denied any opportunity of earning your own livelihood. Only essential services were allowed. There was a lot of confusion about what constituted essential services, but it meant a complete breakdown of economic activity, and associated with that, of course, incomes. Now, because of the fact that so many of the workers are informal, it really meant that there was not just no social or legal protection, but also that there were no automatic stabilizers, that the kinds of things that kick in, or definitely kicked in the advanced economies, simply don't happen. And along with that, we had a very conservative fiscal stance. In real terms, the government increased its spending over that the first pandemic year by only 1% in real terms. This is compared to the very, very dramatic increases in fiscal spending across most of the advanced economies, anywhere between 10% and 30% of GDP was spent additionally between January 2020 and March 2021. India and Mexico are outliers in the G20 countries in terms of how little they spent additionally. And in fact, during the first phase of the pandemic, during the period of the lockdown, because revenues collapsed, the government also reduced its own spending. So perversely, it did not operate to counterbalance, it actually added to the deflationary forces in the economy. Now, these have lingering effects. As you know, just like there are positive multipliers, there are negative multipliers, and the fact that all of the major forces, private consumption, private investment, government spending, all of them declined over this period, then have had lingering effects, which the economy has still not really recovered from. So we had the fact of a very, very sharp lockdown, and then a kind of chaotic opening up, which occurred really because you cannot deny people livelihood beyond the point if you're not really providing any social protection. The only additional social protection that was provided was in terms of some free food additionally, that is free food grain to those who already availed of government rations. That is about 700 million people. At least 100 to 120 million poor people are excluded from this because the lists were drawn up more than a decade ago and they haven't been revised since then. But nonetheless, there was a little bit. There was, additional 5 kilograms per person of free food grain for some part of the population. That's really not anything in comparison to the massive increases in different kinds of transfers that we observed in many other countries, including in developing countries like Brazil and so on, or Argentina. But it nonetheless was just that brief, that little tiny increase. The poor fiscal response I've already mentioned, but because there was no other social protection, you had to open up. And so the economy got opened up precisely when we had a very large second wave. In fact, it was because the first wave had receded that seemed to result in relatively few deaths. In fact, even the WHO estimate suggests that only about 680 million or so of the deaths occurred in the first year in 2020. The second wave was the more vicious. It begins around March and peaks by May of 2021. And that second wave, the so-called Delta wave, is when we have the majority of the deaths. That's when the images of bodies floating down the Ganges River, the images of widespread chaos, devastation, and the complete breakdown of health services is most evident. But in that second wave, in fact, is precisely the period when the economy had been allowed to open, when governments were in fact encouraging more people out on the roads, when the Prime Minister was himself addressing very large rallies and in electoral contests, and being very proud of the fact that many, many people had gathered for his rallies without any masking or any other social protocols. So we had a very bad second wave, which again impacted the economy, this time because of the disease rather than because of the lockdown. The first impact on the economy was through the lockdown. The second one was through the impact of the disease. This is in the second quarter of 2021. And then the recovery has been an extremely K-shaped recovery. We've had, as I've said, some of the richest people in the world emerge in our country, and we have had widespread and continuing, not just stagnation, but absolute decline in employment opportunities. So we have very little data. One of the other features of this past 5 or 6 years has been the real absence of proper data, whether it is on incomes, consumption, poverty, and so on. We really are being denied the basic official data. We haven't even had our decennial census now for 2 years. But such data as we do have, conducted by independent surveys, suggests a dramatic increase in hunger, especially among children, which is extremely worrying, and undernutrition among women in particular, increasing significantly. This poor fiscal response was accompanied by, as I said, the inadequate social protection, which also meant that we saw a phenomenon of migrant workers in particular, though, because so much of the minimal things that people get is residence-based, that migrant workers who come from rural India to cities, or from smaller towns to bigger cities and so on, they don't have any ration cards or anything really in terms of access in the place where they're working. And when they were denied the chance of earning a livelihood, yet they were also denied any additional social protection, they were mostly close to starvation. And so we had this terrible reverse migration, this extremely arduous journeys of hundreds of kilometers, often done on foot, often done in the face of severe resistance, because they were being beaten as they tried to cross these many miles. We have an estimated 150 to 180 rural to urban migrants in India, and around 100 million would have actually gone back to the villages in this period. The Rural Employment Guarantee Act, we have a National Rural Employment Guarantee Act that promises 100 days of employment to every household. It delivers on average about 40, 45 days, but that's still something, it's better than nothing. And that proved to be the other major lifeline when especially you had the movement of migrants back and the loss of their remittances back to their home families. This became the other major lifeline. Again, inadequate, but it was something that kept survival going in the most minimal way. But the other feature that was evident throughout this pandemic was a dramatic centralization of decision-making. The Indian government used the National Disaster Management Act to basically overrule all other existing laws and processes and declared a national emergency and the lockdown without consultation with the state governments, without consultation with anyone, even the ministries were unaware. And having done that, it was a dramatic centralization of power, authority, decision-making. It then immediately accompanied by a significant decentralization of responsibility. In other words, the state governments were left to pick up the pieces. So the central government decides on everything, on what movement will be allowed. Train travel was not allowed for several months. Bus travel was not allowed for several months. Interstate travel was very severely curtailed by the central government. But the responsibility of dealing with the fallout fell on state governments. And this was weird because, in fact, state governments are fiscally constrained. They have limits on their own borrowing power, and of course, their revenues that also collapsed in this period. Yet the central government didn't spend more, and it didn't really make available more money. In fact, it did not even meet its own promise to state governments of providing compensation for an earlier agreement on meeting the norms for certain indirect tax increases, which had happened when a goods and services tax was imposed on the country. So it didn't meet its own obligations to state governments, but at the same time, it didn't actually pick up any additional spending to deal with this problem. So what happened is that state governments were then allowed to borrow. That was the big change. They were allowed to borrow, but that really adds to a burden because state governments don't anymore have independent fiscal powers. So how they're going to raise the money to generate the repayment is an issue. At the moment, the can is being kicked down the road. So we really don't know how this will pan out eventually. But there's a huge problem now of state finances, which is ultimately driven by the center's lack of response. And there is a huge problem of federalism because state governments are naturally concerned that they're not engaged in any of the decision making, they're not consulted, and yet they are forced to deal with the fallout. We also observed that the pandemic was used, as in many other countries, for a significant suppression of dissent. This was a period when there were widespread protests against a law that had been passed in India, the Citizenship Amendment Act, which would effectively, not de jure, but de facto make Muslims second-class citizens. There were widespread protests across the country with sit-ins, very peaceful protests by women, by students, by people all over. And those were immediately lifted on public health grounds. Meanwhile, there was a massive increase in arrests and detention of protesters, peaceful protesters, and other journalists and others, and often kept in very, very poor conditions. Many of them have died in detention because of the poor conditions and with poor health conditions. Many of them contracted COVID and were not treated in time. So all kinds of terrible results in terms of the political suppression and the crackdown. Accompanied by that, very few sittings of parliament, again on public health grounds. So even Zoom parliaments were limited for unknown reasons. And the continued suppression of information. The opacity is something that might be hard for people in Western democracies to even begin to comprehend. For example, at the beginning of the pandemic, a new fund was instituted. It was called PM CARES, Prime Minister CARES, the acronym, which was a new fund. We already have a Prime Minister's Relief Fund, which is usually what people contribute to in these calamities and natural disasters and hazards and so on. A new one was created, which appeared to be official because it was promulgated and talked about by the Prime Minister. Everybody was forced to contribute, all public servants, 1 month, 1 day's salary per month. Many institutions and organizations and private sector all gave significant contributions to the PM CARES fund. Turns out it's a private fund. Turns out it's not a government fund. It so happens that the Prime Minister, the Finance Minister, the External Affairs Minister, the Home Minister are trustees, but they will not reveal how much money they've got or what they're doing with the money. And they are not subject to public audit. They're not subject to the scrutiny of the public accounts, and they're not subject to right to information because they are not public, they're private. And yet the public means, if you go to any government website, all of them were saying contribute to PM CARES at this time. It's something unusual that is similar to another thing that has happened in India and in Indian politics recently, which is the electoral bonds scheme, which is where anyone can buy an electoral bond and corporations can buy them too. And then they can ascribe that bond to a political party, but nobody else will know who has bought the bond. All you will know is that so many bonds have been bought and they've gone to a particular party. Who is buying these bonds is completely opaque. In other words, you can have a situation of institutionalized bribery because you can buy electoral bonds to influence certain results. The ruling party, the BJP, has received about 90% of the money from electoral bonds so far. The case has been held up in the Supreme Court now for 6 years. Extraordinarily, the Supreme Court keeps finding reasons to postpone a decision on this matter. But it does mean that the ruling party is now way ahead in terms of its financing compared to every other party. and that there's complete opacity in terms of who is giving the money and what they are benefiting from in terms of subsequent policies. I could talk much more about many of the other concerns, but I think what I want to emphasize here is that what's going on in India, therefore, is an extreme example of what can happen to democracies. I think many of us within the country are surprised, shocked, alarmed at the rapidity with which democratic institutions can dissolve or be suborned or simply not meet the requirements of what would be considered democracy anywhere else. And that, in turn, is not something that just affects human rights and civil and political rights. It also affects the economy. In other words, the government is enabled to do these things that have dramatically destroyed livelihoods and employment and continue. We have nominal wages below their 2019 levels today. And we have significant increases in poverty and hunger, but we don't have the data because the government decides not to do the surveys. You can get away with this opacity and so on if you are sufficiently determined and if you can suborn other institutions. I think the rapidity of this is something that other countries need to note, and it's something all of us are still grappling with as well. But let me stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jyoti. I think we'll take some comments or questions. Yeah, one in the back.
Thank you very much for the very informative and interesting presentation. I'm Vasana Handapangoda from Johannes Kepler University, Linz. And my question is, I don't know how much this would be related to the topic that you discussed. It's about the role of culture, because India is a highly multicultural, multi-ethnic society with many religions and from people from many ethno-national backgrounds. So my question is, what role did people's beliefs, people's certain traditions, practices play in the government's failure to effectively handle the pandemic? For example, symbolism of wearing masks. For example, the meaning of masks and communal religious practices such as communal praying. So such cultural factors, how did these cultural factors play a role in the government's, the said failure to handle the pandemic? Because in Sri Lanka, say for example, symbolism of masks did play a role, and the communal religious practices did play a role in government's failure to successfully handle the pandemic, especially in the second wave of it. So thank you.
Yes, that's a very interesting question. As you say, India is multicultural and diverse. However, the present government is attempting to impose a sort of majoritarian version of Hinduism. They call it Hindutva, but it's a very specific version, which frankly is not what the majority of even Hindus practice in India, because Hinduism itself is a very complex and multifarious kind of religion. What we're getting is a very specific form which is being sought to being imposed across the country, and a subordination and in fact absolute aggression towards other religions and cultures. However, there is one dominant cultural feature of India which is unfortunate, I would say, and which is not something to be either admired or replicated, which is caste. Caste is something which is not just confined to Hindus, it's spread across all religions. In fact, it's subcontinental in its spread. And caste enables both hierarchy and discrimination in very fundamental ways. Now, what that meant is that, you know, these ideas of social distancing, they're already deeply imbued in caste culture. And so social distancing became one of the ways in which you could express, you know, typically the social distancing in caste comes from notions of pollution and purity. Lower castes and others are polluting. Certain types of food are polluting, certain practices are polluting. And that could easily be transferred into saying, oh, well, you know, you are going to spread the virus. And so we got a significant increase in discrimination precisely to, in fact, health workers, precisely to sanitation workers, those who were dealing with the pandemic. It's bizarre, right? So we got a dramatic week. I mean, of course, there was this superficial celebration of health workers. You know, people would get on their balconies and clap or bang vessels according to, you know, demands from the government and the prime minister to do so. But in actual practice, they were not just, they didn't just remain underpaid. In many cases, they were unpaid because state governments were short of finances. They were treated badly because they were seen as spreaders of the disease. They were abused and not given basic health insurance and health protection when they were disproportionately also affected by the pandemic. And so we had a worsening of the pandemic precisely because we were not giving health workers the opportunity to function properly, or sanitation workers the opportunity. Masks is an interesting thing. Masks, I would argue that in India, the mask wearing, it's a particular kind of culture. I think I would call it the sort of the chin strap theory of germ protection. Even when masks were worn, it was really a sort of legalistic thing. People would wear it on their chins and think that, you know, they've done their duty. And even when the police were very rigidly enforcing mask wearing, if they saw it on someone's chin, they said, fine, you know, you're wearing the mask. In other words, it was really never a very, it still isn't a very hygienic notion of mask wearing. Communal praying is something which is widespread in all the religions in India, but it was banned for non-Hindus, pretty much, until very, very recently. And for Hindus, in fact, it was allowed. We had a very major festival along the banks of the Ganges in 2021, which was brought forward by a year. It wasn't, I mean, instead of delaying it, you bring it forward by a year and allow a congregation of approximately 8 million people along a relatively small area, which became a major super spreader of the disease. On the other hand, at the beginning of the pandemic in March 2020, when people didn't really know and there were no laws about it, a small gathering of Muslims in Delhi led to a spreading event, and they were pilloried for months and they were arrested and they remained in prison in some cases for more than a year. So yeah, very differential approach, which reflected also in the combination of political and cultural was a specific feature, I would say, of India.
Thank you. Yeah, please.
This is Rakesh. Since you have worked on demonetization, I was wondering whether there was any connection between the poor livelihood and other conditions during the COVID and demonetization.
Can I just add something linked to that? It seems one of the features of a move towards centralization of power, autocratic thing, is rather erratic behavior, which have rather severe social, sometimes disastrous economic consequences. Well, you gave the example of COVID, demonetization was another one. In Turkey, the interference in interest rate policy, etc. Yeah? But they get away with it somehow. Yeah? So there must be some major compensating strategies which make up for these rather disastrous non-populist impacts, yeah, of erratic interventions.
Yeah, these are very good questions. Yes, on demonetization, absolutely. You know, the thing is that COVID-19 struck an already significantly weakened economy. And the Modi government has specialized in shock and awe. Yeah, the things they do are designed to shock, and they're very radical, they're very extreme, and often their own government doesn't know about it. This was true of demonetization. The finance minister did not know that it was going to happen until a few hours before it happened. It's announced at 8 p.m. The prime minister comes on television and announces it, that it will start at midnight. You get 4 hours to adjust to something like the fact that 85% of the currency in circulation is not going to be valid anymore. All the money you're holding is not valid. And of course, the chaos that ensued, we have written about this in a book, I and some colleagues, was immense. And the personal suffering was immense, again, huge, all to no avail. The ideas were supposedly to root out corruption and get rid of black money, terrorist financing, etc. None of that happened. We are back to higher proportions of currency in circulation relative to GDP than we were before the demonetization. And what it did do is a change in income distribution. But yes, it was a shock and awe tactic. Similarly, we had just within 6 months, the imposition of the goods and services tax, which I think I just mentioned, which, other countries, Australia took 3 years to do it. Canada took many years to do it. Countries that have done it have taken a very, very long time to do it because it's a problematic process. In India, we took 3 months. We announced it in March and said by the 1st of July, everybody's got to pay GST. In a country where most enterprises are informal, most of them don't have the capacity to do this. It's a dramatic increase in costs, in red tape, in everything. And of course, there was chaos because instead of the one simple unified rate, there were 8 rates. And so everyone getting their head around this, again, shock and awe. The purpose is really to say we will do it because we can, and we will tell you what to do. And you're not allowed to say whether it's good or bad. Yes, and what happened with the pandemic? I mean, I cannot think of any other country where you would announce a lockdown, again, with 4 hours notice. Same thing, 8 p.m., he comes on television and says, at midnight, this lockdown will begin. And anybody who, all trains will stop. Imagine, all trains will stop. All buses will stop moving. All transport. You cannot be on the road. If you are, you will be arrested. Across a country of 1.3 billion people. How do they get away with it? I think Michael's question is really very good. And of course, we're still trying to get our heads around that. But there are, I would argue, 2 major reasons. Well, three major reasons. One is very significant control over media. And by which I mean not just the mainstream media, not just mainstream radio, television, and the newspapers, but also social media. It's a very, very active attempt by the government and the ruling party to control social media. And they hire people. They have WhatsApp armies. They have, the BJP has a huge social media department of thousands of people who are employed and others who are, shall we say, piece rate workers to influence social media, in addition to completely suborning most of the recognized media. So that the few independent houses that exist, they're tiny, they're struggling, they're facing multitudes of legal cases, all kinds of pressures. So they just about survive, and they're not really able to reach a very large cross-section. The second is diversionary tactics. You generate hatred of the other, particularly of Muslims. That's become a very defining trope across the country. And it's constantly whipped up, again, through the use of social media and so on. And the third is, in a way that, the third is that, dear me, I've forgotten the third one, but there is a third important reason why they are able to retain the control. It will come to me. Sorry, apologies.
That's fine. You're joining the club. Yeah. Thank you, Jyoti. I think we'll have to stop here. I mean, the theme is very important for us. We are looking at many different case studies of illiberalism, and I think we'll continue that tomorrow afternoon. And so I think the Indian development and the experience is very enlightening for us and worrying, especially for those who have known India for a long time and always thought it's an exception for not succumbing to authoritarianism in a way. So all the very, very best. And thank you for taking the trouble to be with us. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we continue with Ruben Dobrinsky, a long-term friend and co-worker with us at the Institute. More importantly, had an illustrious career at the UN ECE, United Nations Economic Commission for Europe, where he was director of the research department and the main flagship publication for many years, a very profound economist who I know for many, many years, and we have benefited tremendously over many years from your collaboration. Thank you very much. Roman will talk, as he already announced, on the experiences of Bulgaria and Romania, which are basically quite differentiated cases to analyze. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael, for this very kind introduction. So after the trip to India, we are going back to Europe. As Michael said, to some parts of the EU's periphery. The general topic of this conference is about transformations, and my presentations is about some aspects of transformations in countries like Bulgaria and Romania. In the previous presentation, we saw that change can take place very fast, but when we talk about transformations, they usually take a long time. So in my presentation, I also have taken a longer time horizon, so presenting evidence about some aspects of these transformations during the past 2 or 3 decades. In my presentation, I have 2 news. One is good news and one is bad news, as it is usually the case. So I shall start with the good news. The good news is that over the past 30 years or so, all former communist countries, including Bulgaria and Romania, achieved an impressive progress in catching up and convergence vis-a-vis the more developed Western European nations. So I started with the most banal and widely used illustration of this process, namely the relative per capita GDP levels. And I have shown on the slide what has been happening in the 8 Central and Eastern European countries relative to Germany. So I chose Germany as a benchmark and not the EU average, because during this period, the EU composition of the EU has been changing very significantly, and I wanted to have a more stable reference point. So overall, this should be a very familiar picture to most of you, but I just wanted to highlight some details. And one of them is the fact that over this course of the years, Romania achieved the most impressive catch-up outcomes in terms of per capita GDP levels among all the Central and Eastern European countries, from 21% of the German level in the year 2000 to 61% in the year 2021. And if one looks more carefully at Romania's performance in the last couple of years, what happened is that Romania overtook by this measure countries that were well above it in previous years, like Croatia, Latvia, Slovakia, and Greece. So by all accounts, this is a very impressive achievement. While Bulgaria also achieved some catch-up, it still remains at the bottom of the EU in terms of per capita GDP levels. So this process of real convergence has been based on a complex process of economic restructuring, modernization, and institutional change. And I shall only take a glimpse on some of its facets. Investment builds the foundations of growth, and it played a crucial role for the process of economic restructuring of the former communist countries. And on this slide, for example, comparing Bulgaria and Romania, one can see that Romania has been systematically above Bulgaria in terms of the relative investment ratio relative to GDP over these years. As to FDI, which is on the right panel, I shall come to that a little later. And a similar picture can be said about public expenditure. Public investment is responsible for the construction of maintenance of public infrastructure and the provision of public services, and indirectly also supports economic growth. So Romania has been investing more in public capital, public investment. So going to FDI, it will not be exaggeration to say that it was FDI that played the key role for the process of economic restructuring and modernization of the former communist countries. At the onset of transition, FDI embodied many things for these countries: fresh capital, instrument for fast privatization, new physical investment, new production facilities, new managerial skills, new business models, new mentality, new attitude to work. So looking first at the FDI inflows, it would seem that Bulgaria fared better than Romania in relative terms, especially after the accession to the EU. However, what matters more is where FDI was directed. So if one takes a look at the breakdown of the inward FDI, one can see that the composition of these flows was very different. In Bulgaria, much of the FDI flew into real estate, tourism, and finance, and not so much into manufacturing. While Romania did not attract so much FDI in relative terms, a much larger share of this FDI was directed to manufacturing, which contributed to the structuring of the whole economy. So actually, FDI has been the main driver of modernization of Romania's manufacturing and supported the expansion of high-value added manufacturing sectors such as electrical engineering, electronics, and manufacture of motor vehicles. The different outcomes of the process of economic restructuring are clearly visible in the changing composition of exports of the two countries. Bulgaria and Romania started economic transformation from very similar positions. Both were specialized in food processing and light industries, which in the chart is in the item other manufacturing. And in 2002, these were still the most important sectors in both countries. However, in 2021, the situation was already very different. In that year, machinery and transport equipment accounted for a much larger share of Romania's total merchandise exports compared to Bulgaria. And actually, Romania is by now as specialized in the exports of machinery and transport equipment as the countries of Central Europe, and more specialized than the EU 15, that's the old EU, as a whole. And if we take a closer look into the dynamics and structure of the exports of machinery and transport equipment, first of all, one can see that this item as a whole is responsible for the double share of the exports compared to Bulgaria. And moreover, in this commodity group, the commodity group of road vehicles is almost by one order of magnitude larger than it is in the case of Bulgaria. And probably the most remarkable success story in Romania has been the development of the automotive sector, especially after the decision of Renault to turn Dacia into its global low-cost brand. Thanks to that, a number of Renault's key suppliers also invested in Romania and developed their own local production facilities. So in 2018, Romania entered the top 10 of Europe's largest producers of motor vehicles and developed its own local automotive cluster, which is well integrated into the global production and value chains of this important industry. So by contrast, during the 90s, Bulgaria missed the opportunity to attract a global brand in a local car assembly facility. And thereafter, the existing windows of opportunity closed, and what was missed during the 80s could not be done afterwards. So until the present day, no large manufacturing multinational is present in Bulgaria with a big production facility. So these are some of the factors that contributed to real convergence. There are many more factors which I cannot cover due to the lack of time. But if I go back to Mr. Svoboda's question this morning, and if I were to give a simplistic answer to your question, why Romania fared much better than Bulgaria, I would say that because it managed to develop a stable, large, export-oriented manufacturing base, which is the foundation of its growth. So much for the good news, but as I said, I also have bad news, and I shall now turn to the second part of my presentation, which takes a look at the relations between growth and prosperity, especially on the EU's eastern periphery. And here I shall also look at one more part of the eastern periphery, namely the Baltic states. It is an established result in economic theory that social welfare is greater when resources are more equally distributed. So now I shall go back to the issue with which I started, that of economic growth and convergence, but we'll look at it from a different angle, namely to what extent the catch-up process and growth brought prosperity to the population of these countries. So I start at the macro level. So if you look at the two panels on this slide, the left panel is a replica of what I had at the very beginning, and it depicts the process of catching up in terms of per capita GDP levels during the past 20 years. However, but the left slide, the right-hand slide, looks at another measure of economic well-being. That is the level of equalized disposable income. So it is depicted on this slide in the same measurement units, namely the relative levels of medium equalized net income vis-a-vis German at purchasing power standards. And here we see a very different picture. Although one can also observe a catch-up process, its dynamic is very different. And most importantly, in 2021, Romania is still at the very bottom of the EU ranking, lagging even behind Bulgaria. So this comparison presents quite of a puzzle, and I shall try to look at some of its features. The equalized net income measures the total income of an average individual after tax and other deductions and transfers. To put it roughly, it measures what is left to the individual from what he or she earns after all interactions with public finances. So the comparison of the two pictures can be roughly interpreted in the sense that Romania's citizens dispose of a much smaller share of the gross income they generate compared to other EU countries. So what can be the reason for that? This is a difficult and complex issue to analyze in detail, and I shall only put forward some conjectures. The first is related to the income from employment, which accounts for the largest share of the net disposable income. So using data for GDP by the income approach, let us look at the share of compensation of employees in GDP across countries. And here we again see a very different dynamics between the groups of countries. In the Eurozone and within the 5 Central European countries, this share has been relatively stable, although it's much higher in the Euro area. In Bulgaria and Romania, and Bulgaria and the Baltic states, the share of compensation of employees in GDP increased substantially during the past 20 years. And by contrast, Romanian employees were rewarded with a decreasing share of the income they produced. Only in the last several years, this share started to raise, but remained the lowest within the EU. And now let us try to reach to the micro level to see how prosperity is spread across different layers of society. A fair societal outcome would be such when the economy produces a relatively equitable distribution of prosperity so that wide layers of society benefit from economic growth. There are different measures, ways to measure and judge about how prosperity reaches out to different layers of society. And in this room, we have much more competent experts on the issues of equality. And I'm only taking a very superficial look at some of the existing data. Okay. I have shown on this slide two of the widely used measures of income inequality, the Gini coefficient of equalized disposable income and the income quintile share, that is the share of the total income received by the top quintile of the population to that received by the bottom quintile of the population. So by both measures, the situation with income inequality in Bulgaria and Romania cannot be considered as satisfactory, especially as regards Bulgaria. Bulgaria not only displays the highest level of income inequality in the EU, but also this inequality has kept increasing. The Central European countries feature a fairly equitable distribution of prosperity and are the best performance within the EU by these measures. And by contrast, the Baltic states, which in principle achieved impressive catch-up outcomes, performed rather poorly in terms of income inequality. And the situation in these countries is not much different from that in Bulgaria and in Romania. The next slide illustrates another measure of internal social cohesion. That's the incidence of poverty using two measures. The first is the general at risk of poverty rate, and the second one is the persistent at risk of poverty rate. And the situation with poverty is broadly similar to that with income inequality, but the risk of poverty is the highest in the case of Romania. Again, while the Central European countries are the best performance within the EU, in the Baltic states, the risk of poverty is similar to that in Bulgaria and Romania. Moreover, it has been increasing in recent years. So what can be the reasons for these differentiated outcomes? The net disposable income has three main components: gross personal income, taxation, social transfers. And all three components may have affected the observed outcomes, but arguably the fiscal interactions with the state, taxation, and transfers are the most important factors. According to economic theory, a fair tax system should maximize the social welfare function while considering that social welfare is the greater when incomes are more evenly distributed. So fair taxation should contribute to greater income inequality. So has this been the case? And let's have a brief look at one specific component of the tax system, namely personal income taxation. What we find is that Bulgaria, Romania, and the Baltic states are the only EU countries applying a flat tax on personal incomes. And you can see the rates which are applied in the different countries. The main argument for the adoption of a flat tax during the transition was based on its simplicity. All other EU countries apply a progressive personal income tax. So the next question is, does a flat personal income tax have an effect on income inequality? And there are many empirical studies on the effect of the personal income tax on income inequality. And all studies systematically conclude that the flat personal income tax has had a negative impact on the even distribution of incomes. And the next question would be, can social transfers mitigate the negative effect of unfair taxation. And again, as suggested by empirical studies, a properly designed system of social transfer can mitigate the negative effect of the flat tax on income inequality, and this has been observed in most of the countries. But there is one very peculiar empirical outcome concerning Bulgaria, and the study is quoted there, namely that the after tax and benefit inequality in Bulgaria is higher than the pre-tax and benefit income inequality in the country. That is, the fiscal interactions with the state, the taxes and the transfers have had a negative redistributive effect and contributed to greater inequality. That is, the tax and benefit system was regressive in its nature. And most probably, this is one of the factors that explain this, why Bulgaria has the highest income inequality and why it has been growing in recent years. However, as we can see from the experience of other countries, especially from that of the Balkan transfers, social transfers cannot fully offset the negative impact of the flat tax on income inequality, and these countries do have very high rates. So I would not like to oversimplify the picture, but it is difficult to ignore the fact that countries applying a flat personal income tax tend to have greater inequality and poverty rates. So finally, what then? Income inequality differs across countries, but how does this affect economic and social life? This is again a very complex issue, which is beyond the scope of my brief presentation. But what I did was to look at just one macro indicator, the dynamics of the population in the last 20, 30 years. The two panels of the slide look at this dynamics either starting from the 1990 or 2000, and the picture is broadly similar. So as we saw in the morning, there are no dramatic difference in the natural demographic situations such as birth and death rates and life expectancy across Europe. What mostly differs across country is the level of in and out migration. So the observed differences in the population dynamics mostly reflects either the exodus from or the influx to the respective countries. And again, it is difficult to ignore the striking match between income inequality and poverty on the one hand and the population dynamics on the other. Bulgaria, Romania, and the Baltic states, which are characterized with the highest level of income inequality and poverty in the EU, are at the same time the countries that experienced the largest population decline in the past 20, 30 years. Again, I do not want to oversimplify the picture. There have been many more factors that have had an effect on population dynamics, but in any case, such outcomes do suggest that the effect of income inequality and poverty cannot be ignored. When people are not satisfied with their living conditions, they start voting with their feet. People are the greatest asset of a nation, and all nations and governments are obliged to offer decent and fair conditions of life if they want to preserve this most valuable asset. Thank you.
Stay with Southeast Europe and to move on to the Western Balkans. I'm very happy to have one of our young economists who joined our institute more recently, Branimir Jovanovic. Previously was working in the finance ministry of North Macedonia and has PhDs from Britain. And we look forward to your talk on the heterogeneity of what we observe in the Western Balkans.
Thanks, Michael, for the kind introduction, and especially for that young. I'm not that young, by the way, but thanks. So And thanks everybody else for staying this late. It's 5 o'clock and I know how difficult it is for you to listen to talks like, such as this at this time of the day. Of course, it's the same. It would be the same with me. But I also have a difficult task to get your interest after all these excellent presentations today. But I have some good news, similar to Rumen. And the good news is that I'll try to be really short. I'll try to fit everything into 10 minutes. I don't have any bad news so far. Let's see how it goes. So the title of my presentation is Western Balkans lost between EU and EU. And it's kind of a word play of words. Yugoslavia, EU, the European Union. And just in the beginning, I want to stress that I will be talking about the ex-Yugoslav countries, ex-Yugoslav republics, who are commonly referred nowadays as Western Balkans. And these are the countries which are still not members of the European Union. So I won't be speaking about Croatia and Slovenia because they are part of the EU. And I won't be speaking about Albania, which is considered to be part of the Western Balkans, but was not part of Yugoslavia. And the dynamics there were slightly different. And I won't be speaking about Kosovo because Kosovo has also different dynamics and it was part of Serbia until 2000s, early 2000s. So I will be speaking about North Macedonia, Montenegro, Serbia, and Bosnia and Herzegovina. And I divided my talk into 5 parts, basically. So I'll start with the early 1990s. So what happened in the early 1990s? First, we had the breakup of Yugoslavia, of course, and we all know that. And then we also had wars in some parts of Yugoslavia, concretely in Bosnia and in Croatia. And we also had privatizations, big privatizations almost everywhere, which were very rapid, very quick, often premature, and over the night. And what are the outcomes of all these things? The first thing is that because of all this happening, we had a very strong increase in nationalism. Nationalism basically escalated, jumped overnight during this period. Then we also had very big corruption, very strong corruption, because first of all, in the countries which had wars, related to wars, because we have some people who are involved into wars and they are corrupt, of course, and they are also powerful, but also in the countries which did not have wars directly, there was a corruption which was related to a privatization process, because basically the previous elites tried to get control of the companies overnight with the privatization. So that bred corruption. And this is just a figure which shows a control of corruption index of the World Bank in 1996. This is the earliest period in time on which we have comparable data on corruption for all these countries. And you can see the darker the color, let's say the pinkier the color is, the more corrupt the country is. So you can see basically that the Western Balkans and Eastern Europe are, let's say, more corrupt than Central Europe, or let's say Czechia, Visegrad, and the Baltics, for instance, and of course, also much more corrupt than Western Europe. So yes, corruption was really got very strong during this period. And what else did we had? We had also big increase in inequality. So until 1990 approximately, Yugoslavia, as all basically Eastern European countries, had relatively low inequality. Yugoslavia had, to be honest, a slightly higher inequality than everybody else for various reasons. I don't want to spend too much time on that, but still inequality was relatively low, especially compared to standards today. But in this period, the early 90s, it increased a lot in all these countries. And because of all this stuff, it also gave rise to strong elite, political and business elite, which was related to all this stuff, to the wars, to the privatization and everything, which were to all these developments going on. And this elite basically was very powerful. So how, as we move forward, let's say to the late 1990s, how are things going on afterwards? So what was happening after that, say, the initial period of establishment of these countries? After that, we had a very strong wave of neoliberalism. So we had very strong neoliberal policies in all these countries, which are often driven by the IMF. All these countries had arrangements with the IMF, several arrangements with the IMF. The only country from Eastern Europe that didn't have was Slovenia. Everybody else was having, and the IMF at that time was driven by this Washington consensus, as we all know. And because of that, they had very neoliberal policies, which mean that they were basically forced, or whatever you call it, to proceed with the privatizations, to go for the privatizations even more. And of course, this deregulation and liberalization philosophy, you had to deregulate markets, labor markets, product markets, whatever. And it led to establishment of monopolies, and it decreased workers' rights substantially. And of course, you had the policy of austerity and small government. So the size of the government shrank significantly, and governments basically had to pursue policies of austerity or cutting, let's say, public spending. And what are the outcomes of all these policies? First of all, from political point of view, the elites which were basically established in the previous period now are entrenched or got even more powerful. And from, let's say, economical social point of view, we also had these policies of austerity and small governments led to very small, very low spending in terms of shares of GDP on education, healthcare, and all these other public goods. And of course, low investment in infrastructure. And because of that, we also had further increase in inequality. So I'll show a figure on inequality in these 4 countries. So you can see here how the income of the poorest 40% of the population and the richest 1% of the population evolved during the last 30 years in all these 4 countries. I can't really see the colors here, but you can see that one of the lines is declining. So the blue line is the income of the poorest 40% of the population. The other line, the orange line, is the one of the top 1% of the population. So you can see that they are basically a mirror image. The 40% is declining, the other one is decreasing. And basically what we can conclude from here, we can conclude several things, but the main thing is that all these years of, let's say, since the 1990s until roughly nowadays, maybe some years before, they were basically characterized by redistribution of income from the bottom 40% of the population, or let's say roughly the poor people, to the top 1% of the population, or roughly the rich people. There are other things that can be seen here. For instance, in Serbia and in Montenegro, the richest 1% have more than the poorest 40%. But okay, let's leave it for some other time. And then after that, we had the 2000s, which continued in some way with the previous developments, but we also had a new moment in the 2000s. And the new moment was that all these countries started their EU accession talks, their EU accession process. So what was different, or what was, let's say, symptomatic about the EU accession process of these countries, that it was different from the beginning of the accession process of all the other previously, let's say, socialist countries. Why? Because the Balkan countries, they had as a strict criterion for joining EU, resolution of their internal, or let's say regional political issues. So I don't know, Serbia had to resolve the issue with Kosovo, North Macedonia had to resolve the issue first with Greece, then with Bulgaria. For the other countries of Eastern Europe, you didn't have it as a strict condition. Now you have it as a strict condition. So it was a different process first. And second, the process was very, very slow, painfully slow, much slower than the other countries. So this is a table which shows how much time is taking, let's say, for the Balkan countries, Western Balkan countries, let's say, to even proceed with EU, not join EU. So North Macedonia, for instance, it's waiting more than 18 years. It applied 18 years ago to join the EU, and it still hasn't opened the accession talks 18 years after. The only country which waited so long for opening the accession talks is Turkey, and we all know what happened with Turkey. You can see the others. Bosnia and Herzegovina, which had a terrible war in the 90s, applied for membership, I don't know, 6 years or whatever. It's still even a candidate country. Ukraine got a candidate, became a country overnight, a couple of months ago. Bosnia and Herzegovina still hasn't done it, even though we had a similar war 30 years ago. So the EU accession process was very slow in the Balkans. And what was the outcome of that? First of all, it bred very strong frustration in the region, and very strong EU skepticism. I mean, very strong, relatively speaking, because looking at some measures, still EU skepticism in the Balkans is not that bad as maybe in some other places, but it's growing, it's definitely growing. Then it also strengthened nationalism, which is a big issue there. Then it also opened the space, the political space for, and economic space for other big players, let's say, especially Russia, China maybe to some extent as well, but I want to stress Russia politically. And also it strengthened the corrupt elites even further. Why? Because now they can say that EU is our enemy. They don't want to accept us. I will protect you. You know, we are doing our best, but you know, we work in a very difficult condition, and it's basically strengthening the corrupt elites. I don't want to name anybody, but you can understand who I'm talking about in particular. And of course, the structural problems that I was mentioning before, like inequality, poverty, low investment in education, infrastructure, healthcare, and all public goods, they still remain. There is no improvement in anything of this. The story continues as before. And what's the future? The future looks very gloomy. I mean, I come from the Balkans, maybe that's part of my nature, but still I try to be as objective as possible. So what will happen? What's going on right now and what will happen in the future? So I think it's very clear now that the EU accession process of the region will remain very slow. We saw that a couple of months ago with the new summit. So Bosnia and Herzegovina still didn't get the candidate country status, even 6 years after applying. We didn't see any change in the methodology or in the accession process for Serbia and Montenegro, and North Macedonia got some, let's say, very, very diplomatically, let's say, way of starting the opening of the accession talks. But basically, in reality, it will remain closed in the corridor of joining EU for some time, because the conditions for moving forward are very difficult to implement right now in the country. So what will be the outcomes? The outcomes will be that the region will be pushed even more towards Russia nowadays. And I will show you a picture now. So this is in Macedonian, it's in Cyrillic, but I will tell you what it is about. This is an investigative story by one investigative journalist website in the country called Prisma. At the day of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, they analyzed which news stories got most likes and shares and comments on Facebook. And number one was the story that North Korea said that America is to blame for the war in Ukraine. Number two was a story that the Macedonian president said it's very worrisome that Russia has such a strong influence in the country, but that story was shared in a negative context. So what are you expecting? You know, how can you say this, something like that? And you can see the other stories. I don't want to spend too much time. The thing is that this is from North Macedonia, and North Macedonia is a country which is a member of NATO. And officially speaking, if you look at the parliament, you have only one party in the country which is openly pro-Russian, and the parliament has 120 MPs. Only 2 people of these 120 MPs are pro-Russian, so 2%, let's say, of the official representatives of the people in the country. But if you look at social media, which of course might be biased because of Russian bots and whatever, but still it's indicative. At least big part of the society, maybe not majority, but very, very big part of the society has this Russian, pro-Russian, let's say, attitude or sentiment. And that is all because of the wrong strategy of the EU for the region. So this slow accession process that the country is getting will further increase. Of course, it will push the region to Russia first, then it will further increase nationalism. Of course, it will also breed authoritarianism in some of the countries, especially in Serbia and maybe to some extent Montenegro, of course, Bosnia and Herzegovina. And EU skepticism will grow, of course. And the structural problems like education, healthcare, poverty, and inequality, they will all remain. Now, the big question for me is, can there be an alternative future? Yes, maybe this is science fiction, but yes, I think there can be still an alternative future. And that will be first, fast track EU accession for the region. Then second, until that gets done, give the region full access to EU budget. In that sense, the countries will get EU money. So this is a figure which shows you how much the current EU member states will get from next generation EU in terms of their share, in terms of their GDP. So you can see that Eastern Europe, Central Europe will get around between 3 to 5% of their GDP through next generation EU. As a comparison, Western Balkans will get less than 1% of their GDP through this European investment plan or whatever it's called. So much less. If the Western Balkans were getting this amount of money, you can imagine what impact they would have on their infrastructure and public services and everything. And of course, not just throw money, but condition this new money that you're giving to the region with strict conditions for improvement on institutions like corruption, democracy, all this other stuff that I don't want to mention all of them. And what will be the outcomes? The outcomes will be that instead of pushing the region to Russia, you will hug the region away from Russia. You will hug the region towards EU. Then, of course, because of the new money that will flow into the countries, you will have big investment in infrastructure. You will have structural reforms because that will be conditioned with strict conditionality for reforms. And you will have growth of income, and you will have decrease in poverty and inequality. And of course, we have democratization because all these corrupt political elites will not have any more, let's say, scapegoat to blame for all their problems that they're making. So I spoke for 14 minutes, so slightly less than 10, but okay, I guess it's not too bad. Thanks.
Thank you for making up for my indiscipline here. Hannes.
Very briefly, thank you for the clarification. And I can only confirm when I visit the Dacia factory in Romania, they say they are the most profitable part of Renault. So, but my question, there's one small question to you. Did you look into R&D? Because when I visited Romania several times, they were quite eager in investing in R&D, much more than in Bulgaria. Maybe this is also a part of, at least for the future. But to both of you, there would be much to say, but we spoke a bit about corruption and the influence of corruption on investment, especially in the manufacturing sector. Does it have an influence, or can countries be very corrupt and they get good investment? Or is there any connection, or is there no connection at all, according to your impression?
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Jovanovic. I have a question. You said that missing investment, etc., would bring the Western Balkans closer to Russia. Is there any? Do you have any knowledge about opinion polling in the recent years, and also especially after the Russian invasion? Because I could imagine that the sentiment quite changed after that, and that you would say, even though the European Union doesn't support us at the moment, we wouldn't really have positive opinions about Russia as well. Thanks.
Nina. Oh, yes, yeah, that's fine. Go after.
So I have a question about the Western Balkans, and it's about scale questions. I've been doing a lot of work recently on El Salvador, and so I'm very interested in small countries in a big world, and does size matter? Are they too small to succeed, you know, as opposed to being too big to fail? And that's the trap they're into.
Thank you very much for the presentations. They were very interesting. My name is Nina. I'm from WIIW, and I'm colleague of Branimir, and I have a question for him. So why do you have a slightly pessimistic view on the Balkans so much, in terms of that there is a risk that in all these countries, and you mentioned Montenegro as well, there will be a rise of authoritarian kind of spirit?
Can't see. Oh, yes.
So I also have a question for Branimir, and given that we spent the previous couple of hours talking about the democratic backsliding and pro-Russian sentiments in Hungary, and democratic backsliding in Poland and Hungary, and the economic difficulties in Bulgaria and Romania, what makes you think that EU accession would have different effects in the Western Balkans?
More or less following this question, I think the EU is quite hesitant to further enlargement Western Balkans, because first you would need to reform the EU. You have unanimity in a lot of questions, and a lot of worries about that some of the Western Balkans countries would block decisions in the EU because of some stuff. And then you also have a problem that if you do not solve the problems between countries. I still remember we had to lean heavily on Slovenia not to block Croatia. And if you talk with the Croatians and the Serbs, I'm a bit worried that we could have the same experience again. And so they have to solve their own problems. You cannot expect everything from the EU to solve it. You must solve it yourself. And you first have to have your own regional integration and show that you can do it. Probably you can have it outside of the EU, like what Macron proposed, or European Economic Area, huge investments in infrastructure and greening the economy with, for example, solar and wind power.
Let me add one question to both of you, sort of moving a bit more into the political science arena. Well, I always find it a bit striking that the flat tax regime and loss of transfers, why don't they develop into an unpopular position of governments, and why wouldn't it show up in electoral performance afterwards? And I think to Branimir, while you spoke about this continuous strengthening of elite positions, yeah, this again, at some point one would think there would be some unpopularity emerging from that, yeah? Again, what's the political mechanism which prevents that to show up in electoral dynamic?
I think I had less questions, so maybe I'll start and then pass to Branimir to take the shocks. Well, I start with your question, Michael. I have been asking myself this question, and really I don't know the answer, but probably it's maybe the message that I was trying to convey is not so widely understood by the public, so that it could turn into a political agenda against the tax. But in the case, I don't know much about the situation in the Baltics, but in the case of Bulgaria, the business elite is strongly opposing any changes in the tax system. So, and it has been fiercely defending this tax. And every time anyone dares to suggest any change in the existing system, because the flat tax also applies to business taxation, on tax on profit, they get a strong blow from the business elites. So again, it will be a difficult process, I guess. And coming back to Mr. Svoboda's question, I haven't seen the latest data, but the last I remember I saw that unfortunately both countries are still at the bottom of R&D spending. Romania obviously is doing much better in terms of business R&D investment, but regarding public R&D investment, both Bulgaria and Romania are lagging considerably behind the more advanced countries.
Thanks. I'll try to be brief. So the question about the pro-Russian stance after the invasion, I actually think that the pro-Russian stance has even got stronger for various reasons. But the most obvious one is that now people start to feel the consequences of, let's say, the war, like inflation and energy and everything. And they start to say, this is not our war. We should care about ourselves. Like it's much more important that we have what to eat than to interfere with what's going on over there, Russia, Ukraine, NATO, America, whatever. And because of that, they are, I would say, the opposition towards the Ukraine is even getting stronger. There was one poll in Serbia a couple of months ago, maybe not too recent, but still very indicative, which showed that for the first time in the history of the country, and the poll was done by an agency which is not pro-Vucic, so it's pro-opposition, let's say, and it showed that for the first time in history probably, if there was a referendum for joining EU, majority of the people would vote against that. 51% at the poll said we would vote against joining EU if there's a referendum today. And the others were saying, various answers. It happened for the first time. Yes, there's another indicator in the Balkan barometer, which got published in June or July, I'm not sure, which is published by this Regional Cooperation Council. For the first time in the last 10 years, the support for EU has declined. It's still strong, it's still 60%, but it has declined, I think, from 62 to 60, and it's for all the 6 countries. So there is already some data, some evidence in the data that, let's say, the EU support is declining and the pro-Russian support is even increasing. There's a question about the size of the countries. Yeah, I agree to some extent, but I mean, the Balkan countries are not so much different, let's say, from Croatia, from Slovenia, from the Baltic countries, from Czechia, Slovakia. The size is like that. Okay, Romania is bigger, Poland is bigger, but the others from the Central Eastern European region are not so big, are not even bigger. Serbia is 7.5 million or whatever, which is similar to, I don't know, to some of these countries, to Bulgaria. So I don't think that size is the problem. I think, I mean, of course, it has some consequences, but I don't think that's the main problem for the lack of development. There's a question about why I'm so negative about the Balkans and Montenegro, basically because of all these structural problems, like you have very high corruption, weak institutions, you have authoritarianism everywhere, you had internal political regional problems everywhere, you have low investment into education, into all these public goods that I mentioned, education, healthcare, and you have very high inequality and poverty. So basically you have many structural problems which stay there for years, for decades, and nobody's trying to address them. You all the time you hear about, I don't know, you hear about policies trying to improve income of people and GDP and everything, but you don't have policies which try to address these deep structural problems, which in my opinion are very problematic. So that's the reason why I'm pessimistic. Until I see some concrete measures aimed at addressing these deep structural problems, I would remain pessimistic. There's a question about why let's say the EU accession process be different, let's say, for the Western Balkans. It's a good question, but I think that the difference is in the following: EU is throwing money, giving money to Hungary and Poland and all these other countries, but it doesn't require any reforms there. It's just giving them money, but requires nothing in return. Basically, just carrot, no stick. The strategy of EU towards the Balkans is the exact opposite. There's no carrots, it's just sticks. So just some conditions, whatever. Solve the issue with, I don't know, Bulgaria, Greece, Kosovo, Serbia, whatever, but you get nothing in return. You will get in 30 years when you get into the EU, but so far, you have to work to get your money. So that's the difference. And what I'm suggesting would be different from what, let's say, Hungary and Poland are getting now, because I'm saying that there should be strict conditionality for getting the money. Yes, get these huge amounts of money, but with strong conditions. If you don't have these conditions, like reforms, whatever, rule of law, media, corruption, you don't get the money. What we have in Hungary and Poland is they get the money without any reforms. So that's the crucial difference. You will get the money in the Balkans, but with reforms. There is a question about, everything, why should we expect everything from the EU? Well, I'm not saying that EU is panacea. And when I was at the government, I was always telling, I change my tone depending on who am I talking to. When I'm talking, let's say, to Macedonian policymakers, I criticize them. When I'm talking, let's say, to Europeans, I criticize Europe. And I think that's the right approach, because you should criticize both sides. But I'm not saying that EU is the panacea, and I'm not expecting everything, all the problems to be solved by the EU. What I'm expecting, or let's say requesting, is that the EU doesn't doesn't make obstacles, let's say, for the region. And what we have for now is just obstacles. It doesn't help in any way. It just makes additional problems. So that's the that's the thing that I don't want to see. I'm not saying that everything will change, by the EU. Of course, domestic politicians have a big part for, let's say, for all the problems. But still, what I'm just asking is that the EU doesn't make additional problems or doesn't make obstacles for the region. And a very good question about the elites. So I actually think that there has been resistance to elites. So think about Serbia, for instance, Milosevic. There are protests against Milosevic. So basically people toppled Milosevic down. But in Macedonia, similar with Gruevski, we toppled Gruevski down in some way. You can say even in Montenegro that something similarly happened last year or 2 years ago when these protests, which are okay, led by the church, pro-Serbian, whatever, but also to some part, people were fed up with Djukanovic and they basically changed the regime. But the problem is that even when you change the regime, let's say formally, there's no real change in the way of governing, in the political practice, let's say. So that's the real problem, that you just replace the politicians, the rulers, but you don't change the way of governing. So I think that's the real problem. And yeah, it also goes down, in my opinion, at least to the deepness or the deep roots that this way of ruling builds, pushes, with the age, because you have these politicians who are connected with businessmen and with all institutions. Like Cengiz was mentioning also this, the bureaucrats in Turkey, because they will try to prevent any changes. So in my opinion, it comes down to this, because you have entrenched not just the politicians who are in power, but very various and big part of other parts of the society who are very close to the regime, and because of that, they don't want to change the way of ruling. They want just to have someone else there in power, but not real change in the way of ruling. Thanks.
So I think this closes our session. We look forward to the keynote by Mary Caldo in 10 minutes. She will tell us how to gain human security in insecure times. So there is a bright prospect to look forward to. So in 10 minutes. Yeah.
Call you to order. This is not working, or maybe it's working partially. Now it's working. Okay. Right, Barry. So good evening, and it's my great pleasure to introduce to you Mary Kaldor, who is not only a personal friend of many years standing, but a friend of the Central European University as well. But the two points of convergence, so to speak, which makes Mary the ideal speaker for this evening's final presentation is, one, she's been working on ideas of security and insecurity, in particular human security, for a long time, and has been trying to shift us away from military-based ideas of security to a larger paradigm of human security. Most recently, she has presented a paper on human security to the NATO, and she will talk about that as well, her experiences of trying to convince the NATO to think about security in a somewhat different framework. And there are multiple ties that Mary has to the region. She has biographical ties to the region, and she has some historical ties to the whole question of insecurity, and I'll tell you that in a moment. She's emeritus professor of global governance and director of the conflict research program at the London School of Economics and Political Science, which she joined in 1999. Before that, she was at the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute at CEPRI and the University of Sussex. She directed at the LSE the program on global civil society. Many of you would know her work on, and the volumes which came out of that project on global civil society. And she also directed the security and human security research unit there. But why did I say there's a historical tie? The historical tie is that in the 1980s, she was a founder of the European Nuclear Disarmament Movement, and she was co-chair of the Helsinki Citizens Assembly. So this is a project that is close to her heart for almost 5 decades now, very, very central to her political work as well as her academic work. And she was a member of the Goldstone Commission investigating the Kosovo crisis. And I just overheard her saying to someone in this room in the break that you were in Slovenia for the first time when you were 17. So obviously it goes further back, and that's something I know little about. But so let me mention just 3 books of hers, which maybe some of you do know, but if you don't, you may want to take a look at. The very well-known book written several decades ago on the new wars, in which she argues that we are in a world in which the new wars are wars which are never-ending wars. They are neither temporarily ending, nor are they spatially containable, because these are not wars about borders anymore. And this is, I think, a really significant insight if we are going to realize any agenda of peace, that the nature of war has changed and changed fundamentally. So we need to think about how we're going to deal with those. With Richard Falk, she has 2 volumes on restructuring the global military sector, which are really interesting to look back upon. They're from 1998. Of course, her work on democratization in Central and Eastern Europe, 1999, with Ivan Vejvoda, but most recently, EU global strategy and human security. No, I should say the 3rd edition of New and Old Wars has come out. So that would be worth looking at again, organized violence in a global era. She's been doing a project, I don't know if you're going to hear about it today, which is a project which takes her outside of the European context. So that would be the world part of the context here, which would be interesting because she's been looking at violence in Afghanistan, in Syria, in regions of the world which have actually gone out of our consciousness in the last half a year. So maybe Mary's going to bring back some attention to also the nature of gender violence, civil society, and with that I stop. That's civil society, civil activism on the question of peace, but also on providing just basic services in extremely insecure conditions has been something which has exercised her mind for a long time. Where states fail, where international institutions fail, how do people secure lives and livelihoods at the level of the community by themselves through self-organization? So Mary, with that, you have the word.
Gosh, thank you so much for that lovely introduction, Shalini. And I feel awful that I have to talk to you now at the end of a very long day when you must all be completely exhausted.
You can do us a favor. You can say everyone can come to dinner with us when you're done.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Everyone. Yeah. So you get a dinner when I'm done. You have to sit through this, but you'll get a dinner. And I want to say that I'm really happy to be doing this because actually I've been associated both with the CEU and the Vienna Institute. I was very involved when we set up with Vladimir Gligorov the Balkan Observatory. So it's nice for me to be involved in both institutions. And as for going to Slovenia, I will admit to you all that I went to Yugoslavia at the age of 17 to build socialism. And I worked on a road south of Belgrade. But what came out of that was actually nothing to do with socialism. There was a boy, an English boy there who came from Liverpool and taught us the Beatles songs. And it was before the Beatles had come out. So we all knew the Beatles songs long before anybody else. And anyway, so actually, I'm going to be quite narrow, Shalini, though I'm happy to talk about globals and also gender, because I think it's very involved in what I'm going to talk about. But I really want to talk quite narrowly about restructuring military power. So the topic that Shalini gave me was human security in an insecure world. And what is very interesting is that NATO has adopted the language of human security in its new strategic concept. And it's not only, it's right up there at the beginning, and it says human security applies to all our core areas, collective defense, crisis management and cooperative security, but they've continued to emphasize it. So if you hear Stoltenberg, the Secretary General, speak, they will go on saying human security is really important. And so the question is, what on earth does this mean? Is it co-option? Does it mean I've got to give up on human security and talk about something else? Or is it serious? And that's really what I would like to focus on now. And I suppose my big question is, so yesterday, Putin announces a partial mobilization and quite clearly threatens the use of nuclear weapons. He says he's going to have referendums on the territories of Donetsk and Luhansk, and once they're Russian territory, it's Russian military doctrine to use nuclear weapons in the event of an attack on Russian territory. So it's a very alarming moment. So isn't this very peculiar for, in this context, for NATO to start talking about human security? Shouldn't it be, as Ivan Krastev said this morning, sort of hard-nosed geopolitical at this point? So that's my big question for the lecture. So what I want to do is to put forward a vision of what I think NATO ought to be meaning and what this implies for the future of NATO. And I want to suggest that the shift from national security to human security must also involve a shift from a world organized on a geopolitical basis. In other words, by geopolitics, underlying the idea of geopolitics is the idea of war, that great powers go to war with each other, to a rights-based international law system. That's what how I really understand human security. And that doesn't mean the end of military power, but it means using military power in quite different ways. Ivan Krastev said this morning, well, now suddenly Europe's realized military power matters. Yes, it does matter, but not in the classic warfighting ways that used to be typical of NATO. And that's really why I thought I would be very Eurocentric, focus on this question, but I'll try to bring in wider questions later on. And the way I'm going to address that is first by giving you a thumbnail sketch of the kind of evolution of human security and my understanding of human security. Then I'm going to give you a thumbnail sketch of what Shalini already alluded to, the changing nature of warfare. And then I'll come back to NATO and Europe. So, you know, the standard narrative about human security is it all began with UNDP's Human Development Report of 1994, when UNDP put forward the idea of human security. It had 7 different concepts of human security: environmental, economic, I can't remember what they all were, and only one was personal security. And the basic idea of UNDP, it was that people die from poverty and disease. And actually, if we used all the money that went into the arms race on development, this would mean an end to war. And it came out of a whole tradition in the 70s and 80s, the Brandt report, the Brundtland report, that were all arguing we've got to divert resources from the arms race to development. So that was the beginning. But then you had the Canadians and the Australians taking up the concept of human security. And they focused very much on physical security. It was the time of the Bosnian War. So for them, if for UNDP, human security was about human development, for Canada, and particularly Lloyd Axworthy, it was about human rights. And it ended up being the need to use military force in the context of ethnic cleansing, genocide, and massive violations of human rights. And it ended up as responsibility to protect. So for a long time, there was a big debate between these two versions that were known as the narrow and the broad version. And that was supposedly reconciled in the Ogata-Sen Commission, which said human security is about both human rights and human development, but it's about the downside risks of both. So it's about responding to emergencies, whether they're wars or disasters or whatever. Now, more interesting for our purposes, which is what I'm going to talk about now, is how it has evolved, first within the European Defence and Security Policy, ESDP, and secondly, even more interestingly, within various militaries. The British military, very committed to this, the Dutch military, and even the French military. So, not so much the Americans, but the Americans seem to be on board for this NATO change. But anyway, so I want to tell you a little bit about each, because I think that's what's much more relevant for what's happening within NATO. So in the case of ESDP, actually, I was very involved in this because I convened a study group in the early 2000s that reported to Javier Solana, who was then the High Representative for Common Foreign and Security Policy. And it was about what kind of, if Europe was now to begin. If you remember, there was this meeting between Blair and Mitterrand in Saint-Malo after Kosovo, where they decided there had to be a European defense policy. And so the objective was to try to think, what should that defense policy and we had a group that involved academics, but also practitioners, generals, former defense ministers. It was a really interesting experience. And we came up with something called a human security doctrine for Europe. And actually that human security doctrine has remained, it's in the strategic compass, it's in the global strategy. And I could go into details about how it's evolved, but I just want to tell you just a few points that are key to understanding what it was about. Of course, Europe's external policy was about crisis management. It was very much shaped by the experience of the Yugoslav wars. And it was about European intervention in wars in Africa, in the Middle East. And so it was about what could, under a UN, within a UN framework. So it was about international intervention, where the aim is to dampen down violence. And I think what was radical about it, we came up with the idea that Europe should have a civil military human security service, and that civil military emphasis still continues, and that it would be guided by certain principles that were different from classic warfighting principles. And I'm not going to give you all the principles, but I just want to mention two. The first, which is the most important, was human rights. What does human rights mean? It means that you have to take saving lives before targeting enemies. If you're in a military situation and you can't attack an enemy without killing civilians, you don't attack. And this was actually, I mean, a very good example for me was the British in Belfast. They couldn't bomb IRA hideouts in Belfast because Belfast was full of British citizens. Whereas they felt no sense of impunity bombing people in Afghanistan or Aden or wherever they were, but they couldn't do it in Britain. So human security was doing things like that. It was recognizing that not killing, that comes, you can't have such a thing as collateral damage. And the other thing is that your aim isn't to win, and I'll come back to this over and over again. Your aim is to dampen down violence. So these were the two kind of key principles that were involved in what we meant by a human security approach. Now, let me turn to the other issue, which is the evolution within militaries. And I think what's happened, I think Afghanistan was hugely important for European militaries and the experience of Afghanistan. And I think there was, from the last few years, a growing emphasis on the protection of civilians. And this partly came out of pressure from civil society groups, but it partly came out of the recognition by commanders that if they killed civilians, they were weakening their own legitimacy. And this was hugely problematic. What actually happened was, though, and this is what, I mean, I've talked to the British military. I don't know if the American military see it the same way. So for the last few years, and if you look at the UN statistics on civilian casualties, what you'll see happened in Afghanistan was that nearly all the civilian casualties were caused by Taliban attacks and not by NATO attacks. But as far as ordinary Afghans were concerned, this didn't make much difference, because if the US bombed a military target, the Taliban responded by killing civilians. So they saw NATO, by sustaining the war through their continuous airstrikes, as contributing to civilian casualties. And so it didn't really solve the problem. And that's what I think came as an understanding on the part of the British military. So there was lots of pressure from civil society groups on a whole range of issues. And it's really odd. I did an interview just 2 weeks ago with some people in SHAPE, which is NATO's military headquarters. And they said, oh, we're going to give you lots of further contacts to talk to. And they sent me their list of contacts, and they were all NGOs, not people inside NATO. So there's been a long discussion. And so there's a whole set of issues which have been put together under the rubric of human security. So obviously protection of civilians is one, and NATO has developed a formal policy on protection of civilians. But there's protection of cultural heritage. There's the women, peace and security agenda, which they put a lot of emphasis on. There's dealing with gender-related violence. There's dealing with human trafficking. There's something they call building integrity, which means anti-corruption. And these are all elements that have been put under the umbrella. So NATO last year established a human security unit that put all these things under an umbrella, and the British Ministry of Defence and the Dutch Ministries of Defence have done the same thing. So I spent quite a lot of time trying to find out, does human security just mean these bundle of things, which are good, really good in themselves, so it's a great improvement if they do them, or does it mean something more than that? And I don't yet know the answer, but let me tell you broadly how I understand human security as something more than that. So first of all, I think human security is what we enjoy in rights-based, I stress rights-based, law-governed societies like Austria or the UK, even if there are some violations of human rights. And in such a society, we take it for granted that if there's a crisis, a terrorist attack, a fire, a flood, a famine, there are emergency services, there are police, firefighters, medical personnel who will come to our aid. And I see human security as being the externalization of that. It's that on a global scale. So that's one element. But part of that does include the military. But it includes the military operating in a very different way. And that links to what I was saying earlier about the protection of civilians. And the best way I can find of explaining it to you is, I don't know how many of you are familiar with international humanitarian law or the laws of war, but all militaries follow international humanitarian law. That's what makes a soldier different from a criminal, because they're operating legally. And according to international humanitarian law, in a war situation, you're allowed to kill civilians, provided it's necessary to achieve the military objective that you're aiming at, and provided that the victory that will result from reaching that military objective is proportionate to the number of civilians killed. That's the rule in international humanitarian law. There's lots more details. What I've been trying to say is that in human security, it's exactly the other way around. You are sometimes allowed to kill enemies, or even maybe to arrest them, that would be better, but only if it's necessary to protect civilians. And that requires a real mind shift on the part of soldiers who've been taught to fight and win. And it also requires a difference in how you organize and equip military force. So having said this, having gone through my quick sketch of human security, let me just say something about the changing nature of war. And in case what I've said sounds amazingly utopian. So I think the biggest lesson we learn from the Ukraine war, and it is a lesson that we should have learned from Korea, we should have learned from Vietnam, we should have learned from Iraq, we should have learned from Afghanistan, is that wars can no longer be won. It's because of the increased destructiveness of all military technology, including the sort of vernacular technologies used by insurgents or local guerrilla groups. The problem is wars can be hugely destructive, but they can't do what Thomas Schelling, the American strategist, called compellence. You can't use the military to make the other side do what you want to do, which was, in Clausewitz's term, the aim of war. And the problem nowadays is that if you have a contest between militaries, there's a problem of escalation, because if you go on escalating the way Clausewitz said you should escalate, if you go on escalating in order to win, there's a risk of annihilation. On the other hand, if you continue, you turn war into something else. So, and this is what I want to say something about, which is that it doesn't mean the end of war, but it means the role of military force or violence is very different. It means that what we see in different parts of the world are wars that seem to have no end. That's what Charlene referred to. They're wars in which the aim is not actually winning or losing. They're wars in which the various warring parties gain from violence itself. And they either gain in political terms, they might foment ethnic hatred and sectarianism and underpin an extremist ideology, or they gain directly in economic terms from loot and pillage, from smuggling under the cover of war, from setting up checkpoints, taking hostages, from taxing humanitarian aid. And in these wars, actually battles between the warring parties are very, very rare. Most of the violence is directed against civilians. And so the typical features of these wars, looting, sexual violence, destruction of cultural property, these are what these wars are like. And I mean, I talk about them, I could go on at great length, but I don't want to, as in a way, a sort of social condition, a sort of new ism. You could call it a kind of militarized neoliberalism, if you like, where violence is a method of shaping social relations, of allocating resources, and where it's continually reproduced. And that's the sort of situation we see now in Syria, Afghanistan, Congo, Sudan. And I think another important point is that these wars, interestingly, very often have started with democracy protests. And if you like, these kinds of wars are an alternative to democracy. They're a way of suppressing democracy, of channeling democratic demands into ethnic conflict. So let me just, so having said that kind of description, how do we talk about Ukraine? What sort of war are we seeing in Ukraine? Well, I think this was always Putin's objective. Putin wanted what I call a new war, an intractable war on Europe's doorstep. It was a way of ending democracy demands in Ukraine. And actually, if you go back to 2013, some of you may be familiar with an article written by his chief of staff, Gerasimov, on nonlinear war, where he talks about a new type of war and says how easy it is to destabilize a country with political technology. We know what that means, special forces, and mobilizing local dissidents. And that's really what actually happened 6 months later. I've traveled all the way through southern Ukraine, and so many ordinary Russian citizens were very proud of the fact that they thwarted attempts to capture administrative buildings in the south. And Russia only actually succeeded in Donetsk and Luhansk. So I think you can say that Putin, from the start, his position was typical of the new wars. The regimes are nearly always the sort of regimes that Shalini says are a mixture of crony capitalism, ethnic nationalism, and toxic masculinity. Putin is typical of that. He's used war since the beginning as his way of sustaining power, starting with Chechnya, then Georgia, then Syria, and now Ukraine. And if you look at the methods, that there seems to be systematic looting, systematic sexual violence, all of the things that are characteristic of new wars. But Ukraine's different, and that's what makes it so significant. From the Ukraine perspective, it's much more like a classic Clausewitzian war. They are really trying to resist Russian aggression. They're really trying to win. And for them, it's a contest between democracy and this kind of criminalized ethnic regime that characterizes Russia. But my big question is, how long can this be sustained? This is the problem that we face, because on the one hand, we're really facing a real danger of escalation. What kind of happens when Russia starts escalating the way I talked about at the beginning? On the other hand, and that could be a consequence of Ukraine doing really well. It's already a consequence of Ukraine doing really well. On the other hand, if Ukraine doesn't do really well, it can turn into the kind of intractable conflict. You know, there will be hatred against Russians because of what's happened. Everybody has been given weapons. There's 35% unemployment. There's falls in wages. It's beyond belief that people will actually resist from starting to get engaged in criminal activities to acquire money. So, you know, we face this really terrible choice. Some people say negotiations. I'm not going to go into negotiations. But actually in most new wars, there almost always are negotiations, and they don't really solve the problem. They create a kind of, they're a little bit better than outright war. But if you think about the Balkans, if you think about the South Caucasus, if you think about Congo, Sudan, they create a long-term no war, no peace situation. So they entrench the criminalized elites. So it's not really a solution. Top-down negotiations, maybe humanitarian negotiations are really helpful, like ending the blockade or local agreements, but that's sorry, I'm going on to, I keep getting diverted. So it's really, I mean, the only good option one can think of is the collapse of Putin, which is on the table, of course, and the reaction of soldiers, which is already happening every day. And there's so many soldiers who don't want to fight. They ran away, basically. So there is a possibility that that will happen, but it's very unpredictable. But that's the only good option, I think. So let me now come to the last part. Have I gone on too long? I'll come to the last part and come back to NATO and Europe and human security and what it means. So at the end of the Cold War, many of us hoped that both NATO and the Warsaw Pact would be dissolved, and instead we would have a pan-European security system based on the Helsinki principles. It was Gorbachev's common European home. It was Palmer's common security. And I think what's really interesting is that I think the Helsinki Agreement was actually the first expression of human security. We didn't use that term now, but the three fundamental principles, which were territorial status quo, a non-use of force across borders, economic and social cooperation, and respect for human rights. I think you could argue those three principles actually amounted to what I describe as human security. Now, of course, that didn't happen. OSCE, the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, was established, but it was really marginalized. And the Warsaw Pact was dissolved, but NATO expanded. Now, I do think NATO expansion was a mistake, though I don't think it explains Putin's behavior. I think it's a pretext. But the reason I think it was a mistake is that NATO remained a classic geopolitical warfighting institution. And as long as you're a classic geopolitical warfighting institution, then anybody outside feels threatened. It's just part of the story. And actually, I was going to say that if we do think the West is responsible for Putin, it's for a completely another reason, which was this dramatic shock therapy and recipe for neoliberalism and privatization that produced the kind of crony capitalism and oligarchy. That's much more an explanation. That there you can blame the West much more than NATO expansion, but it's another topic. So I think what's really interesting and what's happening now is that the European pillar of NATO is becoming more important. And with the addition of Sweden and Finland, that's sort of adds to that. And so the question is, if the European pillars become more important and ESDP is a sort of human security approach in contrast to NATO, does that mean that NATO is going to shift to become a little bit more like what we would have liked to see in a Helsinki type arrangement that eventually could include a democratic Russia? So I think that's the question. And let me just say what I think that means in concrete terms. So in concrete terms, first of all, I think it means a change in the collective defense posture. What it means is something that, oddly enough, was greatly discussed in the 1980s when we were all against nuclear weapons, was the idea of deterrence through effective conventional defense, rather than deterrence through the threat of retaliation. You know, if Putin had anticipated how effective the Ukrainians were at defending Ukraine, would he have ever invaded? And I think that's the idea that what it means is a real shift. I mean, NATO always say, oh, but we are defensive, but if attacked, we're going to send a cruise missile into Russian territory. Well, it's a change in that attitude. It's saying that collective defense needs a really effective, so it might need an increase in military spending on conventional defense in what are called the frontline states, the Baltic states, Poland, and so on. But it's conventional, it's deterrence through defense rather than deterrence through retaliation. And there's quite a lot of writing now about that, but there was a lot of writing about it in the 1980s. I just got out of the library a pugwash volume called The Foundations of Defensive Deterrence. And it's very close, actually, to Gorbachev's concept of reasonable sufficiency. So when Gorbachev came to power, he was very influenced by all these pugwash types. And the idea of reasonable sufficiency is that in order to deter an attack, you don't need to be able to kill the world several times over. So he announced this policy of reasonable sufficiency that enabled him to sign all these arms control arrangements with the West. So I think it needs a change in posture. And I suspect that is already being discussed in NATO, but I haven't been able to find it all out. But there's this new model force, which I think is going to be much more on these lines. And the second thing is, of course, a change in crisis management, which is something that all these guys are very keen on, the military. And basically what it means is that in places like Afghanistan or Mali or wherever they're involved, instead of an emphasis on counter-terror, the emphasis is on protection of civilians, the military role in monitoring and upholding local agreements, which is actually very interesting. Establishing humanitarian space, safe havens, humanitarian corridors, documenting war crimes, arresting war criminals, these kinds of activities. So let me just say finally, how is this relevant to Ukraine? So I think one can argue that the war in Ukraine is about protecting people. It's about protecting Ukrainian civilians. And I think what you're seeing that the West is now walking a tightrope between supporting Ukrainian resistance and not escalating the war. And, you know, I've been reading so much recently about the discussions in the Biden administration about what to do in the event of Putin using a nuclear weapon. And there seems to be a general consensus that you should not have a nuclear response, that Putin should be isolated. China, even India, the rest of the world will all condemn Putin for breaking a taboo, so the response should not be nuclear. And then there's a discussion about what kind of civilian response there should be. Should it be a cyber attack? I don't know, the discussion goes on. But that just illustrates the point that I'm really making, is that it is a shift away from the assumption that you simply fight a war, that you try to find ways to dampen down violence. But along with that approach, and I think that's what's missing at the moment, but that is implicit in a human security approach, is that there has to be an economic and social approach. There has to be a change. You know, what the West really could be doing was pushing Ukraine away from I mean, I can't believe that a few weeks ago, Ukraine passed the most neoliberal labor law imaginable. So actually, there ought to be lots of pressure on Ukraine to develop a kind of war economy, to have much greater state intervention, to have much greater social provision. At the moment, all of that is being provided by voluntary efforts by civil society, and Ukraine has one of the most active civil societies in the world, but it can't be sustained over the long term. It's ridiculous to have an unemployment in the middle of a war effort. So you need, I mean, I know war economies look rather like communist economies, but nevertheless, that's something that needs to happen. And it also, wars have also been ways of dealing with corruption. And there is some evidence that that's already happening, that some of the assets of the Ukrainian oligarchs have already been nationalized. And they've introduced some degree of judicial reform. So these are the kinds, so it could become a kind of model for an alternative approach to neoliberalism. And of course, the other thing is, what about Russia? And what about the sanctions? And I think the big problem with the sanctions, I mean, of course, I was in favor of them. You had to express your outrage. But they are such blanket sanctions. And the risk is, up till now, they haven't really felt the effect. But the risk is, as was the case in Iraq, as was the case in Syria, as was the case in Venezuela, that it's going to be ordinary people who really feel the effects. And that might make, and that the story can be spun that this is the West's fault rather than the government's fault. And I think that really needs to be rethought, how you do, in all of these places, Iraq, Venezuela, Syria, the warlords, even if they're targeted, are just so brilliant at finding ways around sanctions. Since they're totally criminal, they don't mind they're up to all kinds of tricks. It's always the ordinary people who suffer, and it actually contributes to further fragmentation and criminalization. And the other thing that I think is really important, and it's a whole nother lecture, is where I do think we need blanket sanctions is on oil and gas. And that means not going to Saudi Arabia, but it means a dramatically increased program of renewable energy and energy efficiency. And this is what I think, and this is my real sort of last substantial point, and then I'll conclude. We are reaching the end of the Soviet and American model of development, in which the key core factor of production was oil. And the huge price of oil is a reflection of the exhaustion of those models. And basically, it's not just the problem that oil's bad for the climate, it's the problem that oil upholds rich dictators, it finances rich dictators, and it really skews the whole global economy. So that will be another lecture, but that's just the key point I want to say. So are these changes that I've proposed, oh gosh, on the cards? Well, I thought I'd give you two quotes. One was from a senior Ukrainian official, a senior NATO official, and I said to him, why are you so keen on human security? I would have thought the Russian invasion of Ukraine would make you think differently. And he said, absolutely not. Ukraine has been a wake-up call for us. What we realized was that NATO planning was based on a war which, if actually carried out, would involve millions of civilian casualties. And we just can't do that anymore. So that's one. The other is the British military, when I was asking them about it. And they said it's all about our legitimacy. We're not like the Russians. We're different. We're heroes. We want to be a force for good. And it's how they see their own identity. So I think these are two interesting straws in the wind. But against that, of course, you have huge vested interests in production and trade of military equipment, in continued fossil fuel. We're up against huge vested interests. So and of course, something we've discussed the last few days, sort of authoritarian regimes and crony capitalism that we don't really know how to deal with, how to manage, how to reduce. So, the jury's out on the future. But I just wanted to make one very last point, and actually I didn't make the point. I was going to try and bring in civil society in the world, but I'm not going to have time. But what I did want to say is that in the past, in modern history, major wars like the Napoleonic Wars or the wars of the mid-19th century or the 20th century wars have been moments of dramatic restructuring. They've been moments when, in order to win, they've been existential moments when, in order to win, the winning nations had to introduce really large-scale reforms, whether it was civil rights in the Napoleonic Wars, whether it was the abolition of serfdom and in the Habsburg and Russian empires and the introduction of the suffrage in Germany and the abolition of slavery in America in the mid-19th century wars, or whether it was the welfare state and social redistribution in the 20th century wars. And the problem is we can't have that kind of war. What winning would mean in this context would be the end of war. And that's actually really difficult, really fundamental, but I think it's actually a precondition for everything else that needs to happen. And that's where I'll end. I'll let Charlene.
Maybe we should just go and have something. If there are really pressing questions, we should take them.
but we're going to be a small group of dinners. And also just shift our discussion to dinner as in. So let me just say where dinner is first. Dinner is in the Zabikulasa, number 1. So it's the restaurant, it's called Porzellan. So it's not Porzellan in Porzellan. This is very important. But Porzellan in Zabikulasa.
I think there was a map distributed, no? Julia?
Yeah.
Whoever doesn't know one of other sticks or more maps you have, in case somebody doesn't have it. Not at the moment. Okay. But
it's the corner of Porzellan. It's the first restaurant on your right.
Some people really walk. No? So I think those who know how to get there can collect the group. No? Good walk. Other people take taxi, I guess. No?
So I was just going to say we can continue conversation there over drinks, etc., or we can just take a couple of really urgent questions. Yeah.
I do have a question. What a wonderful talk. Thank you. Anti-nuclear activist in Canada back in the 1970s and 80s. But I have a question about soldiers and how soldiers fit in your story. I heard an interview with Wesley Clark just about a week ago on one of the Economist podcasts, and he said, our soldiers are civilians too, and they have families, and that's there's been a change in sensibility somehow from the imagery of, let's say, the Vietnam War GI to the traumatized Afghan veteran, and the military there's been a sea change there. Well, just your thoughts on that, and then I have a million other questions.
That's what I was trying to say to you, actually. I think it happened earlier in the British case because of the experience of Northern Ireland.
Right.
But
in Northern Ireland, it was the case of the civilians who would be.
Yeah, I mean, I had a wonderful quote from a British soldier in Northern Ireland who said, we realized this wasn't Aden. We couldn't just kill people. So we had to act differently. But I think there's more than that. I'm really struck because this has come from the soldiers, at least in the British case. And, you know, I don't know how many times I've been invited to Sandhurst and to discuss these things, because the British are very proud of being a thinking army. And actually, I did a long interview with the group of people in the Ministry of Defence just in July on what they thought about human security. That's where that quote came about, it's our legitimacy. But it was sort of really interesting because I asked them how did they understand human security, and to my surprise, they produced the UNDP definition. And they said, well, when we're in crisis situations, we ought to be looking at the whole situation. We ought to be understanding the economic situation and the social situation of people, and not just the military situation. And that's what we failed to understand. And when I said, because the British are playing a very major role in training the Ukrainians. So I said, well, do you think that it is the approach in Ukraine human security? And to my surprise, they came up with, well, we're very worried about the economic impact on ordinary Russians. We don't think that's human security, which really surprised me. So I'd like to talk to, I mean, they say that the Dutch are very close to them. And it's interesting, by the way, because I think human security, maybe this is me being totally, I don't know, attributing things to END and the Helsinki Citizens Assembly, but it was Holland and Britain, you know, and there's this Interchurch Peace Council that really adopted human security at an early stage. So I'm wondering if that story doesn't come out of civil society. But the French also are very keen on human security and have something in their Ministry of Defense. I mean, the Americans much less so. That's the interesting thing. And
There's an interesting move of what I'm not a close observer, the soldiers that have been traumatized by having committed atrocities, and that's now come back inside the military itself.
Well, I do occasionally talk at American military colleges, and there's a lot of interest in all this. So I do think, but they don't have that whole language which the Europeans and the Canadians actually have developed. But they're still kind of, you know, everybody has been, I think, traumatized by the experience of both Iraq and Afghanistan. And then there was an interesting moment in Iraq when Petraeus did population security in Baghdad. And that was actually a sort of human security approach, in that what he did was he stationed American soldiers in Iraqi security stations. And actually what they did was to make some 300 local agreements. And of course, it was a moment when the Sunnis were fed up with Al-Qaeda. So they were ready to do that, but it needed an agent to do that. I mean, the problem with Petraeus was that he had this whole theory of separating the reconcilables from the irreconcilables. And they were similar, they were at the same time running, it was the first sort of targeted drone attacks. Were they drones or cruise missiles at that stage? I can't remember, but under McChrystal in Anbar province, which is where Al-Qaeda was based. And I think that was the origin of ISIS. So he was doing bad things at the same time. And the same thing happened in Afghanistan. He shifted from population security to kill or capture. And that's the real problem, is the attacking. Just, you can't, anyway. But it's a fascinating question. And I think it really is, you know, we are living in a world where in Europe and America where we've got used to peace, and the soldiers have also got used to peace.
Well, I'm hesitant to not prolong it, but I'm just asking a question which I'm sure you've been asked before. How does it work when only one side adopts a military doctrine on the basis of human rights and not the other side? Yeah, so if there's an asymmetry, and I was just wondering, does it only work when that side which adopts it has much more resources to compensate in a way for the other side?
I think that in most out-of-area operations, I mean, that was what happened in Afghanistan. They didn't really have enough resources. So when the Taliban attacked them, they counterattacked. If they'd had more resources, they wouldn't have needed to counterattack. And, you know, there were a lot of debates about that. So you do need resources. But it's awfully difficult. You know, it sounds as though I'm saying two quite distinct things. But if you think about Ukraine and what's happening, yes, the Ukrainians are protecting civilians, but they're killing Russians like anything. Can that be called human rights? I mean, I don't think there's any alternative to what they're doing. It is defensive. But, you know, at what point do you say this is completely unacceptable? And I think that's really difficult. So the whole point is that if you're upholding human rights, you're trying to prevent genocide, you're trying to prevent war, but it's sometimes, you know, at what point does it, and that's the really difficult thing. And that's what's difficult about Ukraine. It is a sort of tightrope, as I said, between, you know, trying to stop Russian advances, but not escalating. So it's sort of somewhere between. I mean, I keep saying it's somewhere between policing. Policing is about upholding the law and human rights in a human rights-based society, but it's somewhere between policing and the military. So it's quite a difficult one to tread.
Tatiana Bogdan from Ukraine. I have a very small question. In your speech, you mentioned that NATO extension, it was like a mistake that pushed Russia to perceive that NATO is like a threat to their national security and promoted Putin invasion of Ukraine?
No, I didn't say that. No? I completely didn't say that. I'm sorry. I said I think it was a mistake, but I don't think it can explain what Putin did. It provided Putin with an argument. Putin could say, look at horrible NATO, but no, I don't think that.
Okay, I agree with you, but don't you think if, for instance, NATO had not accepted Baltic states or Southern European states to NATO members, that in this case, next target to Putin's invasion could be one of Baltic states or Moldova and Romania?
Well, I think that, I do think that. I mean, I do think NATO provides some protection. So, you know, that has, I absolutely do think that. I think it's good. Now I think it's good. I mean, at the time I didn't, because I wanted a different, what I wanted was, before Russia became so horrible, I wanted a different kind of pan-European security system. And the great advantage of NATO is that if you're inside NATO, you never go to war with another NATO member. And, you know, that is a huge... Who? What? Oh, Turkey and Greece, absolutely right. So I'm wrong about that. I'm completely wrong. Yeah, you're right. Turkey. Well, there've been Russians. That was in Cyprus. But the point, you know, so I'm not saying that it, you know, and now we can look at the situation and say, yo, as many countries as possible should join NATO to prevent a Russian aggression. But I think that the expansion of NATO, it was a real problem that NATO was a war-fighting institution. And what we need is something much more human rights based than war-fighting. That's what I'm trying to say. So that's why I think it was a mistake. I wanted a different kind of European security system. Much more like the European Union's external policy than like NATO. NATO was based on the idea of fighting World War II or the Cold War all over again. So, you know, I'm not for a minute saying that NATO, on the contrary, I'm saying NATO expansion had nothing to do with Putin's invasion of Ukraine.
I have a question regarding exactly that point that you raised about the future of European security architecture. Do you believe that this is to be revived with OSCE Helsinki Accords, or this is irreversibly, you know, damaged because one point that you made in your presentation, your speech, you raised the question of geopolitics, which I very much agree. This is language of geopolitics is war language, and with the change of leadership in Russia, you probably, if I remember correctly, you said that would be repairable in a way. Could you say that you really believe that?
At the time, in the 1990s, I said it could be either OSCE or Russia could be allowed to join NATO. That was, I said, if Russia joins NATO, then it becomes a different kind of organization and it becomes the military underpinning of OSCE. And that would have given OSCE more teeth than it had. So that's a real possibility. I mean, that's a real possibility. Yeah, maybe, yeah. I mean, and one could imagine similar region. I mean, the African Union is quite similar in the OAS. You can imagine regional organizations that are very much linked to the United Nations. It sounds very utopian, but I don't see any alternative in the current.
No, I would just say we need Russia part of the security system, but what it takes for Russia to be credible.
Oh yeah, well, it's nowhere near now. And we don't know what happens. I mean, I think I was listening to a Guardian podcast actually, where Luke Harding, the journalist, was saying, if this was a Shakespearean play, this is Act 5, Scene 1. And in Scene 3, Putin falls. So I think there's something in that. But the question is what happens when he falls? Does it become a democracy, or does these awful fascists who are arguing for full mobilization, who takes over? We don't know.
Thanks, Mary.